it. Wanna release it. Wanna release it.
Happy Sunday, Smite fans, and welcome into the EUSCC. We've got an action-packed day of Smite competitive action. I've said action twice already, and it's been about 5 seconds into the show. We've got an action-packed day of Smite.
3?
Yes, 3. You can hear Mifflin joins me. Action-packed day of Smite. 4 ahead of us here on this fine Sunday. It all starts off with a great matchup here in the EUSCC, our final SCC matchup of the weekend. As he's already spoiled, Mifflin joins me on the desk here.
You don't think they saw me in the crane shot when it like swooped in?
No, all eyes are on me, Miff.
Oh, that is true.
No,
You're right. No, you're right.
God, it feels so weird. I hate gassing myself up. I hate it. All eyes were on you, Miff. Nobody knew I was here. Those sorts of things. Anyway, EUSCC should be a good matchup here. Just F6 versus Goodnight Nick in a very competitive EU region.
Yeah, I've got great expectations of this one. Worth noting, this is going to be MassKill's second ever SCC match, and he's got a pretty stacked team that he's lined up against, but maybe we wait a little bit longer before we jump straight into that.
Yeah, you hope that you're able to get a win in one of your early SCC performances, but Goodnight Nick, a very difficult team to play against. Here's the schedule for this week in the SCC. Gotten all but one game played here so far. Whole bunch of 2-0s. Team Joystick, 2-0 over Pandemonium. Elysium, 2-0 over the Snake Hunters. That one was not particularly close. Sleekness, Tiburones, Winter Dogs all grabbed themselves wins over their opponents in 2-0 fashion. And one final set here this weekend, and it's Goodnight Nick versus Just F6. And with Joystick and Elysium getting those 2-0 wins, the standings now become so much more important for this Goodnight Nick team. Remember, this was a Goodnight Nick team that handed Elysium a loss in the standings last week. And so they are at 4-3. And 4-3 I don't think does this team justice. Very competitive in every single match that they play. That said, a winnable and a should-win matchup against a 1-6 Just F6 team.
Yeah, Just F6 has been struggling to keep their feet underneath them, whereas Goodnight Nick has been on a kind of resurgence recently, similar to what we've seen from the Scarabs or the Oni Warriors. These guys kind of started off a little bit slow and have since really tightened up, and the standings kind of reflect that now. I'm expecting a pretty good set here.
You're a big fan of telling people to tighten up, aren't you?
Yeah, it's my thing.
Tighten up.
It's a Southern thing.
It is a Southern thing. I don't tell people to tighten up, though.
Are you from the South?
How do you... So I was born in Cincinnati, and I
Ohio?
Have lived here since like first grade, so I think I am technically from the South. Let's talk about this Goodnight Nick team, though. Deathwalker, Ice, Wolfie, Emilzy, and Streak Up.
Chills.
This is a stacked roster here. Deathwalker out of the solo lane's been playing great for this Goodnight Nick team. Ice in the jungle. Has been doing some big things. Good setup for the rest of the squad here as well. And it's no surprise that a roster like this has found some success recently.
Yeah, players that have played on the world stage, players that have plenty of SPL talent behind them, and players that really should be dominating here within the SCC are what comprises the entirety of this Goodnight Nick roster. I think that since you've already highlighted some of your favorite players, I guess I'll take who's left. Wolfie, Emilzy, and Streak Up have all been incredibly impressive as well, and I think you got to keep your eyes on them.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, Wolfie out of this mid lane, I think, is where my eyes go today, because the rest of this team has done such a good job of rallying around Wolfie, creating space for the mid laner to sit back, do some damage, get some kills, and this team is much better off for it. So a favorable and, again, an expected win, what should be a win for a Goodnight Nick team that's 4-3, but, again, doesn't really do them justice. They beat Elysium last weekend in 3 games. And specifically, it's because you're going up against a Just F6 team that has struggled so far here in the EUSCC at 1-6. It's Toddy, Rotwin, Sodost, MassKill, as you mentioned, Miff, in his second SCC set ever, and Listimics. And these are names that we've gotten used to seeing in the EUSCC. It feels like this is a roster that has kind of stuck around, that they keep qualifying into the SCC, and just need to get some of that momentum going. And so maybe add in MassKill. You change things up. Might take some time to get that synergy going, but maybe a move for the future, especially when you're in an impactful role like the jungle. And so it should be a fun matchup to watch here, Miff, the new jungler here for this Just F6 team.
And I think you kind of hit on one of the major points for this squad in that it isn't really individual play that holds them back. Each one of these guys is incredibly talented as a player in their respective roles. Definitely forces to be reckoned with. It's more so the macro team play that has been holding back this team. Occasionally, it just feels like there's desyncs in what the shot calling is, or where you want to go, or which neutral objective you're focusing, whether or not you want to coin toss the neutral objective or take the engagement. It just seems like there's a lot of disagreements within these late game call situations, and if they clean that up, I think that this squad really could at least push Goodnight Nick to the edge.
Right. I mean, you're getting towards the end of this phase of the SEC. If you're building up synergy, you're making roster changes. It's all about looking towards the future and future splits and phases of the SEC and making moves a bit further down the road. But hey, no better time than the present to start getting some momentum in the EU SEC. Picks and bans for game number 1. We'll start us off right here and right now. And so you're looking at this Goodnight Nick team. They're in this first pick spot here. Myth, Just F6. Of course, we'll then get to answer back with a couple picks of their own. We saw in a few of the highlights there. This is a team in Goodnight Nick that love grabbing this Tiamat early. Wolfie is very good on that pick. The rest of the team great at providing him space, and Wolfie an aggressive enough player in a good way to jump on in and get some damage done. How about this? Soul, though, banned out early on. Is Soul good enough now to warrant an early ban here?
I believe these SEC matches were played on the 8.8
You're
balance
right. Yep,
patch,
last
so
week.
this is a slightly different meta here, but Soul is definitely a god, especially within the North American and European SEC level that has been incredibly dominant in 2 roles. Both Hunter and Mid have been able to find a lot of pressure, so it makes sense to me that Goodnight Nick don't want to deal with that one. But considering Assassins aren't really the flavor of the week in the 8.8 balance, I think the gods you got to keep your eyes on inside of this set, Osiris and Erlang Shen. We'll see whether or not either of these teams prioritize those very highly.
Wow.
Goodnight Nick throwing a little curveball here.
Go ahead,
Morgan
Myth.
Le Fay.
You got it. Go ahead.
Unreactable CC. Dragonflight is super hard to deal with. You either gotta jump on her and pray that she's gonna use it and instantly pop your beads, or jump on her and pray that she doesn't use it and just roll those dice.
It's been such an interesting kind of journey for Morgan Le Fay as far as pick and ban priority goes, because for a while there, you know, it was Tiamat, Morgan Le Fay. 1, 2, either both are banned, both are picked, something like that. Teams were happy to have either. Kind of took a little bit of a dip as far as pick ban priority goes. Now starting to resurge just a little bit. In Wolfie for Goodnight Nick here. Likes Morgan Le Fay enough and some of that unreactable CC range damage with the ultimate to lock her in first and foremost overall. Raijin and Osiris, that's been a very popular second wave of picks as far as the 8.8 patch goes. Raijin plus Osiris, if you're able to get that in the second wave of picks, you're feeling pretty good about yourselves. You could say the same thing about Sobek and Izanami, though, Myth. I mean, Morgan Le Fay, Sobek, Iza, you've got a great late-game composition already built up.
Yeah, I really like this Izanami pick just in general. The amount of pressure that she affords your team is incredible. Sobek as well is a great flex pick. You can either toss him into the support role and have that high kill pressure lane thanks to that pluck, or you toss him over into solo and you've got great scaling the late game as far as team fights are concerned, and you have a solo laner that you just don't have to concern yourself with. He's going to be able to hold his own in the majority of matchups. When you're talking about late game scaling, Dave, I think you got to look at this Just F6 roster already. Artemis locked in. She's one of the best late game hypercarry hunters in the game. Raijin as well has phenomenal scaling. Osiris going to act as a bridge to make sure you're able to get to that point. But considering this is the SEC, I'm obligated to bring up that Osiris can go into the soul lane. It does not generally at the SPL level.
Obligation.
Yeah, I have to say it. Osiris might be headed for the short lane, but I prefer him in the jungle, and I am expecting to see him in the jungle.
Oh, Khepri locked in here as well for Just F6. Khepri's become a very popular pick as far as support goes, maybe one of the most contested as far as not always banned out against certain players at the SPL and SEC level. It is banned out. Usually left open and usually picked when left open. So Just F6 have a great lane here in the duo lane as far as Artemis and Khepri go. On the flip side, though, Myth, with Mulan and Kabrakan banned out, that's going to leave Nike plus Fafnir open to round out the draft for Goodnight Nick, and they've got a well-rounded composition. You've got some engage, you've got some tankiness, and I think that Coerce is going to be great for this Izanami.
No, it's going to be incredibly strong, and normally when we see Nike locked in, and I do believe this is going to be Nike jungle, Mannequin Scepter is something you look towards as well, so that's going to increase your clear thanks to the cleave auto attacks. You've got 2 auto attackers on your team, Izanami and Nike, so Coerce going to be pretty strong here. Meanwhile, on the other side, this is still an incredibly interesting draft from Just F6. Set does have flex potential. We've seen him played in 4 roles throughout his competitive history. I believe Hunter, mid, jungle, and solo. But if I had to allocate him here, God, I think I'm putting him in the jungle Osiris solo.
Here's the good news, Myth. We're going to get an answer to those questions shortly. Game number 1 between Just F6 and Goodnight Nick. Kicking off right now, our final SEC set of the weekend. And Myth, you are spot on. What a way to start off this Sunday. Myth, 1 for 1.
Lucky.
1 for 1 on his calls. Osiris solo, masked kill on the set out of the jungle. And admittedly, Myth, that's a bit of a curveball. And again, it's worth mentioning, this is played on the 8.8 update. And so Set still prioritized despite not receiving all the big Mace Tree buffs just yet. And Mastkill in his second SEC set ever, picking something that's a little bit unique here for Just F6.
Yeah, you got to go with your own flavor. Be the tried and true, what you're used to playing. And it seems like Mastkill does like this set. And with Mannequin Scepter, you can still go towards that kind of auto attack style with Set. Stone Cutting Sword comes to mind as a great pickup, and some decent targets on the other side that'll be pretty easy for him to lock down, namely Wolfie. Once that Dragonflight has already been expended, should be susceptible to some pretty easy set damage, as well as Streak Up. You can use that Skewer to chase out the leap, as Izanami's leap is incredibly telegraphed. So I do like Set inside of this one, but when you've got such a powerful pick like Osiris, it just feels like a slight waste to have him anywhere but then the jungle.
Yep. Yeah, it'll be unique to see the power curve for Listimics here. I mean, by rotation time, you hope that the Osiris is strong enough to make these the impacts on the team fights. Level 2 reached by Streak Up and Emilzy, and they're going to put some pressure on Rotwen and Toddy here. And we see this pretty often, Myth, a dual lane with Izanami. Getting early pressure, you hit level 2, you step up, you're able to auto-attack through the wave. Unfortunately for Streak Up, a bit low on mana. And so we'll have to prioritize those abilities a little bit better over in the duo lane as this laning phase continues on. It's Tainted Steel start for Streak Up here, plus the bow. Toddy going a little bit more standard with the cowl and the bow on the other side. Tainted Steel will help out a little bit of that healing on the other side as this game goes on.
Yeah, that lifesteal from Toddy GR are going to take a minor hit inside of the laning phase, and it's generally an alright stat stick just for power, and considering you're already playing Izanami, I'm not too worried about this guy's lane matchup. We've already seen that this wave has been pushed inside of the tier 1 tower for the entirety of the minute and 30 seconds we've been watching this one, and I don't expect that to change anytime soon unless the junglers start to rotate over. It's very easy for Goodnight Nick to kind of get used to playing this aggressive style inside the duo lane, continually sit on this tier 1 tower line, and that should just open the door for Mastkill to come on in.
Yeah, what's our expected kind of power curve here for Ice Ice? Look, Nike jungle is not something I think myself or many viewers will be used to seeing, and we see it in the solo lane more often than not, and we know what the team fight rotations kind of look like. I mean, is this the type of pick you get mannequins, you get what looks like it'll be early tankiness plus damage for Ice Ice? You expect this Nike to be active pretty early in the game?
I do. I mean, first 5 or so levels, you're always feeling pretty good regardless of what your jungler pick is. If you're going for that Mannequin Scepter, it's just that strong of an item in its own right, as Wolfie in some trouble.
Whoa, a Thunder Crash in, and the unreactable CC is not enough. It hits. It doesn't hit hard enough for Wolfie. First blood to Just F6, and Myth, that is a simple rotation in. It's a red buff invade, and Mastkill, the newcomer to the SEC, grabs first blood over one of the powerhouse teams in Goodnight Nick.
Was a little bit expensive for Mastkill, though. Is forced to use the beads on that unreactable CC. Somehow reacted to it. Good on him. Mastkill able to take out Wolfie inside of this one. First blood over to Just F6, and red buff invade also going to go their way. Ice Ice a little bit absent inside of this engagement. You'd expect him to want to be the one aggressing inside of this matchup, especially considering pre-ultimate stage. I'd argue that Ice Ice likely does have a distinct advantage over Mastkill inside of the fight, but if we're talking about advantages in the fight in the early game, Wolfie on the Morgan Le Fay generally doesn't even want to step up to Isodos on this Raijin. That Thunder Crash is just such a strong engage tool.
He gets walked at here by Emilzy, who will use the hammer to stun out Rotwin. Is a Taiko Drums in the mid lane. Wolfie sets up some damage and will knock up on a Mastkill. Ice Ice. Ice Ice will rotate on into the mid lane here. Drops down. The Sentinel of Zeus, I'm going to slow and they shield. Re-engage could be here. Plenty of damage to come out from Wolfie, who reads Sodos' Thunder Crash in. And Goodnight Nick have answered with the kill in the mid lane, exactly what the doctor ordered for Wolfie.
Yeah, that Thunder Crash in, a little bit questionable for me. That's not his tower he was heading for, and he wasn't aiming at any of the enemy gods, maybe just trying to avoid some of that damage from Morgan Le Fay's ultimate, but got to think that even if you do avoid that ultimate, you're probably dead considering where you leap to. So a nice little return kill for Goodnight Nick to equalize this game 4 minutes in. That was exactly what I was talking about, man. Ice Ice's damage is so strong at this point. Having to disarm, to deal with Mastkill and make sure that he isn't able to find value off that Mannequin Scepter kind of adds up in such a way that Goodnight Nick, even though they start off that fight poorly, win it in the end.
Yeah, and look at how the mid lane has changed now. It's a 1-level lead for Wolfie, despite first blood going to Mastkill. Up here for Sodos, a Thunder Crash will be there. Wolfie realizing that it's a fruitless effort. Won't spend any more time, but Sotos now jumped on a little bit, minute and 102 seconds without those beads. Rotwin silenced and pulled back in. Scarab's Blessing is here, but he won't use it. He'll be able to walk away, but this has just been the trend of this duo lane. Emilzy and Streak have just been pushing this pressure in against Rotwin and Toddy. The Kepri and Artemis have just not been able to be comfortable. And now the purple buff looks to be invaded, and the red buff does as well. Ice will pick that one up, grab a little extra damage. Keep life uncomfortable for Sotos. This Goodnight Nick team, Myth, feels like all over the map, just driving the pressure.
Luckily, though, for Just F6, they are able to pull back a little bit of farm their own way. Mass Kill invading the speed buff and the back camps as well, just trying to punish Ice for putting so much emphasis in the mid. So he's going to turn this corner and realize that speed buff is gone. But it seems to be a calculated decision from Ice, who picks up his own red buff once he invades it, saying, yo, my speed's probably not going to be there when I get back. I might as well deal a little bit more damage.
Are you the type you invade a speed buff, you're dropping a ward to watch the enemy jungler walk out of base 100%. And realize their speed buff is gone? As you should, right? I mean, that's you're making a gutsy call, and you got to be able to reap the extra rewards.
Look, sometimes you drop the ward on the speed buff, and you see them kind of like stop once they see it, and you just know, oh man, they're typing at their team. That feels so good.
Yeah, it feels right. Even if it's just a ... something like that. Ice has drawn a lot of eyes here, but this is going to be a massive ultimate. And look at the follow-up damage from Wolfie. Rotwin used the Scarab's Blessing on himself in the mid lane, though. The remainders of Just F6 jumped on. Sotos falls on the back end of it. Wolfie has another. And Goodnight Nick find a great fight here. Find 2 kills. Could be a third if Rotwin is spotted out. But what a collapse here from Goodnight Nick. Just F6 didn't stand a chance.
No, Just F6 committed so much early on inside of the engagement, using both leaps from Mass Kill and Isotos. Leaves them high and dry, especially considering Rotwin forced to use the Scarab's Blessing on himself. Means that you're not able to use it on one of your carries. Not an ideal situation. And Goodnight Nick, such a potent team, strategically able to route the enemy, move in, and just make sure that they're able to rock
nice. Them down. Look at the damage onto Toddy. A couple more auto attacks is all you need for Streak Up. Unable to find it, but now Toddy is just back beneath the tower. You're low on health. You do have an ultimate. You don't have beads.
Are we diving?
Emilzy might be, considering going for a swim here around the backside of the Tier 1 tower, but Toddy is healed up enough. Makes it a little bit more difficult. Purple buff invade. That one's good from Goodnight Nick. Master Kill rotating to the left, though. He'll teleport in, find some damage and the slow onto Emilzy and Streak Up, but Emilzy walking on away from this one, and now the time has been spent with no reward for Just F6 and their jungler.
7.5 minutes in now. Goodnight Nick finding themselves with a comfortable 1,500 gold lead, but maybe a little bit more telling is the 2,400 experience they find in their favor, reflected across the board and generally within the duo lane. I mean, we've talking about 1 level for the ADCs, 2 for the supports. Todi GR just now taking over to level 8 to match up against Streak Up, and then take a peek at mid as well, man. Wolfie's level 10 to Sotos' 8. That is stifling.
Yeah, that's been important, because remember, early in this game, that's where Mass Kill put his pressure. You get first blood, and it's against Wolfie and makes life uncomfortable for Morgan Le Fay, who, you know, in the early game, we've talked about needing a little bit more time to dial up. And admittedly, probably a pretty good call here from Goodnight Nick. Toddy uses the boar here, and will grab some stunts on the back end, but are you going to win the duel? You'll at least get one, and there's the Scarab's Blessing on the other side as well. Can Emilzy wait this one out? The Abduct is right on through. The Scarab's Blessing is timed out, but Emilzy doesn't have the damage. It's a massive turnaround for Just F6. Toddy's got the double.
Man, Toddy gets actually saved by Kepri's passive there. Not often that actually comes into play, giving your allies a little bit of a health shield within an effective range, and that's just enough to make sure that Fafnir's
Kepri's so annoying, man.
Yeah, I hate that god, bro.
He's so annoying.
Gives you health shields, revives you, gives you damage mitigation, has 2 forms of hard CC. Yeah, no, Kepri's pretty good, and that's why we see him banned out so often.
Yeah, annoying equals good. You know, I got to make sure I clarify that. I think annoying in the sense that I don't want to play against it, and I want him on my team whenever possible, because it's moments like that where you can flip the game right on around, and that's important, Myth, because remember, there was a 2-level discrepancy in support, as we had talked about. That's down to 1. It was a 1-level difference for Toddy, who's now evened things up at level 9. And so that is a breath of fresh air for Just F6 on the left side of the map, and that'll make Gold Fury, things like that over here on left, invades, a little bit more realistic Now that your duo lane isn't completely stifled, could get worse for Streak Up here. There's a rotation in for Mastkill and Rotwin. Streak Up will dash away, get rooted in place. No beads for 80 seconds and no chance to live. Toddy's on a killing spree. 3 kills in the last 30 seconds maybe, and this Artemis suddenly a massive threat.
Yeah, she's got so much damage already going for that Icavale start immediately into what I can only assume is going to be a kin size up next, whereas Streak Up is like to go for a little bit more team fight presence in his build. Odysseus' bow seems to be what he has his eyes on, so Streak Up is essentially not allowed to take the 1v1. Not that that was one. 3 versus 1. My man was being jumped inside the lane.
Yeah, and you consider Izanami, you have the ability to disengage with the dash and the slight stealth on the end, but there was just no chance. Just F6 chose Streak Up to die, and die Streak Up did. Could this be a solo kill in the mid lane? That is easy for Wolfie. Sotos, you might say he stuck around too long, but Sotos was just farming up, and Wolfie was able to call him on it. Gold Fury's now been started up. This is a man advantage for Goodnight Nick. Gold Fury's been reset, and the damage is massive. Wolfie with a double kill, 4-1 and 2 for the Morgan Le Fay out of mid. And if duo lane is suddenly even in your Goodnight Nick, you got to go where the advantage is, and that's mid, and Wolfie is taking this game over.
What a back and forth battle between these two teams right now. Just to recontextualize the last 10 minutes, especially around that duo lane, it was Goodnight Nick dominating for the first 4 or so minutes. Streak Up essentially set up his camp on the tier 1 tower line, and then eventually we see a comeback fight for Just F6 where Toddy GR picks up 3 kills in like a 40-second period, immediately towards the Gold Fury, and then throws that lead. He had that lead for like, what, a minute before he was able to find a death inside the Gold Fury pit, lose the neutral objective, and maybe the other one as well.
Well, Wolfie hasn't been able to go back yet. There's 2,500 gold in hand. Sotos rotates in from the mid lane, sends out his range damage with the Pyromancer. Wolfie looking for another 1v1 kill. Won't get it. Pyromancer goes down for Goodnight Nick. So now 2,700 gold in hand for Wolfie, who's not been able to finish up that soul gem yet. You're going to finish that one easily. And maybe get another tier 2 item on the other end. This mid laner is massive, Miff. The power curve of Morgan Le Fay in the late game is terrifying. And you're getting real close to it 11 minutes in here if you're Wolfie.
Yeah, I mean, Wolfie's been unchecked inside of this one. We haven't seen too many gank attempts. I think it was only 1 from Mastkill so far, and was not too successful. 4-1 and 2 is the mid laner of Goodnight Nick. Wolfie just having a field day this time around. But some of the ripple effects on the map from those fights Just F6 were able to take are still here. It's a level lead for Toddy GR, who again has that 1v1 style of build. Still sitting on the balance blade, has not been able to upgrade that one just yet. But Goodnight Nick, Streak Up, still has to put some respect on this Artemis.
Man, Emilzi's in a great spot here. He's level 11, and both Sotos and Toddy are level 12, 2 levels behind his Rotwin. That level 9, Ice around the backside of this mid lane. Wondered if we'd see that Nike go in. More potential for tower dive with the Sentinel of Zeus. You get that nice big health shield. Top yourself off, make it a little bit more difficult to kill off, and then you have to wonder, Miff. I mean, every time you see a Nike in the game, your mind has to go to relics and actives. What do you choose at level 12? Does somebody pick up a Sunder here? No, Lystimix has got teleport and beads. Masskill is likely not going to go Sunder. It might be on Rotwin, but you probably want a lot of things if you're behind right now. Khepri support's going to want a lot of things there at level 12. Lots of options for the support as mid lane fighting starts off. Soto sends the Taiko drums Wolfie's way, and it's a perfect target to kill off. Masskill has got the Morgan Le Fay down early. Streak Up rotates on over from the duo lane, gets some damage onto Rotwin as Ice is here as well. There's the jump in. The Dark Portal will silence out Rotwin for a moment, but the Scarab's Blessing used. Sentinel of Zeus will give Ice a little bit of health on the back end of this fight, but Ice will end up going down to Toddy. The boar rips its way through, and Just F6 answer back with a big fight.
Goodnight Nick get caught out in mid and try to very slowly retreat into the jungle, and Just F6 do not allow them to leave. The re-engage was a decision by the Order team, but it was a decision they made without their soul laner. Deathwalker just now rejoining the rest of his squad on the left-hand side of the map. But luckily for Goodnight Nick, they had already cleared out every single neutral objective. The only thing they're losing off the tail end of that fight is some lives and a purple buff.
Ooh, a chance for a kill on a Mastkill here, who will have to teleport on away. Streak Up was closing that gap and surely would have had enough damage if Mastkill wasn't able to get out. Look, the target prioritization was great there for Just F6. Wolfie has been the problem. You kill off Wolfie early, and you're able to win the rest of the fight there. So now this game Miff brought largely back to even, though 1.5k gold lead for Just F6, or Goodnight Nick rather. Still stands strong. So a bit of a stumble, but not enough to bring the game back to entirely even. Still this slight advantage for Goodnight Nick. And you feel like this game has to continue kind of revolving around this mid lane. The ability of Just F6 to get in and get a kill onto Wolfie might just kind of dictate how the rest of these fights go, especially now that Wolfie's got this Soul Reaver online. That is a massive power spike for the mid lane.
No, Soul Gem and Soul Reaver together all of a sudden makes Morgan Le Fay a potential one-shot character, right? Both of those items proccing is incredibly strong. You've got a great way to apply it from a range with the third ability. It's got some of the best range as far as mage abilities are concerned. And then once you're there, you get additional movement speed. Having used that, you can utilize that to walk up and slam them with Dragonflight, which confirms your first. It's just so much damage.
Hey, you want to prioritize Wolfie? Yeah, I think Just F6 want to do that. Wolfie uses the Aegis, will avoid a little bit of the damage from the Taiko drums, but still half HP. The Soul Gem will help heal up some of that damage should it connect. Masked Kill is around the backside here, but Ice kind of mirroring the Just F6 jungler. Will make it difficult for a sneaky engage to occur here. As Wolfie sends out a little bit of damage, try to top off that health bar. Ice leaps away from Listimics, who's rotated on in. Lord of the Afterlife used onto the Goodnight Nick jungler. Sentinel of Zeus buys some time, but time has run out. Just F6 get an opening kill, and it's Masked Kill yet again. This set, fully stacked Transcendence, Dominance into the tier 2 mace. Starting to be a little terrifying. Oni Fury is here, Myth, and it's started by Just F6.
And who wants to walk past Listimics? Barring Emilzy, I'm not sure many people can. This Osiris is a menace.
Fafnir steal. Nope, no steal, but a big dark portal from Streak up on the fight back in. The boar is massive for Just F6. Toddy grabs some big stunts on the back line of this fight. Emilzy taken low. Soto's with another Taiko drums. Is going to send some damage Emilzy's way as Maskill finds the first. Maskill adds a second. Toddy's got another. Just F6 running away with the fight by the Fury.
3 dead now on the side of Goodnight Nick, and plenty of towers for Just F6 to go ahead and fall back towards if they so choose. Tier 1 and mid could be a foregone conclusion, maybe even Tier 1 and left if Maskill is feeling confident enough to stick around with 0 HP. Goodnight Nick inside of that fight essentially allow Just F6 to take the Gold Fury. It was just Fafnir attempting to steal. And afterwards, that's where Goodnight Nick said, okay, they may have got the Gold Fury, but they're not going to walk away with their lives, all right? We're stepping in, and they get crushed for it. Just feels like had they decided to take that engagement a little bit sooner, they could have at least done it before the Gold Fury. You'd be fighting with an unofficial 6-man, essentially, and you'd have better kind of zone to play around.
Man, this this game plan for Just F6 is just revolved around killing Wolfie and then winning the fights afterwards. Wolfie was 4-1, now 4-3. Has died a couple of times before he's been able to find another kill in any of these fights. Still top of the player damage charts. But the mindset is very clear here for Just F6. And this set, Myth, I mean, it caught me off guard as far as picks and bans go. You know, you might expect it in our current 8.9 update, but in the 8.8 patch, you know, still a lot of the Osirises, the Erlang Shens, things like that. Still shows you there's some value in 8.8 on having one of these assassins on your team. And this, you know, this is a massive set. 5-1-3, 3-level lead over Ice, who's been ineffective on the Nike so far. And then the build that Maskill has already gotten between Transcendence, Dominance, and Brawler's Beat Stick. I mean, there's a lot of damage, and it is hard to avoid if you're Goodnight Nick.
Yeah, gotta think if we were playing on 8.9, Just F6 would already be celebrating a victory, right? Considering how well this set has performed for them as of now. But we'll see what Just F6 is able to do with the lead that they've established. It's not too much. It's only about 1,300 or so gold in favor of the Chaos team, but it should be enough that they can feel confident at least stepping up to this Pyromancer, forcing Goodnight Nick to take the fight. Take a peek at the ADC, Toddy GR. He's over here, which means that it likely will be a fight here.
Yeah, goodness. Toddy's got 5 kills as well. This Artemis is hard to deal with. Goodnight Nick has got to prioritize these targets, and they've got to kill them quickly. Emilzy jumps in. Ice abducted on back, and that is a Nike that gets melted that quickly. Maskill dashes forward. Streak up kiting away effectively. Wolfie putting some damage. Listimics' way as well. That's a great Lord of the Afterlife into the backline. Goodnight Nick scattering to the wind. Ice cannot participate in the rest of this fight. Good stun onto Listimics, but there's a Scarab's Blessing to keep the Osiris alive. Just F6 get the Pyromancer, and they'll get out.
Yeah, Just F6 were willing to let Listimics die until that Pyromancer falls down, and then finally step up and try and help out their teammate. Goodnight Nick still relatively healthy. in the HP department might be able to look a little bit further on the map, maybe a tier 1 tower in mid or towards the Fire Giant if they think enough members of Just F6 are headed back to base. But that's a risky call considering the vision dominance that Just F6 has on the map. Take a peek at the Fire Giant. What is that, like 6 wards all around the pit as opposed to the 2 from Goodnight Nick? They are losing out in the information war right now. Goodnight Nick, that is. They need to head back to base and start to pick up some of those wards.
Agreed. This is such an interesting build here, Myth, for Ice. You know, admittedly, when you see Nike, you imagine it's tank / bruiser. I mean, Blackthorn maybe leans itself into that conversation, but Brawler's Beat Stick and Serrated Edge after that gives Ice a great opportunity to deal a lot of damage, but now in a few fights in a row, we've seen Ice either jump in or get engaged on. Not unlike this, and the health bar just evaporates. Ice is down to half HP yet again. It's made it difficult for this Nike to operate.
Yeah, just not a ton of survivability for Nike inside the build. Sure, you've got that secondary HP bar, but if you're always the one that's getting engaged on, that means you're always going to be the recipient of this Sunder from Rotwind, so your double HP bar essentially does not exist. So instead, what are you falling back on for your survivability? Just Blackthorn Hammer as of right now, which is nice. 400 HP infused into your health bar feels pretty good, but no defense as of yet.
Yeah, so we'll see if Ice changes things up a little bit later on. Shield, tier 1 picked up, and so that'll give a little survivability in the build as the rest of this game goes on. Gold Fury about to spawn up here, 20 minutes in. Just F6 sending a grouping on towards the left. Listimics at 004, level 19 has been largely effective. Haven't seen much out of Deathwalker on the Sobek just yet, but sometimes all it takes is just that one pluck to turn the game around, and so Deathwalker has the opportunity to give his team a great chance at a win here. Sotos has to Thunder Crash away, a jump forward from Emil Z. Lots of damage coming out from Wolfie, a big dark portal will silence up a couple members of Just F6. Maskill has to leave, and that's huge. Not having your set, not having the 5-1-3 killing machine in the fight. It's gonna feel bad for Just F6. Big pluck back from Deathwalker, but Ice takes a lot of damage here. Sentinel of Zeus goes down. Listimic slowed on through.
Nice.
Scarab's Blessing, inch perfect for Rotwind, and Just F6 live on.
That's just the annoying factor of the Khepri, right? You may have worked so hard, Goodnight Nick, to not only remove Mass Kill from the engagement, also isolating Listimics, but you got to work a little bit harder than that. Scarab's Blessing is going to force you to do it yet again, and Goodnight Nick not up to the task, decide to disengage this time around, allowing Just F6 to head back to base, reset, and regroup.
Rotwind gets stunned here. Opportunity for a kill, but it's a Just F6 that find a kill, and it's Mass Kill with his 6th on the set. Streak Up starting to hit that big power spike here as the Rage is completed, grabs the stack here. Rotwind goes down, no Scarab's Blessing left in this fight. Streak Up looked at, Streak Up lives, but not for much longer. Sotos now in the Taiko drums will pour damage into the Goodnight Nick roster. Maskill having an incredible set here, 7, 1, and 4. And Just F6 better off for it. Their jungler swinging here in game 1, and Wolfie's an afterthought. It's only a matter of time, it felt like. Just F6 find the re-engage, and they get all but a deicide.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see Just F6 even go for the Gold Fury. I thought we'd see them just go ahead and gun it down straight towards the Fire Giant 23 minutes into this one, but instead, going to go ahead and take that slow play, win the team fight off the tail end of a reset. I mean, Maskill able not only to get out of the initial fight, go back to base, full heal, and then wrap all the way around through mid lane and then through the red buff of Goodnight Nick to find himself inside of their backline. It's just such a long fight. You got to think Goodnight Nick should have probably reset at some point within that time, but instead stick around, lose the fight, and now put themselves in a position where they have to defend the Fire Giant.
Yep, Fire Giant's up here, and Fire Giant has started Deathwalkers around the back of Toddy, but he's alone. Deathwalker is all on his own right now as the rest of Goodnight Nick coming back from base. And this Sobek is just jumped on unstoppable. His Maskill has got 7 kills in a row since the last time that he died. Fire Giant is at half HP, but Goodnight Nick fighting in at a 4v5 disadvantage. It's going to be difficult to fight into anyway, especially one man down. Fire Giant still low. Rotwind low, though, as well. Emilzy takes a whole lot of damage. It's a big dark portal, but it's not big enough. Streak Up's got 1, but it's 2 for the mid laner of Just F6. Toddy survives somehow. Wolfie rotates into this fight, delays the FG. It looks like Mifflin that Goodnight Nick have done enough.
They've done enough to slow it down for now, but if Wolfie keeps playing aggressively like this, I'm not sure I love his odds in a true 1v1 up against Listimics, as healthy as he is for now. But take a peek at the respawn timers. Soto still has 40 seconds, Rotwind has 20, so Goodnight Nick might have a slight advantage if they decide to, trying to regroup around that Fire Giant. About 5-second advantage on Sotos here. But instead, Just F6 with 3 members alive, and Toti GR being one of them might be able to just go ahead and pull this Fire Giant anyway.
Mealsy is wishing that that the shell still had the block stacks on it, because Maskill, his auto attacks have just been decimating these team fights, and if the auto attacks weren't enough, the abilities of this 8-1 and 7 set have just been tearing Goodnight Nick apart. If nothing else, though, the Fire Giant has been reset. We're starting to get to a point where gold and experience matter a little bit less. Gold's still pivotally important as the builds aren't completed, but XP still largely close. It's the 3-level gap in Jungle Myth that I think is the most impactful here. A 1-4-4 Nike that has just not been able to get that much impact in these fights versus Maskill and everything that he's done for the game. It feels like the jungle is kind of a difference maker, the biggest pivot point so far in Game 1.
No, this is Jungle Chasm, right? Ice went for a full damage build, essentially, and has not quite been able to apply it. 8,000 on the damage charts compared to the 15,000 of Maskill. This set is
yeah,
just
a little
bringing
different.
more.
That's a little bit different, right? 15,000 compared to 8,000. Streak up still. At a good point, though. Maskill left running. What good is a set if that set is dead? Fire Giant has been started, and it's actually very, very low here. Listimics takes some damage on the back line of the fight. Tycho drums from Sotos. Rolls on through. Ice jumps in. Listimics has found a kill on a streak up on the back of this fight. Sotos Thunder crashes away, but it's only as far as Ice, who has a great opportunity for some big kills. Look at the collapse in from Goodnight Nick, who already have 2, but Listimics has 2 himself. A double kill for Ice. We've been hounding on this Nike so far this game, but Ice steps up when the time matters most. There is a collapse in here, though, from Maskill. Could you get a kill on a Deathwalker? Might be able to, but you're going to pay for it with your life. Wolfie turns eyes towards the set, who will dash on away.
Listimics now just trying to hold his own within the tower as Maskill tries to re-sustain a little bit in the jungle. The skewer damage that you were talking about earlier, just that poke ability, is so strong. Slams Ice for 340 inside of that small little skirmish, and maybe if Ice decides to stick around much longer, could cost him his life. No Sentinel of Zeus means no safety net, but Maskill, well, he's just farming.
Yeah, Maskill doing just fine over here in the mid lane. This poor Fire Giant has been poked and prodded and damaged. Nobody's taken it down yet. It was damn near close just a moment ago. But the fighting was quick enough and good enough from Goodnight Nick. That is the first fight we've seen Goodnight Nick win in a little while, at least as far as numbers go. A 3-for-2 trade is ultimately how that one shakes out. And we finally got to see Ice have some impact on the fight. Once everything got used, Ice jumped in. It was able to finish off some of those kills. It really feels like Myth, and this is maybe no surprise, it revolves around Wolfie and his ability to stay alive and get damage in these fights. Soul Reaver into Obsidian Shard means that this Morgan Le Fay is going to absolutely be chunking health bars. But if Maskill is able to get in the back line, get an early kill onto the mid laner, it might not matter. And so that's got to be where Goodnight Nick turn their eyes.
Yeah, Just F6 have been doing a great job of utilizing Listimics to dive this back
Yeah,
line.
Listimics
And I'd
as well.
argue Wolfie is the most important piece of Goodnight Nick's team fight, but if you got to keep one of your carries alive post-team fight, you probably want it to be Streak Up, so you can actually look towards these objectives. And Streak Up at 2-6-2 has been left alone in every single one of these fights. Goodnight Nick, seems like they just forgotten about him.
Or they're giving love to Wolfie. Who knows? One or the other. One carry's looking like the redheaded stepchild here in this Goodnight Nick composition. We'll see if Streak Up is left alone to his own devices or is able to stay alive throughout the rest of this fight. You sure don't have a Scarab's Blessing on your team. That's the case for Goodnight Nick. And Just F6 and Rotwin specifically have been able to use that ultimate well. With the aggression, though. It's Goodnight Nick driving the pace of this game. Massive damage from the backline. Scarab's Blessing onto Rotwin himself. Toddy and Sotos left alone in the back. Streak Up full HP has received some peel from the rest of his team. Maskill goes in. Dark Portal is out. Maskill finds the first onto Ice. Big pluck from Deathwalker, though. Get countered out. The Aegis from Maskill doing a lot of work here for Just F6. And it's one pick for none as Ice falls for the 5th time.
Yeah, if Just F6 can somehow just fully reset back to base, they might as well let this tier 2 tower go down. They've got so much time to play with, but instead it's a Mealsy who falls for trying to get aggressive.
Wolfie with the range, though, trades one back onto Rotwin. Streak Up is still full HP here. Goodnight Nick are going to knock down the tier 1 tower in mid and grab a kill onto Rotwin. So kill numbers wise, that's a winning fight for Just F6. Map state wise, though, Goodnight Nick able to find a little bit more. There is a Fury up and standing. With the one-man advantage for Just F6, that might be the next objective.
Look, Toddy GR is alive, Lestimics is alive, so just have this Osiris tank up an objective and have this Artemis shred it down should be the strategy. I'm surprised again to see Just F6 going for the Primal Fury. Sure, it'll make Fire Giant easier, but I think with the numbers advantage that you're playing with right now, or were playing with, you might have been able to just go to Fire.
Deathwalker walks in, Primal Fury low, and the Sobek gets a pluck onto Toddy. Wolfie's here at full HP.
Oh,
what can this Morgan Le Fay get done? Enough is the answer. Alongside Deathwalker, Lestimics knocked up, tossed back, Streak Up rotates into the fight. The shielding from Lestimics buys some time, but not enough. Wolfie is able to get the kill on the back end. Mass Kill now needs to wreak some havoc on these health bars, but it's only the Scarab's blessing that separates Mass Kill from death.
That is such a massive throw, Dave. Soto says, look, I need this Primal Fury.
Exclamation point, Hail Mary.
I have to take it. And he doesn't reset. Legitimately, this Raijin lost like 80% of his HP bar to an NPC 30 minutes into a Smite game. That can't be allowed to happen. Deathwalker walks in alone and does that level of damage? I don't think so. And it's all for a paltry objective. It doesn't give you too much in the passive department.
Paltry?
I would say Pyromancer is worth more at this point in the game as Fire Giant post 30 minutes has become enhanced.
Yeah, this one's the enhanced Fire Giant for Goodnight Nick, and it is a two-man advantage. Might be three. Rotwin, zero chance. And the Morgan Le Fay on a rampage now. Mass Kill in behind might be the savior for this Just F6 team if you're able to find some damage onto Wolfie, onto Streak Up. Not sure that Goodnight Nick know exactly where he is. A ping rings out though, so this set has been spotted. Fire Giant enhanced down low. Tycho drums out from Sotos, and the Fire Giant will be delayed now. No steal on the board for Just F6. A kill on the board though for Goodnight Nick, as well as the enhanced Fire Giant. You kill off Mass Kill, who's got a 1 minute death timer, and you got an enhanced Fire Giant on 5.
Emilzy now surging forward with the rest of his team at his heels. Might be able to isolate Sotos in the lane.
Sotos being run down by Emilzy, and Ice as well. Watch out, Deathwalker! He's in behind you, Just F6, and if you lose these two team members, you could be looking down the barrel of an 0-1 start to this set. No chance for Sotos. His Streak Up will deal the killing blow. 3, 6, and 5. Not a great KDA, but it's enough to give Goodnight Nick an opportunity to knock down the Phoenix and knock down the Titan.
Mass Kill dead for 30, Sotos dead for 50, and Just F6 realize they are not in a position to defend these Phoenixes. Luckily for Just F6, they've done so well up until the last couple of minutes that they have a ton of towers still standing, giving their Titan a little bit more defense and HP. Goodnight Nick gonna go ahead and work through all of those, and they're gonna work through them fast.
Yeah, why not look to this next Phoenix? He's still have an advantage for 30 seconds, and you're gonna reset that timer a little bit further, or will you? Because the Scarab's Blessing is good. Wolfie sends some damage Lestimics' way, but now there's no Scarab's Blessing in this team fight around the mid lane Phoenix. That does end up falling. Is it a retreat from Goodnight Nick, or are we re-engaging? Retreat is the answer. Now mid Phoenix falls, and we can look towards left.
Goodnight Nick playing with so much time left on this Fire Giant as well. We're talking minutes. They can go ahead and reset, regroup, go for the Primal Fury that seems to be a little bit more valuable than I'm giving it credit for. Clearly, Just F6 put themselves in a position with two Phoenixes down for an attempt at it this time around, and Goodnight Nick will be headed back towards base, and they've got plenty of gold in pocket. 3,200 for Wolfie, sitting at the top of the chart right now. He's going to purchase an entire item, a massive power spike. Ethereal Staff actually going to be the selection. Not only is it good damage, a little bit more burst potential, but also great survivability inside of the team fight. Just F6, it's an uphill battle from here, man. This is almost a 99%er.
Yeah, we're getting close to it, and this, I mean, that's got to be so disheartening. Just F6 have, I mean, look at the gold charts from 16 to 33 minutes. Just F6, the real important, the meat and potatoes of this game, Just F6 were in charge. They were in the lead of everything. And Goodnight Nick were patient enough and able to find that advantage around the Fury, take the enhanced Fire Giant, and they've been so efficient, Goodnight Nick have, with this Fire Giant. You take down the right side Phoenix immediately, mid lane Phoenix shortly after. Now you've got still a little bit of time to look at this left Phoenix, if you even need that amount of time. If you find a kill here and you're able to steamroll it, you could start yourself off with a 1-0 win. Hasn't been easy for Goodnight Nick, but they're in the driver's seat, and that's for sure. One more engage, one more chance, one more opportunity for Just F6 to delay this game, get us sent back to another enhanced Fire Giant, but it's going to be Sotos who's jumped on here. He'll have to Thunder Crash away, uses the beads. Lestimics takes some damage, and he takes a lot of it from Wolfie and Streak Up. Ice abducted on back. Tycho drums around Ice. He'll live, but it's a massive engage from the rest of Goodnight Nick. Streak Up's found the first on Rotwin.
Mass kill now, trying to finish off what he couldn't finish earlier. Ice those, just kiting you into the jungle, and now Mass kill. Find yourself isolated. Good night, Nick. Well, they're ever the opportunists. They don't chase out this kill, and instead, they're keeping their eyes on the biggest prize, the Titan.
Toddy has jumped on here. Listimics stunned on through. Look at Wolfie. Look at the positioning. Look at Streak Up, and look at the pluck. Deathwalker sends Listimics to the grave alongside Wolfie, who is now unstoppable. Titan falls in game one, and what a turnaround it was from Goodnight Nick.
All for a Primal Fury, Dave. Every single bit of that, every single bit that Goodnight Nick got post like 20 minutes was off the back of one poor objective call from Just F6. It's the concern I brought up initially when we were hyping up this set.
Yeah.
Just F6 occasionally, just in the late game, makes some questionable calls that cost them massive leads.
Is that an exclamation point Hail Mary in your eyes, Myth?
Yeah, 100%. Go ahead and get that spam rolling, chat.
Yeah, exclamation point Hail Mary in the chat, according to Mifflin here. Goodnight Nick, they turn things around in game one, and they grab a win despite the set on the other team being absolutely massive. Great start to an exciting set. Goodnight Nick up 1-0. Will they close it out 2-0? We'll stick around and find out.
Hey, wait, what did it win?
You win the respect.
You're telling me an alien wore this?
Perfect. Okay.
Okay, that was a good cut.
Messaging him to mute.
The best graphics you really need, Ultra, of course, and I can probably watch a stream on the side.
Content's gonna look good.
Pretty good, pretty good.
If you somehow don't get enough of us on a regular basis, and believe me, I know that's difficult to do, there's never enough Dolson and Mifflin content to go around, you can go online and catch some extra at youtube.com/SmitePro. We've got a whole lot of fun stuff there in all reality. You got interviews, player things, 1v1s, whole lot of fun to be had over at youtube.com/SmitePro. Replace the Pro with VOD if you want to catch our old games, and you got a whole slew of Smite Pro action to be found over on YouTube. Camera face brings us into the desk.
Stop. That's not going to catch on. All right, chat. Here's the thing. You guys can go ahead and vote on it, and we'll check in a little bit
This
later.
camera right here,
I'm gonna
crane
put
camera.
googly eyes on our
Right.
crane camera, and we're going to name it. And Dave has voted Camera Face?
Yes.
That's awful. I think Cameron wouldn't be bad, or like
Can't be a real name.
Camaro, Cam Arrow.
Or Camera McCameraface. Thank
That's
you very
awful.
much. Camera McCameraface on Mifflin and I to talk about game number 1 between Just F6 and Goodnight Nick. And Miff, this is a game where Just F6 probably feel like they should have won.
I feel like they should have won.
This is a 1-6 team that has had struggles. And it's things like that, right, that have made this team 1-6. You play great. You've talked about the individual good performances that Just F6 have had as a team. Actually, you kind of called it perfectly in the pregame. There's macro game issues or decision-making issues that end up leading to tough sledding down the road here. Wolfie just felt unstoppable here this game, regardless
Wait, they did it
of
twice.
decisions. Yeah, that was earlier on in the game. This is the one, Miff, where you feel like this game was lost.
Yeah, you could have just gone to Fire Giant. You could have just waited for one of your tanks to show up. You could have taken
Boop.
a 5 versus 4 because I believe it was Ice who had just respawned at the beginning of that clip. But instead, you went to Primal Fury and lost 80% of your HP bar. I'm going to say it again, to an NPC.
Miff, you sound tilted.
I am. If
Because-
that happens to me in ranked, man, I don't know if our mics will pick this up, but this is going to be me the whole time. If that's my ranked game.
Right, it's immediately typing in chat is what Mifflin is doing there. He immediately goes down to chat. Just F6, look, incredible game for Mastikill, let's be honest. Second SEC set, you came off a good debut performance. Now you're back in this game, 9-2-10 on the set. Unfortunately, those 2 deaths came at a point where the death timer was long enough to keep you out of the fight. I mean, the story of this game has to be Wolfie and his ability to be impactful throughout the game despite being dove on by Just F6. And Streak Up as well. Look, the KDA for Streak Up was not pretty. But by the time the late game was reached, Goodnight Nick were at a spot where it didn't really matter. It was a full build Izanami 30 minutes into the game, and you're going to do well regardless of what your early game KDA is.
Yeah, we'll see a lot of games like that in the European SEC because they do generally tend to go a little bit longer than what we're used to seeing in the
scrapped
SPL.
this game, though.
It was very scrappy in the early game, but it wasn't scraps around neutral objectives. It was mainly we found a couple kills in mid, or we found a pick inside the dual lane, reset, finds a farm, maybe a red buff invade. This time around, though, there was a period post 25 minutes where things kind of ceased happening for about 6 or 7 minutes, and that allowed Goodnight Nick to find opportunities to try and fight in again despite being at such a large deficit for the majority of the game.
Yes, feels like a must-win set for Goodnight Nick. You give yourself a great advantage to get towards the top of the standings. 1 win away from taking the set here over Just F6. Goodnight Nick still in that first pick slot. And Morgan Le Fay, as mentioned, in such an interesting kind of pivot point. Some teams seem to really like this pick, some not prioritizing it as highly. If Wolfie is going to be able to play the same way that he did in Game 1, you might be considering giving this pick right on back to him. But Just F6, of course, have the opportunity to ban it away should they want. Soul plus Odin continue to get banned out here. RDO's got to be close to 100% ban rate here, I feel like, Miff, over the last few weeks. And this is the total non-discussion for this specific set. I wonder if when we get up to 8.9 in the SEC and moving forward in the SPL, so next week and moving forward even today in the SPL, if Uller starts to challenge for 100% pick ban, because that god is gross right now.
Yeah, Uhl is incredibly strong. That mace tree really pushed him above and beyond.
I mean, Zapman was playing.
He was
I mean,
one-shotting.
It was nuts.
Well, it was like 4-shotting, but they were stunned, so I'm going to call that a one-shot.
Right, and I'll still defend you on this. When we say one shot, it's like an instant
It's
burst.
a concept, not a hard definition,
Right.
right? They're not literally just hitting you once, but
your health bar
essentially-
in one
Fell
one
swoop.
big swing gets taken down. At any rate, we'll see if in 8.9 the SEC starts to latch onto this. Ooh, I imagine they will. For now, though, the Hunters remain as they were when the bow tree was great. Still pretty good, but great is what we're playing on here in 8.8. Izanami and Mulan for Goodnight
Wow.
Nick. Now, Mulan is something that Deathwalker has played in the past. Remember that
Sure
Just F6 banned out Mulan in game number 1, largely because Deathwalker is on the other team. And so you get Izanami, Mulan, and Fenrir. You've got some good aggression here if you're Goodnight Nick.
You know, I actually follow Deathwalker on Twitter, and he can be quoted as saying, Mulan's like not that good, but I played it anyway. So normally when I see unorthodox picks, I like to defend them, right? Like we gotta bring the merits of
Defend
these picks.
this one, Myth.
But I cannot because the player piloting it did not. So Deathwalker's just playing Mulan because he likes Mulan.
Mulan is fun to play.
Super fun,
A lot of fun to play.
ton of fun.
Maybe just easy to punish. You know, the
not very good.
self-root is kind of an issue that we've discussed a few times, but it's something that Deathwalker has played and
It
Deathwalker
has
made
bully
work.
potential in the lane.
Yeah, absolutely.
Here, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do the defense. So here's the thing about
I
Mulan.
baited you into it.
She actually does have a phenomenal laning phase. Levels like 1 through 6, you can dominate, and if you pull a lead, it is so hard to wrench it back from Mulan's control because of the sustain she has built into her kit, because of the damage output that she has inside the early. Legitimately, you can itemize towards full defense in the early game and still match some of the offensive power of these meta soul laners. It's more so an issue of what is the power curve of soul lane. It's only really reflected once you rotate out. When are you rotating out? Generally after that second relic comes online, so levels 12 through 16 might mark your first rotation out of the soul lane, and generally by that point, Mulan's kind of fallen off compared to the majority of the other meta picks.
I'm just excited to see what Deathwalker is able to make work here on this pick, because it feels like so often, you know, one arrow stun and the fight kind of feels like it's over if you're able to grab a pick quickly enough on whoever it is that you end up stunning out. So Ganesh plus Agni, final 2 picks here for Goodnight Nick. This is a very Goodnight Nick draft. You know, if you know you're watching the SEC and you cover up both of the team names up top, and I see Iza, Mulan, Fenrir, Ganesh, and Agni.
Oh, that's Goodnight Nick.
That's Goodnight Nick for sure. And
yeah.
you know, you didn't even have to know that. You didn't even
I
know.
covered it up, bro.
Right,
I
you
had no
covered it up
clue.
and you knew it. On the other side, though, Myth, you'd think we might be an 8.9 with this Daji pick coming out. And so it's going to be Osiris back in the solo lane. Listimics actually had a pretty good game, admittedly, on the Osiris.
Agreed.
But the Daji here could be the pivot point as far as game number 2 is concerned between Just F6 and Goodnight Nick.
Yeah, I think so, man. Great CC lockdown, but we'll have a better look at it once we jump straight into the game here. Daji, though, is a pick, especially on 8.8, where you have to keep your eyes on it. She's not exactly the meta right now. Sure, the shell nerf that I think we saw in like 8.4, I don't know why I'm calling out numbers, that we saw earlier this year has made Daji a little bit stronger. She's a lot more easy to apply that damage on. You can utilize Blink if you so choose in that second relic slot and just go in with a Blink, auto attack, pop the 1, auto attack again. You've got that great immediate burst of damage and then great survivability post. But if you fall behind on Daji, if you don't have other gods on your team that can burn beads or at least make use of the beads that you've burned, this god can generally struggle. I'd argue Just F6 do have a good composition built around this Daji. Artemis's Caledonian Boar is high kill potential in her own right, just on her own, as well as Isotos.
I love Sotos in the fire sand just burns Wolfie away as Wolfie steps forward to knock down those last couple of minions. This will be a fun mid lane matchup to watch. I mean, it was high impact last game. Sotos on the Raijin, Wolfie, of course, on the Morgan Le Fay, who had a fantastic game. This is very Wolfie-esque with the Agni. You know, not many players playing Agni right now out of mid, but no surprise that Wolfie picks this one out. You got some long-range confirmable damage, some good setup CC there as well. And so my expectations, Myth, I think pretty high here for Goodnight Nick, and specifically their mid laner.
Yeah, Wolfie is going to take a little while before he hits his pace, and we'll get a good look at what Deathwalker is able to do inside of this lane.
That's what I'm
that
talking
early
about. That's what I'm
bully
talking about.
potential. Listimics barely makes it out, maybe like 10 HP separating him and the Shadow Realm from each other. And that's exactly it. Mulan is very good at this phase of the game.
It's the stun 1-2 combo. I mean, it's nuts. It feels so good when you're there in that lane, and you have to respect it. Listimics has got to play back now. When you're that low HP and you know how much damage Deathwalker can do, kind of in one swoop, it is brutal. Now to lane up against that, the health chalice will be popped and used. Keep Listimics in the fight. Ice is going to put some pressure on the Masked Kill here. As the Fenrir out of the jungle makes another performance here, another debut. You can only make one debut, so I don't know why that's the word I choose. Another
appearance.
Appearance. That's it. That's the word I'm looking for. Another appearance. Appreciate you there, Myth. And so Ice, you know, has got some great targets here this game. The Palaos largely cancel out that ultimate. That's something that Mask Kill will be able to go up into. But between the rest, you know, once those beads are down, lots of good targets here for Ice.
Yeah, if he's able to hit Listemics before he's able to channel Lord of the Afterlife, or Sodos is going to be forced to use beads every single time, so Ice is in a position where Ragnarok could be a difference maker inside of this one. Tries to invade the red buff, unsuccessful this time around, I believe, or maybe no, it does go the way of Goodnight Nick, so good play from the Fenrir to strip this one away, and Goodnight Nick establishing pressure elsewhere on the map as well.
Yeah, we keep seeing this.
Stripping the purple.
We keep seeing this. At least in game one, it was dual lane pressure for Goodnight Nick for a little while there, and Just F6 kind of had to stand by until they got some help. Though Just F6 did turn around a couple of kills, gave Toddy a good chance at a good performance on the Artemis. Did end up looking good down the stretch in game number one. And so Toddy need to go big here to give his team a chance in game number two. Rotwin on the Fafnir this time. Emilzy, you hit that stun, you probably got a kill. At least you get the beads of Toddy, but the stun just wide, and that means Emilzy takes some big damage on the back end. But still looking better after that trade or streak up in Emilzy.
Yeah, Emilzy's also got a health potion to fall back on, so he can just stick around inside of this fight for as long as he wants, essentially. This has been great pressure from Goodnight Nick, but that's what they drafted for. When you've got Izanami on your side, duo lane, at least for the first 6 or 7 levels, is going to be pretty free coasting.
Deathwalker considering a stun onto Listemics because Ice has rotated over to this side of the map. But instead, Listemics will stay alive. So it's really kind of a pivot point, Myth, isn't it, when rotation time comes around, and that's when Deathwalker will make an impact on the fights rather than being a lane bully. But there's a pretty wide gap here in the duo lane. 2-level lead for Streak Up and Emilzy over Rotwin. But Rotwin's got a hammer, and that's all he needs. He gets the stun on the Streak Up, takes over to level 4. And no more fighting to be had here. I'm excited to see Ganesh. I love this pick, personally. And also think that it's pretty good, Myth. What do you think? You're not allowed to say anything bad. You can only heap praise on Emilzy here on this Ganesh.
So, story time for those of you in the chat right now. Dave has participated in a couple of playtests here at Hi-Rez and actually legitimately had his Ganesh passively banned. He was that good at playing the pick that we didn't have to dedicate a ban in the draft phase. We just said you're not allowed to play it anymore. It's just not fair.
I appreciate it.
So, yeah, Ganesh,
I appreciate the revisionist history and and you letting me know that's the way things went. Deathwalker being run down by Listimics. We haven't seen this in a little while. It's largely been Deathwalker controlling this lane. But we've reached level 7. And so maybe Listimics feeling a little bit better on this Osiris. Jokes aside, though, I think this Ganesh is going to be a big pivot point, a big impact point for this Goodnight Nick team. Emilzy, you know, clearly carries a lot of weight for this squad. And I think Dharmic Pillars is incredible. You know, you drop that down in a team fight, whether you're corralling people or chunking down some of that health. I think a great chance for Emilzy. Hell, you can even pair with Wolfie and some of that long-range damage. This team fight is looking pretty scary for Goodnight Nick. But Just F6, they have a team fight that is nothing to scoff at either.
Dave, I got a little bit of trivia for you. Do you know what the highest damage ability in the game is? The highest individual damage ability.
It's got to be like I'm a Monster, Searing Pain.
I mean, it's not that it's all in one burst. It can be dispersed over
I imagine
a channel.
You're going to tell me it's Dharmic Pillars.
It is Dharmic Pillars. Dharmic Pillars
hits
harder than anything else.
If you get hit with every tick of Dharmic Pillars, it does
the most damage.
The most damage in the game?
That's right. If you're full damage Ganesh, you can shred just about
Got it. All right. So you keep adding qualifiers to this.
Well, yeah. Well, duh.
So if you get hit with every tick and your full damage, it does the most damage in the game.
That's right.
I think you have to put it in context of a realistic Smite game.
You're not hitting all your pillar shots?
I'm also not full damage Ganesh ever.
Well, I guess you're just trolling then, because you're not making use of the
You
highest
just told
DPS
you
ability.
just told chat that it's banned against me in playtests. So you know what? I'm never trolling.
Okay.
I don't troll once, not ever. Wolfie will send some damage. Sotos his way, 1 level lead. There in the mid lane, continued 2 level lead, at least over Rotwin here in the duo lane, 1 level over Toddy. Purple buff respawning soon. Palau used by Maskill, who will jump away. In the looming pressure from Goodnight Nick starting to boil over. A couple of buffs right before the engage here on the left side of the map. Streak Up looking for the 1v1. First blood, yeah, baby. Streak Up gets it, and Goodnight Nick strike first.
They strike first, and they don't stop now, trying to chase
That's a
out
lot of
yet
damage.
another kill. Sotos in some trouble.
That might be the most damage I've seen in the game. Ice Ice pulls Sotos right back into the fight, and Ice Ice grabs the 2nd kill of the game for Goodnight Nick. Sotos goes down, and Merlin unfortunately takes a tumble. No beads now for the mid laner, and Goodnight Nick off to a great start.
Dave, the 2nd highest damage ability, I believe, is Death Gaze from Anubis, which is another channeled ability that you have to build full damage for. So you know what? I think it's fair to say that Dharmic Pillars is the
you're
highest
right.
DPS.
I know, I'm just saying you have to be realistic.
I'm being realistic.
Nobody's going to build full damage Ganesh.
Well, I guess I'm nobody.
You finally come to that realization.
God bless. Come on.
Did you hear that slight pause? I considered what direction I should take that.
You looked up at me, and I saw a twinkle in your eye.
did.
That's
did.
awful.
Goodnight Nick have started this game off so well here, Myth. Ice Ice off to a good start. You get a couple of assists for Wolfie and Emilzy, and then 1 kill for Streak Up on the solo kill. Feels like the left side of the map now, a bit of a no-play zone. Toddy, and again, the fact that it's a solo kill is important, because that really shows you the power curve now of Streak Up in this 1v1 matchup. You've got the Icavale and a couple tiers of the oboe before Toddy's going to be able to head on back to base. So Streak Up can really start to control the left side of this map, but it's not like the rest of the map feels great for just F6 right now. It's an interesting build path, Myth. If you're kind of looking at the builds there on the right side of the screen, at least, Sotos has gone into the Pythags piece. Rotwin will jump away. He'll be just fine. Have seen it in the past, Pythags piece, but admittedly not something I'm used to seeing all that often.
Yeah, it looks to me like Sotos is just going for a straight-up lifesteal build. Wouldn't be surprised if that's a Typhon's Fang in the 2nd slot. And he's lucky that Aggro isn't in my chair right now, or Aggro might have some few choice words for Sotos in his build allocation here. It's a little bit unorthodox, but lifesteal is pretty nice, gives your team a little bit of aura, so it can work out, but it has not as of yet. 1 level lead for Wolfie in mid, and that's reflected elsewhere on the map. 1 level in ADC, 2 inside of support, and Goodnight Nick are making use of that no-play zone that you highlighted. They're just doing no wrong on the left-hand side, stripping a purple and now a Gold Fury, and there's that highest DPS coming into play.
And look, he's hitting every... Oh, no, they pulled it off
How
of
do you
the
mess that up?
Dharmic Pillars there. So go pretty low. Toddy will steal it away. No! Oh, no! Something about the Furies here in this set. There's just nothing promised. Goodnight Nick pull it, do 99% of the damage, and will not secure it. Luckily, the gold lead was huge, and so the slight downtick only makes it a 2,000 gold lead instead of what was closing in on about 3,000. So a great play there from Toddy to keep this game interesting, as Goodnight Nick has started to control things early. An attempted blue buff invade, no good. Master Killer goes down, engage from Deathwalker onto the Daji. This is a lot of damage from the Mulan. Palau up, Deathwalker pulled in, Master Kill running away. Will Ice Ice find the engage onto the backline? No, he won't. Instead, he's going to try to help out his solo laner. Rotwin uses the beads after being pulled in, but the re-engage from Deathwalker has locked Rotwin in place, and finally the Mulan strikes pay dirt. Goodnight Nick winning all over the map.
Maskill has not yet made his way back to base, so I guess this gives us a moment to reevaluate that Gold Fury pool. And Dave, I know I was having a little bit of fun talking about the Dharmic Pillar and how it does the most damage in the game, because it does, but legitimately,
Right, it's
had they
rooted in
just left
seriousness.
it,
Yeah.
had they just left it inside of the Dharmic Pillar, this doesn't happen. My man, this was so casual. He
Boop.
just walks up and took it. What?
Myth, I feel your tilt through the cast.
Through my furrowed brow and my
Right.
down-turned smile.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're not on camera face right now, because you'd see Myth and his furrowed brow here on the desk. Unfortunate now, a couple of times in this set. And, you know, it's far from a complete throw.
No, they're
Right,
fine.
totally fine. Goodnight Nick still controlling this game, but it would have been a lot worse. And this is the old no-play zone. Streak Up uses the beads, runs down Toddy. Can Maskill win this fight? Yes is the answer. It took a lot. Raised some eyebrows And finally, Just F6 have hit a kill on the board, and it's getting a kill on the streak up. Very important to keep that XP off the map for a little bit.
Tony GR hits a pretty nice power spike, having head back to base inside of a body bag, picks himself up, and Aussie this time around, so maybe it'll be a little bit easier for him to dig in his heels
I've
and
got
take the
Aussie.
fight last time. What?
I've got an Aussie.
Like you've bought that item?
No, an Australian Shepherd.
So, anyway, Streak Up does fall, sticking around inside of that fight a little bit too long, but Odysseus' bow already finished, so he's strong in a team fight.
Red buff scrap here. We haven't seen much out of Wolfie yet. That one assist. We don't know what the power spike is looking like yet from this Agni out of the mid lane. Dharmic Pillars kind of separates this fight on out, but Emilzy gets stunned through. Palau pulls in two. A fight back in from Just F6, and at the forefront of it all is this Daji, and Mass Kill specifically. Feeling good. Double kill for the Daji. 3 kills on the board for Just F6. All of them in the jungle.
Stemmix now trying to isolate Wolfie in mid. Dash stun should secure his life this time around, but with 2 dead on the side of Goodnight Nick for about 10 seconds left on Emilzy. Maybe Just F6 can try and pick themselves up another neutral objective, or maybe Deathwalker if he sticks around a little bit too long. Stemmix turning the corner soon, and Deathwalker wants the fight.
Yeah, but Deathwalker does so much damage. I don't want to fight Deathwalker. He's 2 levels ahead of Stemmix. I guess in a 2v1, you're probably feeling okay. But given the chance, Deathwalker's just going to do this. He's going to turn around and kill on you. Yeah, I'll trade out his life. But he's gotten a kill, and you spent the time of 2 to walk down Deathwalker. And that's the power of the Mulan myth, the ability to turn around scraps like that. And so Deathwalker in a pretty good spot here in game 2.
Yeah, has elected to pick up the Purification Beads in his second relic slot. Maybe just wants to be able to dive and not worry about the CC core of Just F6, but is going to be sacrificing a little bit of that team style of play. You can't go towards maybe a horrific or even a shell. Sometimes we'll see Blink there, but instead, well, maybe we just see Toddy GR fall down. Emilzy tries to use his ultimate to slow him down, but Vengeful Assault, now having slow immunity on it, allows Artemis to leave, but also decides to use the beat, so loses out on that defensive relic.
Yeah, I'm looking at Streak Up here in about 15 seconds. Once those beads are back for Goodnight Nick, oh my goodness, this is what a treat. I don't often break this hard myth, but there are googly eyes being put on camera face right in front of us right now, and that's
wow. I don't know if there's any way
Mike
for us
is
to
the
share
truth,
that.
man. Mike
is there?
We did a Twitch chat poll. I'm
Okay.
being told.
Production is legitimately telling me to look at Discord.
Oh, we named the camera. Camera face got 10 votes? It only got 10 votes? Are you kidding me?
It's Yo, Pyromancer's going down.
Unbelievable.
Dave.
Yeah, you're right. I got to focus on this. Pyromancer goes down. Goodnight Nick make no mistake around the objective this time. And are able to grab it. Maskill continues to run things here in this game. I mean, what a pickup, Myth. I mean, this is the super sub of a lifetime for this team. Just F6, add Maskill into the jungle. And the guy is looking like a transcendent talent over the last couple of games. Incredible game 1 despite the loss. Now looking good in game 2. A chance for a kill onto Wolfie, who will use the beads and walk on out. But my goodness, this Daji, I mean, I guess it's a stacked Transcendence plus a Hydra's Lament. But Just F6. Now in a power spot, and if they might not have to steal away this Primal Fury because it's started up. It's getting low. There is a rotation in from Goodnight Nick, but not in time. And Just F6 have grabbed the I knew he said pyro. They grabbed the primal. That's the word I'm looking for.
And now the gold has equalized a little bit more so at the 15-minute mark. Now only looking at about 2,600 in favor of Goodnight Nick. Seems like they've been nursing around a 3,000 gold lead for about the last 10 minutes inside of this one. And despite losing out on the engagement and the objective, they're not slowing down. That's a tier 2 tower dive.
Dharmic Pillars ticks for a slow and ticks for some damage. Deathwalker nabs this one. Stemmix gets stunned on through here as well. A tether is out onto Emilzy, who will take the stun, but the tier 1 tower falls down shortly. Sotos gone for 30 seconds. Goodnight Nick strong enough to walk things down here in the mid lane. And so, you kind of get the sways of momentum. Just F6 group up, they nearly get a kill, they grab themselves a Primal Fury. But as we saw in game 1, it really just takes Goodnight Nick grouping up and making a concerted effort to get the kills. And they're able to get a kill, plus a tier 1 tower here, wrangle that gold lead right back to about 4K.
And now where are they going to head, though? There's not much left on the map to push. Generally, tier 1 tower in mid is where you elect to head when both neutral objectives have fallen, but they've already stripped that one. Maybe tier 1 on left could be a point of contention for Goodnight Nick to kind of focus their efforts, but considering it's only a stiff breeze from falling over, I'm sure Goodnight Nick don't want to allocate too many resources to that side of the map. So we might just see this game fizzle for a couple of moments here until either the Fury or the Pyromancer respawns. After that, all holds are off, man. I mean, these guys are going to be scrapping for it consistently. And despite being down about 4,000 gold, doesn't feel like Just F6 is shying away from fights. Goodnight Nick may have just lost an engagement, but then they respawn and immediately barrel down the Tier 1 mid tower. It just feels like both of these squads are two unstoppable forces, and nobody's playing the what's the other one for that idiom?
Movable object.
Movable. Thank you. Yeah, that.
Movable object.
And neither one's that. They're both unstoppable.
They're both unstoppable forces right now. I don't know. Deathwalker feels kind of immovable right now. 3-level lead over Listimics. This Mulan is officially hard to deal with, to say the absolute least.
Officially hard to deal with.
Officially.
We put that title.
Yeah, right. That's a title in game. Hard to deal with for Deathwalker here. 3 levels up. Listimics, you think he's worried about crit? We've gone Spectral Armor rather early on in the build here. Streak Up, no stacks on the Rage just yet. But we know what this Izanami can do once Streak Up gets the ball rolling here. Toddy's done a good job, admittedly, of staying alive, because Streak Up was looking for a lot of those 1v1s earlier in the lane. One of them successful, another one you get the kill, but then you get traded out by Mass Kill. That's a lot of crits for a no stack Rage. I guess you have the Wind Demon in there as well. But now all eyes, I think, of course, Deathwalkers I've mentioned officially hard to deal with, but Streak Up's kind of hitting that point that he did in Game 1, with Izanami a bit further on in the build, and the team fights might be looking good for Goodnight Nick if they're able to enable Streak Up and Wolfie as well, who we haven't seen much from yet.
Yeah, just give them a couple of moments to start farming themselves up and getting ready for these team fights, and I'm sure they'll make their names known in due time. Pyromancer about 1 minute away from respawning.
Is Agni good?
Is Agni good? Like, full stop, is Agni good?
Yeah.
Agni's okay. I would say that Agni is very okay. He does decent damage. His
It's officially okay.
Yeah, his ultimate doesn't cost mana. You've got a good range stun, but
It gets a Wolfie buff, right? I think Wolfie's very
Wolfie loves that pick.
Wolfie is so good at this pick.
For
I
like a
think
decade.
It's a little bit of a Wolfie buff here. Can Streak Up turn around the damage? We'll use the beads and the Aegis on the other end. Toddy walks forward. No! So close. Toddy nearly gets this 2v1 turned around. Will they be able to channel the backs in time?
Games.
Wolfie, no good. Mass Kill will head back to base as well. Unfortunate for Streak Up there. It took a lot, though. And that's why I say Streak Up's now at this power point, where you turn around that much damage on a Mass Kill and Toddy in a 2v1 in a team fight. It feels like this Izanami could just go wild when the rest of Goodnight Nick is there, when Deathwalker, who's officially hard to deal with, is there as well. Goodnight Nick are in a great spot. The Fury about to respawn in just under a minute's time, and that's maybe when we see the next big grouping. Ice jumps in, Sodos has to use the beads and the flicker away. And we've seen this play a few times. It's pulled back in as Sodos, and Ice nabs his second kill of the game.
that might be the textbook definition of panic beads. My man got hit by Unchained, Fenrir asleep. It wasn't a stun. He late beads it as if it were a stun, and then gets slammed by Ragnarok after flickering away. It just feels like, had he held onto that relic, he might have held on to his life at least a little bit longer, but instead, Goodnight Nick, now with the power play, Soto's dead for 20 seconds, can head over towards the Pyromancer, clear that one out pretty expeditiously, and the rest of Just F6 only get to watch on in horror as it falls down.
I feel like I might be the poster child for panic beats. If you're looking in the dictionary, and you
I would know, you won't play Smite with me.
Myth, your MMR is so much higher than mine.
Say it again.
Myth, my MMR is so much higher than you. Goodnight Nick are going to group up here around this Oni Fury. Still in a power position here in this game. Despite one kill here and there going over to Just F6, it's largely been pressure on to Streak Up. But Goodnight Nick absolutely still in control of this game. We might see a good old-fashioned 5v5 here. We haven't seen one of those yet this game. Deathwalker stun in onto Rotwin, who can't speak. The transformation on the back end right into the Dharmic Pillars, and Wolfie gets gifted the kill. Ice, a great Ragnarok pulls Sotos into his death yet again. The beads were still on cooldown. Big fight from Goodnight Nick. They'll grab 3. The only reason they didn't get 5 is the other 2 running scared.
Yeah, Maskill tried to do his best anime protagonist impression there as 2 of his friends fall down, wants to fight for their dignity and honor.
This is not an anime.
Post, and, well, it is not an anime, and he loses his life in a quick fashion now. Daji dead for 40 seconds, Soto for 20, and Rotwin for 10. Goodnight Nick has 5 members reset, barring Ice. who decides to stay out in the field, go ahead, get their HP, their mana back, spend up all that gold they got from the Fury and a 1-team fight, and now start barreling down the Fire Giant.
Yeah, why not take the FG here? Deathwalker big in that fight. 4-1-2 on the Mulan. Hey, for a character that's not that good, Deathwalker makes Mulan look great. And I say not that good, according to Deathwalker, by his own admission. There's a stun on the Listimics, who will send the tether on out towards Goodnight Nick, and the damage connecting onto Listimics. Lord of the Afterlife used defensively. Fire Giant reset. A little tick of the health bar. Still down. But 99% reset. Rotwin rotates in behind the FG pit here. Deathwalker's playing Separator. It's going to be a quiet FG. No surprise here. No steal potential on the board for just F6.
No, none whatsoever, and it seems like they realize it as well. Scattering to the wind, just trying to find some farm to set themselves up for defensive positioning, but it seems like that may have taken a little bit too long. Goodnight Nick grouped up as 5 on the right-hand side can go ahead and push down this tier 2 tower in the solo, and with an enhanced Oni minion wave at their beck and call, gotta think this Phoenix might be under threat as well.
Deathwalker is just having a game. He is walking down anyone on just F6 that
He's
he
walking
pleases.
down with death.
Watch out! There's a
a
rotation in
Deathwalker?
from. I'm moving over that because it was horrible. Just kidding. It was pretty good. Proud of you, Myth. Up in the powwow is Mass Kill. One chain connects on a streak up, but a big Dharmic Pillars from Emilzy forces just F6 back. Rotwin pulled back into the waiting arms of Goodnight Nick, who get their first kill here. They might get another onto Listimics. It's going to be a Phoenix. Could be worse for Goodnight Nick, or for just F6, if Goodnight Nick are able to keep pushing things down here. Phoenix taking a little while to get work down. Not all the damage has connected onto it. Mass Kill goes into the grave. He goes to Phoenix. Finally gets Emilzy killed off. In a fitting end for a Ganesh, where a neutral objective is the one who grabs the kill.
Well, Emilzy legitimately did not take damage from another person inside of that entire engagement. He loses his actual entire HP bar to the Phoenix. Gotta think he could have reset it at just about any point, just walks out of it, but instead is a team player through and through. You're right, that is very apt for a Ganesh player. Can't get kills and won't let his team die, and Emilzy gonna live up to that.
He got Divine Ruin.
That's huge.
That's going to be a lot of damage on Dharmic Pillars.
That's a lot of damage. Yo, it shreds health already. Now he's got some penetration and power in the build. Yo, let's go.
Yeah, let's go for Emilzy here. You'll have to wait 10 seconds after the Phoenix took him down. Not the cleanest from Goodnight Nick on the Phoenix siege there. Took a little while to get the Phoenix killed off. That said, you get the Phoenix and you get a kill. So who cares? Because it's Emilzy who ends up going down. He'll respawn. Now you can regroup with the rest of the FG for the next 2 minutes and push down the towers. And I will admit, Myth, we were harsh on Goodnight Nick a little bit the last time that they played, because they had an FG, and I remember there were a couple of times where they reset, and we're thinking, you probably could have done more there, like why in Goodnight Nick, they've completely flipped that script here in this game. Both times in both games where we've seen the Fire Giant taken from Goodnight Nick, the team is immediately grouped, immediately pushed down the right side Phoenix, and then gone back to reset. They've played aggressively around their FG buff here today, and they've given themselves a great opportunity to end this game.
Yeah, they're looking much better for it, having already stripped that right side. Phoenix means that just F6's defense is going to be split up. Toddy GR does a great job pushing out that right side lane, but it takes a very long time.
Massive Lord of the Afterlife from Listimics, but what did it cost? A little bit of everything, half HP at least for Listimics. So decent engage, but that'll just delay things. One ultimate down. The transformation, I guess, technically down from Sodos, but not quite as impactful as the Lord of the Afterlife. Just need a minion wave here, especially after the way the last Phoenix siege went. Emilzy's not going to be thrilled that he's already at half HP. And all it might take is one stun connecting onto Rotwin, who doesn't have beads, one stun connecting onto Toddy, who doesn't have either of his relics. And Goodnight Nick are going to be in a great spot. Love the little roll there from Emilzy on this Ganesh. That is hilarious. Sorry, it caught me off guard. That is so silly, and I love every bit of it. To jump into the back line from Rotwin here, who gets stunned through by Emilzy. Powwow from Mass Kill forces the beads out of Wolfie, and the stun will get beads out as well. Big value from Wolfie with one set of beads. Ice into the back line. He's pulled Toddy back into the waiting arms of Goodnight Nick. Streak up. Strikes Paydirt. Wolfie on a killing spree. That's Izanami swinging. Double kill for the Agni. Mass Kill will take one and go on back to the fountain, but Goodnight Nick got what they came for. 3 kills plus Phoenix.
And the mid Phoenix already has a minion wave pushed up towards it, so Goodnight Nick do not need to slow down here. Instead, though, maybe a little bit of an ambush set up. Sodos and Mass Kill privy to it, playing a little bit more defensively. And Goodnight Nick, are you going for the Titan?
They are. They're grouping. No more Fire Giant buff, but the Titan going down quickly. Eyes on the 2-0 for Goodnight Nick. Just F6 waiting on the respawns. 3 members defending, make it 1. And the Titan will fall, and Goodnight Nick make quick work of Just F6. Game 2, 26 minutes.
Congratulations to Goodnight Nick on another well-earned victory in the European SCC, taking out Just F6, putting them at 1-7, I believe, within the standings.
Yep, and then it's an improvement in the standings for this Goodnight Nick team. Camera McCameraface is actually no. We'll get to the naming conventions of this camera
Camia.
here.
We voted.
Look, we're gonna go over this in just a minute, Mifflin. If you would hold on, Goodnight Nick.
Sorry, I tried.
Got themselves the 2-0 win here. They're looking good. This is a scary team to go up against. A couple losses earlier on in the phase, but starting to hit their stride, and a very difficult team to play against here in the EU SEC. Goodnight Nick. They grabbed themselves the 2-0 win. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll discuss Camera McCameraface and the 2-game win here for Goodnight Nick.
Let it go. It's Camia.
Everyone say hello to Camera McCameraface. Victory
Stop.
for Good Night Nick. Look,
You're gonna confuse her. Camia, it's okay.
we're not attached. Okay, we gotta separate name from like creating it into a person here, Myth. Good Night Nick take a 2-0 win over Just F6, and as I said prior to the break, this is a scary team. This is a team that I think they're 5-3 now in the standings. Does not really do this Good Night Nick team justice. They are a force to be reckoned with here in the EU SEC. Really upped the octane, admittedly, from last week. Look, Elysium is a very good team. You got to play slower and more calculated against Elysium because they're the type of team who will punish you for your mistakes. Good Night Nick just kind of opened things up here today, and there was a lot of fighting, a lot of scrapping, and they look good.
Yeah, they really do, man. It was a very contentious early game throughout both of those matches. A lot of early skirmishes, a little bit more so in Game 1. Game 2, slightly more calculated. I believe it was first blood at the 7-minute mark. But really after that, Good Night Nick never looked back. A couple of stumbles around neutral objectives may have elongated this match more so than Good Night Nick would have liked. But at no point was Good Night Nick in a poor position. They were always nursing at least a 3,000 gold lead. And I think a lot of it might be due to the pressure that Deathwalker was able to generate out of the Soul Lane.
Look, we mentioned going into the game that Deathwalker, jokingly or not, tweeted about how Mulan is not like a great character. But he can't be tweeting that and then be looking good on Mulan, right? I mean, if you're gonna say Mulan is bad, you gotta look bad on it. Deathwalker looked great.
What a beast.
And Deathwalker was fantastic on the Mulan. Emilzy on one of my favorite picks in the Ganesh did some serious damage with those Dharmic Pillars. We will forget Myth. We'll roll over the one dropped Fury early on in the game because every other objective looked great for Good Night Nick as the game went on. Wow, it was Mass Kill against the world, huh? 6 kills for Mass Kill, none for everyone else except Lastimics, who's got 1. And there is some value, I think, in us talking about Mass Kill because, look, this Just F6 team, it's an uphill battle regardless of Mass Kill or not. You're in the hole a little bit as far as win-loss goes. You're getting towards the end of the SEC. You're making these changes for the future, hoping to re-qualify and do good, or do well, rather, in future games here in the SEC. Mass Kill is a talent, now that after a couple games that I've seen him play, that you're happy to have on your team.
Yeah, he made proactive plays throughout the early game, individual plays where it seems like he was just kind of acting as a solo agent and looked incredibly good. And then in the late game, maybe falls into some of the trappings that Just F6 had as a team before Mass Kill's arrival. I mean, it was just macro play that cost them a couple of these objectives, a couple of these matches. And Mass Kill being the rookie coming in probably can't be the sole solution to that. So I think all things considered, he does about as well that you can expect, and I'd argue even
Agreed.
better.
Unfortunately, not enough. And Good Night Nick will round out this week in the SEC with another 2-0. 2-0s across the board here in the EU SEC as well as the North American SEC. So I think this is all the expected teams winning. We had really close matchups last week as far as standing goes. This weekend, you go into a little bit more lopsided matchup again as far as standings go, a little bit more lopsided. And so the expected teams winning, and as such, the standings for EU probably look as expected. Elysium will be up top with that one loss handed to them by a resurgent Good Night Nick team. Right in between those two, Team Joystick at 6-2, Pandemonium at 4-4. And so there's just this grouping up top, Myth, where Pandemonium, Good Night Nick, Joystick, Elysium, I guess all taking games off one another here as of late. And so moving forward, I think there's only 2 more weekends of SEC left. When you're 1 win away from all these teams, the 4th place team won't be able to jump up to 1st, things like that. But there could be some rotations, 1st to 2nd, 2nd to 3rd. And the EU SEC is going to be fun to watch down these next couple weeks.
Every individual set is going to have huge implications on the standings, and standings affect LAN in the future, your ability to compete against some of these pro teams as well. So I think that every single one of these games is a must-watch, at least for me, man. Glad to be here.
Yeah, fun to watch the SEC down the stretch here. So now that we've done the SEC, we can talk a little bit about Camera McCameraface.
Camia.
Camera McCameraface. So what should the camera's name be was the poll that we had in chat.
And
to
who
be clear, this is Camera McCameraface. When you see the camera moving, or it's this nice wide shot of
the
us.
artist formerly known as Camera 2.
Right, the artist
Now-
formerly known as
now
Camera
Camia.
2. Jithens hasn't caught on yet. He keeps saying coming to Camera 2 for some reason. I don't know what that is because
Idiot.
it's Camera McCameraface. If it's on me or it's on Mifflin, not Camera McCameraface. This one is Camera McCameraface. Apparently Camia won, and so I will respect that chat voted for Camia. But camera
You
face
said it.
is what I'm going to say. Like in the same way that I'm Dolson, but my real name is David. The real name is Camia, but camera face is what I'm going to
A term of endearment for you. But maybe
Correct.
when referring to, when you're speaking to chat, you don't want to use your in-house nicknames, Dave.
Hey, chat, that's camera face, and you're
Camia?
wrong. I'm sorry. SPL has been great up to this point here this weekend. Actually, a lot of fun to watch. But we still got more action in the SEC, as Mifflin and I have mentioned. Pandemonium versus Elysium. How about that matchup next week? Just F6 and Snake Hunters. And so that's an opportunity for two teams lower down in the standings in the EU SEC to grab a win and start to round out their phase on a good note. And then Team Joystick versus Goodnight Nick also
Ooh, chills.
will be a lot of fun to watch. And then some good NA SEC matchups to top it all off there as well. So that's some do not want to miss action in the SEC. There's only a couple more weekends of it left. Standings still able to be flipped around for a couple of those teams. Again, you won't see this big 4-1 jump, anything like that, but you might see some shifting in between the 1-2 spot, 2-3 spot, 3-4 spot, things like that. SPL this weekend has been fun. We have had a lot of competitive sets. We've had a lot of surprises and some not so surprising results. Camelot Kings started off the weekend with a 2-1 win over the Solar Scarabs, who have looked good up to this point. And then, admittedly, Miff, probably disappointing for Scarabs and Scarabs fans with how they came out against the Oni Warriors yesterday. You look good up against the Camelot Kings on Friday, and then a bit of a tumble yesterday. The Oni Warriors look great, though. Neoma and Georgia, we're always excited about that. But there is some fun Smite to look forward to here today. I think Kings versus Titans, our final matchup of the weekend, could be one of the most competitive.
Yeah, I fought actually to make that our premier set of the week, Red. I think the Camelot Kings versus the Tartarus Titans are going to have some great implications going forward. So make sure, if you guys do need to do something before the SPL starts, I don't know, do it quickly, I guess, is the only advice I can give.
Yeah, you've got 24 minutes to do it. Whatever it is, go do it and be back here in 24 minutes. The SPL is going to kick off here shortly. Can we close on camera face? Is that possible, Justin? Thank you very much. Thanks for watching the EU SEC in 24 minutes time. Camera face plus the casters will be back. The SPL at 1 p.m. Stick around.
Like I remember you. Like I remember you. Like I remember you.
tight while it lasted. I thought that we were forever. I didn't know any better. Took a second chance, trusted you again. I feel shattered. Broken strings, cause you play me like a violin. Shame on me for all your 7 deadly sins. Had it all, but you craved attention. Drowning in your own reflection. Put me down just to see me get back up again. 6 feet under and you're ready to give all the pain. If I was your new addition, you make me part of your equation. Shattered from the past, wish you were my last. Shattered me to pieces like broken glass. Frozen looking at pictures that we took back in the summer. I thought that I would remember how we used to feel, but this isn't real. Now we're over. Take it all, there's nothing left here anyway. We used to talk, but now we don't know what to say. Now we're just two passing strangers. We tried, you lied, goodbye forever. Put me down just to see me get back up again. 6 feet under and you're ready to give all the pain. If I was your new addition, you make me part of your equation. Shattered from the past, wish you were my last. Shattered me to pieces like broken glass.
Hey there, Smite fans, Aggro here. Look, every single year, the SPL just keeps getting better. Season 7 was incredible, and in Season 8, I'm sure our players are going to take their game to the next level. But in order to do that, they're going to need the best gear they can get their hands on. And that's why I'm so excited to announce that the title sponsor for Season 8 of the SPL is Alienware. Yeah, that Alienware. Our players are getting the best of the best in computer gaming. These Alienware Aurora Ryzen Edition PC setups are insane. Not only will these be the PCs that the players will compete on once we are in studio, but Alienware is also providing one for each player at their home setup to make sure their practice is as good as possible. Now let's get down to brass tacks. The specs on these Alienware Aurora Ryzen Edition desktops are amazing. An AMD Ryzen 9 16-core processor.
That's a lot of cores.
That's plenty of processing power.
That's a lot of cores.
Plenty of cores.
If you want to stream, this is the way to go.
I know a lot about my cores, so. I mean, Pilates, right?
64 gigabytes of DDR4 RAM.
What? Is that true?
That is true.
I mean, this thing has 64 gigs of DDR4 RAM.
Which you can do literally anything with.
Literally anything.
I've never had more than 16 gigs.
That's quadruple the amount I have at home.
And one of the hottest commodities in the PC world, an NVIDIA GeForce 3090 graphics card.
Insane how much better this is than what I have.
The best graphics you really need, Ultra, of course.
Content's gonna look good.
And what's the point of all the power if you can't see it? Players will also be using the Alienware 25-inch 240Hz monitors.
Man, when I load into scrims with this bad boy, I'm gonna feed so hard. And it's gonna be in perfect picture quality.
We are so excited to be partnering with Alienware for Season 8 of the Smite Pro League. And the best part is, this VIP treatment, it's not just for the pros. You too can get the best possible Smite experience. Just go to smitegame.com/Alienware and use code SMITEAW to get special discounts on some of Alienware's best products. Thanks again to Alienware. Make sure you're following them on Twitter and Instagram. That's @Alienware on both platforms. And you can join their community at alienwarearena.com.
Another round will bring you down. Another round won't save you now.
Yeah, reverse sweep coming up. Big win for the Camelot Kings here, Dan.
The Valkyries have done it not since week 2.
It is the deicide for the Oni Warriors as they have pulled this game back from the brink. But the rest of the Solar Scarabs follow up, down go the Titan, and Labra's got the first. What a 1-2 punch from the Bolts. The damage comes from the Leviathans until Zapman puts them down with the snipe. Defend their Titan, and the Tartarus Titan send us on to a game 3. The Jade Dragons have come to play. 5 kills in 7 minutes.
Well, it's Sunday here in the studio, SPL Season 8. And of course, we are in Phase 3. Week number 2, we're going to be closing it out today with a couple of great sets. But before we get to that, I want to say thank you once again to our title sponsor, Alienware. You just saw the video, but I'm going to go ahead and make sure you get the recap on it. Ryzen R10 Alienware desktops, along with the 25-inch 240Hz gaming monitors, all of that and more can be yours. You can go to smitegame.com/Alienware, use code SMITEAW, follow them on Instagram and Twitter @Alienware, and go to alienwarearena.com to join their global community. So thank you once again to Alienware for being the title sponsor here in Season 8. My name's Gormizer. You can hear him in the background hyping me up and hyping up Alienware. It's Mifflin, and it's a good Sunday. We've had a really good weekend. I'm feeling good about today.
Yeah, this week really blew by, man. I feel like I woke up yesterday and it was Thursday, and now it's Sunday. So, you know, that.
Hopefully you woke up yesterday and it was Saturday. But I get what you're saying, though. It has definitely flown by a lot quicker. And that is the way things go when you're having a lot of fun, and this week has been nothing but fun. Let's go ahead and take a peek and see what has been on the schedule so far. A lot of, well, actually a couple of 2-1s, some 2-0s, but a lot of highly contested matches. The Scarabs pushing the Kings to the limit was something I think that caught surprise for a lot of people. The Dragons being able to find a 2-0 over the Bolts and then pushing the Leviathans to Game 3 yesterday. A lot of fun in the studio.
Gore, I found out a new way to have some fun here. I'm not going to bet the chat,
Is
but
it
are
fog
you
machines?
a betting man?
It depends.
How many games do you think we're going to have this fine Sunday in the SPL? I'm guessing 5.
I would also say 5.
Well, you gotta. We can't
because,
bet if
well,
we
no,
agree.
Well, yeah, because like, look, I'm gonna give the Valkyries a lot of credence. I think they actually, honestly, this is the set that, with the way the Bolts have been playing, they might have their best chance with some of the jungle changes that have been coming through. But I also think King's Titans is going to be a really hot set, and that one's the one that I'm more iffy about. It could be 2, it could be 3. And honestly, I'm going to tell you, if the Titans win it, they're one step closer to being able to unroot some really, really big win streaks, which is insane to me. So I want to see more of that.
Yeah, I think anytime Smite history gets a shake-up, right, it's just a really good time to be a part of the SPL. And you know what? I think, what is it, Energy that currently holds the win streak record? They've had it for too long, okay? It's time for somebody else.
And that's the thing that's weird. Like, if you think NRG, in my mind, there's 2 other team names that can come to my mind. Obviously Epsilon, because that was what they had won on the year before.
That's one.
And then it'd be the PK SK crew, because they're the only other teams that have gone back-to-back for 2 champions.
That's
so Titans in a rare position to potentially put themselves in a list with some of the greats as well. But we are going to be talking not Kings and Titans. We're going to be Bolts and Valkyries. You can see one behind me, the other behind Mifflin. And this is going to be a very, very fun... Yeah, they're back there, Miff. You look surprised, man.
Look, I almost never look behind me. Here's the thing about Mifflins all across the globe. We only have W keys, IRL and in-game.
But so like there's a little monitor below your cameraman. All right.
What?
So when you see that
For how
and it's
long?
on your camera, you can see you, and then also it shows behind you.
But it's inverse for me. I can't read backwards.
Is it inverted? No, it's not. What?
Okay, don't.
Oh, wait a minute.
Rule
What?
of improv, Gord. Yes, and.
But you're wrong though. It's different. It's not for comedy. This is for pure factual
Science.
insight. No, yeah, we're gonna be talking about the Bolts and the Valkyries. Of course, here in 8.9, things have been interesting, and we are going to focus on the junglers. We saw a little bit of the Bolts earlier this week. An unfortunate 2-0 fall for them up against the Dragons, but the Valkyries are going to be coming in a different look. This has been the only set, I believe, that they've had to prepare for this week. So, of course, everything coming in fresh for them. But also, Mifflin, this could be a really good patch for Johnny.
Yeah, back in the SCC days, or the SCC era for Johnny, he was a assassin mainstay player. Generally, those auto-attack assassins, so maybe he doesn't see too many changes towards his exact meta. Back at the SCC level, was a lot of Arachne, a lot of Bakasura. Occasionally, the Ao Kuang would come out. Now, he's been kind of playing that similar style of auto-attack junglers with Osiris and Erlang Shen, and I would argue still are incredibly strong picks here in an 8.9 world. But if he wants to go towards that more traditional assassin style that he was known for in the SEC, all of a sudden, here at the SPL level, it's a little bit more viable.
He's definitely been one of the more proactive members of the Valkyries that we've gotten to see. In the last couple of weeks has looked night and day. There was that little bump in Phase 2 where you could see, I think, the Valkyries trying out some new things, making him not necessarily be the only carry on the team and trying to spread the love a little bit. And things slowed down a little bit for them there, but since then, especially, I want to say their Week 1 debut, they had a lot more games that felt competitive compared to some of what we've seen in the past. So it's opening up a much broader conversation to me, where, especially with how the Bolts have been, not necessarily slipping, but a couple of stumbles here, I want to say at the beginning of Phase 3, I think this is a good conversation for the Valkyries.
Yeah, the Valkyries holistically as a team have been looking a lot better week in and week out. It feels like they really have nailed in their strategy. It's been a lot more emphasis on the early game. Very often in Valkyrie sets, we'll see them establish an early lead. They transition into the mid game well, and that's generally where the stumbling starts to happen, which is a complete inverse of the Valkyries at the beginning of the year, who were kind of struggling throughout the early, but if they were able to make it to the late game, that was their best phase. So if they can find somehow how to merge those two versions of this team, these guys are going to be a threat.
Well, we can figure out how they're feeling today by talking to none other than, well, normally this would be a Ducky interview, but it's Johnny. We actually have a different member of the Valkyries coming through. Welcome, Johnny, and thanks for joining us today. I actually wanted to ask, because, you know, we were talking a lot about your jungle and what's been going on. What are your thoughts on the jungle changes for this patch?
I mean, I definitely prefer this meta a lot more than the other one. I mean, it should be a lot more fun for viewers as well, like this compared to Gilga Osiris every game. So yeah, definitely looking forward to this.
Well, the good news is it's not just you who's got some changes, right? We also had a couple of changes to the hunters. We've seen it over the last couple of days. Uller has been really big in the meta, some of these ability-based hunters jumping into it. Do you think the change for Immel is also going to be beneficial for your team?
Yeah, I mean, it should be. I think Emil prefers this kind of playstyle as well. So yeah, we'll see what we can do today.
Well, it sounds like it's going to be, so far, a good little Valkyries buff. I just want to know, we've been talking a lot about it, this matchup versus the Bolts. You guys have had some issues taking this team on in the past. How are you feeling about the matchup today?
I mean, I'm feeling very confident now. I think I'm a lot better in this like full damage jungler matchup. So yeah, I think should go a bit better this time.
8.9. It's the patch for Johnny, man. Excited to watch the games. Good luck in your games, man. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
You can hear there, confidence. And that's actually what I want to hear from the Valkyries. Again, it's not necessarily been an easy year for them, but the fact that they're still looking at these matchups, especially with this kind of patch coming through, and feeling like they are getting things under their belt, I think it speaks wonders for them.
Yeah, I dare you to find a single jungler within the league who isn't going to just heap
Who's gonna
praise
say, "Hey, I'm happy."
on 8.9. Every single one of them are incredibly happy being allowed to play this more kind of carry style. It's something that's been nurtured in Smite for, man, going on a decade now. About 7 years, junglers have really been that kind of just full damage style. And, well, there was a brief period here in Season 8 where it was more so the tanks, and we'll see that the junglers didn't really love that.
And you can hear, I felt like pure joy coming out. Like the minute he was like, "Oh yeah, I love this patch." Like, please,
Dude, I can
let's
build
just
Jotuns
here.
now? Heck yeah.
Very excited to see what they're going to be picking up, but they also are exciting to watch the matchup in the jungle because he's going to have to go toe-to-toe with Lasbra, who has had a very stellar Season 8 so far. You go back, watch Season 7, there are a lot of hit or miss games that were, again, some very top performances, maybe some not-so-hot performances that came out of the jungle here for the Bolts. But this year has been a lot more consistent. The other day we saw him play Set. We also got to see him play Camazotz, and despite the loss, still looked pretty solid.
I think you nailed it there, Gore. Even at the beginning of Season 8, it was inconsistency from Lasbra out of the jungle. And the Bolts, with Lasbra looking hot, looked like one of the best teams in the league. And it was reflected in the standings back in Phase 1, even in Phase 2. And Lasbra has maintained that level of consistency here going into Phase 3. And the Olympus Bolts are looking all that much stronger for it. He roots the majority of the aggression through the jungle. This Camazotz pick is one that I've really started to come to associate with him. And he dominates on this pick, man. It's great positioning around the team fights. He acts as a solo agent, generating space for his ADC and his mid laner to kind of make some plays on the map. Lasbra has been a very improved player for the Bolts.
I'm excited to watch this because of the way that they've been playing as well. The drafts between them and the Dragons the other day was bonkers, and so I'm really interested to see what it is the Bolts are looking to bring forth. Just to throw it out there, Scotty had been banned against the Bolts in one of those games, and that's kind of the thing that gets everything running up here. Immel is another one of those players. Like, he's maybe the only person in the league. Maybe PandaCat might do it, but realistically, I look at Barra and like I could see him playing Scotty. Maybe it's because he's the only one who played her last year, but I could see it happening. And Immel's the only one that if you said, like, holistically someone was going to earnestly pick it, not like a, I'm better than you so I can pick it, which I think is where PandaCat's mindset would be, but someone who's going to pick it because they think it's a good pick, I would have to give it to Immel. I'm excited to see the dual lane matchup, I think just as much as the jungle.
Yeah, and in dual lane as well is a lane that really changed up here in 8.9, right? Yeah. We're seeing these ability style of hunters. Everyone's going for that Transcendence. Jotuns immediately into the Crusher. So we've seen Chiron from Barracuda going for that build. We've seen a lot of Uhl recently. I think that's one we got to keep our eyes on. Dave alluded to it during the SEC earlier today, but Uhl might just find himself in that top pick, top ban conversation.
Yeah, he was banned a little bit in the last few days. We'll see what happens here as we get into picks and bans. Bolts will be your first pick team. This was not somewhere you wanted to be yesterday. A lot of second pick teams winning up until the very, very end. Although I think the Warriors were able to scoop one up. And yeah, look at that. Johnny was there for the interview, but his cam goes off for the game. Ducky hanging out is the only visual we'll have from the Valkyries.
Hey, there he is.
Of course, the man, the myth, the legend himself. And look, okay, I love Ducky.
Oh, now you're going to drop a really mean Ducky stat, huh?
I'm not going to – I can't remember the number.
I love Ducky, but –
he is one of the most losing players in the history of the SPL.
He's going to turn his cam off, man. Why'd you do it?
The only reason I know that is because he asked me.
Oh, okay. Well, he brought it on himself.
He sent me a message and was like, hey, what's my win rate in the SPL? And I'm like, oh, yeah, you're right. I'll go find out for you. And then I messaged it to him, and I was like, I'm going to keep this, like, between us. Like, this number can just stay here. I don't mind letting people know that he's lost a lot of games. But, like, this number, staying here.
Okay. Good
until I drop it somewhere.
Okay.
Or I let it slip in this picks and bans. You never know.
Don't do that. Geb, Khepri, and Set are going to be banned out here by the Bolts, and the Valkyries remove Artio, Uhl, and Odin. So Uhl may be living up to some of the hype that he's established for himself already within the SPL, but that leaves a lot of priority picks available. As far as Guardians are concerned, Yamoja is still out there.
Yeah.
Even could go towards the Sylvanas that we've seen the Scarabs find a lot of value on in the past, but instead the Bolts go for the tried and true, the heal god, the water goddess, and the goddess of pressure, Yamoja, locked in.
Oh, this is one of those picks that for a long time, again, it was the Bolts and the Scarabs last year that just weren't able to play the Yamoja, and so you didn't have to worry about letting it through because Jake did not stand up to that level. That has changed so drastically in just a year. And so this is going to be a very, very potent pick for them. Cerberus is the answer. And this is actually something that I was going to ask you about it. Like, we've seen Geb skyrocket. Uller now obviously skyrocketing in terms of priority and getting banned away. The Khepri is up there. It feels like with this shift, you're bound to see, you know, the Tiamats a lot more, Raigen's making it through a lot more, your Yamojas. Like, a lot of these picks that, admittedly, we kind of got used to just being permabanned have suddenly flooded the market.
Yeah, I think that's a byproduct of how much 8.9 has kind of shook up the meta. You generally do see jungle bans kind of consistently throughout every single year of SMITE competitive play, but right now, who are the meta junglers? Who is it that is a little bit better than everyone else? Nobody knows, so junglers largely go by the wayside in the ban phase. Set, though, going to be the one exception for the Bolts, and that means that if you are banning everything else, generally solo and support, it leaves these other flavor picks available. Tiamat in the third selection for the Bolts, and on the other side, I heard you give a little hoot there. Johnny's Loki coming out to play.
Yeah, you go back to, what was it, I guess phase 1. Some of the best looks that we've really got to see from the Valkyries was behind this Loki. And I think we mentioned that a few times in phase 2, didn't quite stand up to snuff in those games. But also it was a different meta at the time, right? I mean, you're putting Loki up against an Osiris or an Erlong or a Gilgamesh.
And that was Bruiser Loki, too.
Yeah, and it doesn't necessarily fit as well. This feels like carry Johnny Loki, and that is a good feel for the Valkyries. They also have the Sobek alongside that, and they ban out the Serket, starting to kind of isolate and narrow their views over towards Lasbra. The Bolt's going for a ban that I feel like, at least in this day and age, not only is beneficial, but also something that only the Valkyries have run with the Neath.
Yeah, Neath generally goes towards zeros in the mid lane, likes to utilize that global ultimate to make sure he is having his presence known in every single one of the side lanes. It also just legitimately has some pretty good matchups against some of these mid mages. Now the Valkyries, considering their second ban, and I thought that it likely would have been the Camazotz if they wanted to continually target out Lasbra, but maybe hedging their bets that this Nike could potentially be headed into the jungle, does have flex potential into solo as well. So instead, go ahead and remove something you know they might want to play. They still need a hunter, pretty clearly, the Olympus Bolts, so the Valkyries take Cupid off the table.
And it's, again, something that in this day and age, when you look at abilities, I don't throw it too far away from something that could exist very easily in the forefront. That being said, a lot of hunters have still had a lot of prowess.
Cupid used to be a mage, right?
Yeah,
he used to
did
just straight up
he did.
Straight up used to be an ability god. He had that kind of damage behind him, and now with the scaling of the mace tree and transcendence, Cupid might be having a resurgence.
You remember building crit on Ymir?
I do. Those were the good old days.
And like you could do like crit Freya.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that was dirty. We don't talk about those times. Those are dark ages now. As a Hu Yi gets locked in here, another good one that has been on the rise as of late. Yesterday suffered a little bit in some of those games, specifically in a matchup against an Uller, but this time around feels like a pick that comes right back home for Emilito.
Yeah, it really is, man. I mean, Ho Yi is a pick that is very aggressive, and when I think of Emilito, I generally do kind of keep my eyes towards like the Heimdalls, the Jingweis, people that can play a little bit more passively in lane than have great rotations into the team fight. Ho Yi, on the other hand, has a similar ability to play safe in lane. You can utilize that ultimate to just kind of clear from a range, but otherwise, generally, when you're fighting with Hu Yi and you think you've got 1v1 potential, it's like all in. You're using that leap for additional CC. You have to use like your entire kit to find stuns. So this could be a different look for ML out of the duo lane. But the Bolts on the other side, this is the pick that I was thinking potentially Lazar was going to go towards. Camazotz being hovered.
Yeah. Right before that, it was hovering over a Kali. And I was going to ask you about it because honestly, between all 8 of the junglers, I think maybe I could throw layers out there for a colleague conversation, but realistically, Johnny is the player that I would expect with like Cherio gone. That is the only person who I could think to be able to pull that one out. It's the Daji, though, over both the Kali that was hovered and the Camazotz. How do you feel about that one?
It's a great way to burn away some of these beads. It's a good way to force these ultimates defensively. But this is something that I think is a little bit more interesting. Somehow Raijin is still available.
Kind of forgot about him, if I'm honest with you.
Right? Yeah. I'm sure the Valks, if they do elect to pick up that Raijin are very happy with how the bans have lined up for them. But going back to this Da Ji, it's great just 1v1 potential. If you're in a position as the Bolts in a siege situation, you don't generally have the best 5v5 siege. The defensive capacity of the Valkyrie's draft is incredibly strong. So when you take a god like Da Ji, you can do these 4-1 splits, and for the most part, she's winning just about every 1v1, I'm thinking, at this point, especially with how the assassin builds have rounded out.
But for the composition as a whole from the Bolts, I mean, like Yemoja, admittedly pretty good throughout all phases of the game. Jingwei's relatively safe, but they should be able to get some pressure early on. Tiamat kind of shifts that dynamic a little bit more. Vin can do a whole ton, but are they going to be able to keep up with like the pressure that Raijin and Loki are going to be able to put out?
Man, Loki's early game presence is untested here in 8.9. Back in the earliest parts of Phase 1, Loki was played that bruiser style, and everyone was saying post-rework, oh, what's Loki going to do now? He doesn't have that same one-shot potential. I think we've seen that he definitely has the ability to eviscerate some health bars pretty quickly. But
he just got like nothing but buffs for this match.
Essentially every single item that has been buffed is an item that Loki is looking to pick up himself. Transcendence, Jotun's Wrath, Brawler's Beatstick, Heartseeker, to be sure, could even go towards that Hidden Blade to boost his one-shot potential even further. But I'm not sure how this is going to reflect in the early game for Loki. Generally, it was that Mace start for him. I'm talking Blackthorn, not the Mace tree. And then you'd go from there. I'm not sure that's the path he's going to elect to go this time around. So this might be a slow farming style for Johnny until he gets a couple items under his belt, or potentially could still look for that early game pressure.
I mean, does it fit well that like you've got Sobek for Plux that theoretically in the 3v3 can start getting things up? Although I say that like the 3v3 is early. The 3v3 is not until like 10 minutes in, maybe a little further. And again, in bringing the Cerberus, that's actually something we completely glanced over, not just the Cerberus, but the Nike that got locked in for the Bolts. Maybe not the team that I think of when I think of Nike as of late, but it's something that they picked pretty high up in the draft, so obviously showing some value to it.
Yeah, Nike's just a great, consistent god, man. She's so hard to shut down. She's got great rotations, the team fight, her ability to just lock down a backline and say, hey, you're not allowed to play. If Nike's able to close gap onto Raijin inside of a late game team fight, or even potentially this Hou Yi, if she automizes to deal with crit, if Hou Yi elects to go towards crit, Spectral Armor is what I'm alluding to, she can kind of just sit there and say, hey, sure, you can damage me, but you're not getting past me, and you're not really damaging me that much, and even if you do drop me low, here's the thing about my health bar, I've got 2 of them.
Yeah, you drop the Sentinel of Zeus, you get the extra bit of health. We'll call it bit of health.
Yeah,
that can,
small
just
amount,
a smidge
a little bit.
that goes your way. Forces usually things like a Sunder. That's actually another conversation to be had because we've seen a slowly like falling away, at least in terms of like supports lately. Haven't seen as many blinks over the last few days from a support specifically. But that's typically, especially in the 1v1, like Cerberus' job here in the matchup versus a Nike should be the Sunder still, right? Or do you think that that's something that they can forego and just try to kill her the old-fashioned way?
I think they could also elect to go for the Ankh if they so choose, right? Has a little bit of that health shield removal, also going to do additional damage to whoever's healing. So if you do want to get a little bit more versatility from that relic slot, if you are trying to dedicate something to deal with this Nike, Ankh is an option as well. But Sunder, as you highlighted, kind of is just that true answer, right? You pop the health shield, and then I pop your health shield with the Sunder. So we'll keep our eyes on the relics for the Valkyries going forward. But we had a conversation with PBM after his set yesterday, and he was just saying, man, all these relics right now feel so good that you don't want to really force yourself into that position. It's not really blink every time. It's not really Sunder every time. You kind of want to go towards the Frenzy for your team, or maybe a horrific emblem or something along those lines. So there is a lot of versatility right now in SMITE, in the Pro League, and it's kind of reflective of these large sweeping patch changes, right? Everyone's able to kind of put their personality forth inside the build, a little bit more so when the game changes in such a large way.
Well, of course, we have glanced over it just a little bit, and so I'm going to dive deep into this one because the Raijin, a 10th pick for the game, very good pick when it comes to specifically what Zeros has been able to bring, especially compared to the Tiamat that the Valkyries had played prior to that. Tiamat had, at the very beginning of her release and when teams were first locking her in, a very bad win rate because the teams that were getting her weren't performing with it. Here's the question for you, though. Raijin versus Tiamat. This is one that lately I've been leaning Raijin. I actually like him a little bit more. I think Tiamat provides a lot in the late game, but Raijin does it all game.
Look, man, I think that when you evaluate Tiamat, there are 2 versions of Tiamat. There's Tiamat that everybody else is playing, and there's Tiamat when Paul's piloting it, right? And Paul's putting out like 46,000 damage every single match, somehow diving Tier 1 towers on his own. I think that when you're evaluating that, Tiamat's still head and shoulders above the competition, but it seems like the majority of the other teams within the league right now are putting a little bit more favor towards this Raijin. He's a very consistent pick, has CC immunity inside the ultimate, has long-range artillery damage, a traditional leap to not only engage fights in the early game, because his early game is legitimately likely the strongest of the mages currently in the meta rotation, but also great scaling into the late game. So if I had to pick one, more often than not, it's Raijin. Unless it's the Titans, then you want Tiamat.
And then you want Tiamat. Anything for Paul, although his Raijin is
whatever he
also kind of
wants.
nuts. Realistically, if Paul says lock in blank, you lock in blank. Whatever he wants, he's going to be able to get. Thanks for sticking with us here. The Valkyries and the Bolts did go through a remake here. We're just hanging out with you this time as opposed to just throwing you to a screen and waiting through the abyss for them to come back. And now I can throw you another question, Mifflin.
Oh, boy.
Let's look at dual lane. Jingwei, that's an Immel pick. This is it's also a Barra pick. It feels really good in his hands. Hu Yi has been doing pretty decently lately. Really good at boxing, good control in the lane. We saw some ridiculous bounces over the last couple of weeks as well. But is this a pick specifically for Emilito that we've seen this year, right? If I go back to Season 2, Season 3, I love it. But for Season 8 Emilito, is this going to be able to provide what the team needs?
I think he's got to prove that here, right? I'm not in a position to answer the question on whether or not his Hu Yi is up to snuff because we don't have a whole ton of data on it, so Emilito can certainly try and prove his worth here inside of this matchup, but there is some small nuance to Jingwei versus Hu Yi 1v1. Very often we'll see Hu Yi's initiate the fight with a leap to try and utilize that knock-up. Not an option against Jingwei, who can immediately dash out of it, and even if you are wanting to save onto that third ability for Jingwei, you can utilize the ultimate, the air strike, to escape just about every situation. So as far as 1v1s go, I'm not really expecting it to happen here. I mean, both of these guys have good disengage tools. Neither one of them has the best chase down potential against each other. I mean, we've already talked about how safe Jingwei is, so I guess really the conversation is, how badly does Barracuda want to fight Emil? If he wants it, there are going to be some 1v1s, but if Barracuda says, hey man, I'm just going to chill till the late game team fight, I mean, that's his prerogative and his option.
And realistically, that might not even be like his decision. It might be how badly do Raffer and Jake want to fight, and that determines if the rest of the team.
Well, then Jake wants to fight, for
sure. Yeah, Jake wants to. Well, I mean, but he's Emoji. No, he still
he
wants to fight. Yeah, he's going to be just fine. Sobek's on the other side of that matchup. And I want to look forward to specifically this Daji. We typically talk a lot about CC immunity in the ult and ways people are going to get out of that. Do the Valkyries have a good way to deal with the Palau?
A couple of them do. Lurking in the Waters, Stygian Torment, Tycho Drums, all going to be good answers to the Palau, but Loki, well, he dedicating Assassinate doesn't feel so great. And Hu Yi does not have CC immunity built into his
just
kit.
cries.
Yeah, he's just got to use beads and hope that Daji doesn't show up again while those beads are down.
Yeah, so keep your eyes on Lasbra through this one. The ganks coming out from the bolts could be important, but I am equally going to say watch this Loki, because this was one of the things.
He might blow you up.
It became a top ban versus the Valkyries at the very beginning of Phase 1 because of Johnny's performance on it. We'll have to see how it works here in game number 1 as we jump down to the casters.
Thank you so much, Gore and Mifflin. Jumping right into the game here in just a moment, we get to see Johnny back on his signature Loki, one of those gods that really required a ban as we jumped more towards Phase 2, and then once he didn't have many opportunities to play it, we eventually got to see him kind of work towards other things. Now we get to see him right back on it.
Yeah, but the biggest concern I've got in this game, J-Mac, is what exactly Valkyries can do against this composition. I mean, I'm looking at the role matchups and I'm looking at the picks specifically. It's a very tanky lineup Bolts have here, and a survivable lineup too. Not just because of the survivability of the gods with their abilities like Jingwei for escapability, but you're also looking at the likes of, well, your Moja, who's going to provide more sustain for the team with the health, with the shields too. And when you look at what Valkyries have drafted, J-Mac, where's the kills going to come from? It really is the only one I can see in the early game to really try and focus on is the Tiamat in the mid lane with the Loki. But then when you look at the other side lanes, it's not easy to find picks here.
That's where we've been seeing a lot of the action for the Valkyries as of recent, has been towards that mid lane. Johnny wants to try and get Zeros ahead, try and get him that farm to allow his side lanes to kind of just do as they please. Ducky's been able to pick up the slack just a little bit here for the Valkyries, getting some nice solo kills in the earlier stages of the game against some of these oppositions, but we'll see how it breaks out for him in this one. Important thing to note, now we're not seeing just purely Sentinel's gift anymore as far as these support relics and support starters have gone.
Sure.
We are seeing some benevolence. I'm actually surprised that Rapper isn't going for the War Flag that he's been rushing in the last couple of sets.
I think the reason we see the viability of different options as well is because of the upgrades too. Not just the base stats of the original item like Sentinels, like Benevolence, but the upgrades that come into play. The Compassions, you know, they're so useful as the game goes on that can make a bit of a difference and be one of the reasons you see it purchased in the early game. I think it's a prime example of why we've seen Spear on some of these Hunters.
Spear has been one of those things. I mean,
I hate
you talked a little bit about it. I mean, maybe we should kind of dive in a little bit on this Bumba's Dagger early on. Late game, yeah, the Bumba's Spear is where the Hunters want to go, but do you think it's something you need to rush immediately as a starter item?
No, I don't personally. I mean, it's what, 50 health, 50 health, 50 mana, and then also a little bit of power towards your build. Why not upgrade for you? If you're going, for example, Transcendence early, rush your Transcendence a little bit more, have a couple more potions in lane. Doesn't mean you can't upgrade it later on and still go into a starter item, but it gives you a bit more flexibility, you know, something a bit more useful in the early game than 50 health. You're not a support, you're a carry. You want some more sustain on that, in my opinion.
Well, one thing that Emilitu loves doing here is throwing some ricochets to get some big damage. Haddix uses his barrier formation. Will he be able to make it out? Johnny rotates over, a leap in on top of Ducky. Now Ducky's the one in danger. The 1,000 cuts are more than enough damage to take him out. Lasbra strikes first.
Like the idea from Valkyries trying to get aggressive in the solo lane before Haddix hits those power spikes of having that ultimate available to keep the pressure rolling. Bad news is there's a good rotation coming in from Lasbra there to counter that, and he's punishing the Valkyries hard.
Johnny almost falling down. Gets back to that tier 1 tower. Not enough bleed damage just yet from Lasbra. He's only sitting at level 4. Jake will rotate in towards mid and put a little bit of pressure against Zeros, who's also gone for a little bit different of a start. We haven't seen this Vampiric Shroud in mid lane in quite some time.
I think the sustain from that item is very useful. There's plenty of good options with the upgrade as well as the game goes on, but it does give you a little bit of tankiness too, take into account. Sure, the protections came down. Still 10 physical protections though, and against junglers like, you know, a Darji who's going to be applying some pressure to you, it'll reduce some of that down. And take into account, it helps against minions too. Just for taking a couple of shots from minions, those archers don't do as much because you've got those 10 procs.
I'm trying to think, was Daji released in the time of Mark of the Vanguard where you could reduce every instance of damage, just a flat-out damage reduction? I don't remember if she was around during that time, but just imagine if we had something like Mark of the Vanguard back against this Daji, effectively, what, maybe nullifying the bleed damage.
It's a good point. I can't remember off the top of my head. There's been too many years and they all meld together for me of when gods were released these days. But it is a good conversational point there. I will say the biggest thing I can see from the Valkyries here is that their composition is going to rely on bolts making mistakes. Because if they try to get aggressive the way Rapper just tried to go for that pluck in mid lane, if it goes wrong for them, I think there's a much bigger threat of turnaround. And also the target selections, it's very tricky. I still think Tiamat needs to be the one under pressure in this game from Valkyries for them to find any substance in it.
Definitely the most vulnerable of the guys. I mean, you look at Nike now that she's level 5, giant health shield as soon as she pops ultimate, has the lead, has the barrier to push people away if need be as well. And then everywhere else, there's some kind of massive escape or a massive way of shutting you down from walking in. You don't want to walk in the middle of a River's Rebuke. You don't want to walk into a Riptide, so Yamoja might not be your beck and call. And you look over at Jingwei, well, it's Jingwei, probably the safest hunter in the game, maybe barring Heimdall.
I will say, from Valkyrie's point of view, though, this patch change that just came through, this is the first time we've seen him on this patch too. I feel this leans very heavily into a Valkyrie-style compositions that will work effectively. Rapper on more defensive supports. I think that's one of the reasons you saw the bolts ban away Kepri and Geb, which are two of Rapper's real good, solid go-tos over the years. And he's won world championships on him, so it shows you they can do it. But more importantly, I think the jungle being back to Assassins, it gets to showcase Johnny, and one of the reasons why the Europeans have been so big on him over the years. But the way the bolts have drafted this game is making it very tough.
Ducky uses his ultimate to try and make sure that blue buff stays secure, and Emma has to walk away, leap in, and the River's Rebuke cut off the path. Emily 2 falling down. It's the River's Rebuke that deal the damage to bring him down. Rasper used his ultimate to get away from the Pal-Lao, trying to turn the fight back, but with that Riptide, that's an easy escape for the Bolts.
But it's already, you can see that the Valkyries are trying to react to what Bolts are putting the pressure on. Bolts are starting to realize now already that they can kind of have their way with things in terms of going into the jungle, starting off these engagements, and because of the god selections, in my opinion, it's very easy for them to potentially survive here and re-sustain in these engagements too. Good work from the Bolts so far, continue to invade this purple buff. And if you notice, the major focus from them so far has been, where has the jungler Johnny been going? Let's counteract him with Lasbra wherever possible. The rest of the team deny as much farm from the carries of this game where possible. And that's why Emilito is the prime target for them so far.
And they've been doing a good job of it so far. You're looking at a 2,000 gold lead here, just not even 6 minutes in the game, and there's only been 2 kills. There was the first blood against Ducky, and then the 1 kill right there against Emil on that backside. So the farm game of the Bolts, not just stripping away jungle camps, but just giving a lot of free experience over towards Venenu, giving a lot of free experience towards Barracuda, allowing them to get that big farm online.
I'm intrigued as this game continues as how much sustain comes into play a little bit. Sure, Valkyries do have the Sobek for some anti-heal, and they have Cerberus too, thanks to his passive. But will they go for a bit more anti-heal? Will we see a Divine Ruin on Zeros, which makes a lot of sense with him playing Raijin here? Only bad news from that is it kind of detracts from some of the damage output he'll put in the game. And that's one thing I was harping on, is like, they're tanky targets. These are hard to bring down. Is anti-heal more important or just raw power? We'll have to see.
Nothing wrong with getting a little flat pen in your build, especially with a god like Raijin who can apply it so easily, but there are other flat pen options.
Precisely.
You can go, there's the Spear of Desolation, you can go Spear of the Mages if you want to really try and burn a single target down, so we'll see where he likes to go with his build. Right now it's a red buff invade by the Bolts. They're successful in taking that one away, so Zeros will be without that extra bit of power. And it's Lazarus diving in against Rapper, only level 5. Ultimate's available, will have to use it, but he's not going to get any benefit from it. It's Lazarus coming out on top, and Johnny in danger.
Yeah, Johnny has to ult away to safety. Ducky still being chased down, has to leap over the wall too. And just look at how Bolts are winning the engagements in these skirmishes. 2v2s, 3v3s, they're all going the way of Bolts. And Valhalla Valkyries are more on the defensive time. And again, I guess at the time being, though, it's 7 minutes in the game, they really just want to farm up a little bit, get some of these items online. But in doing so, they're giving Bolts this wiggle room to exploit the map a little bit more, find some more farm, but also get their builds online. And that's when Tiamat becomes even harder to kill, because the late game Tiamat is where she's the biggest threat.
You see a blue buff invade, a back harpy invade, a scorpion that goes down on both sides of the map. The Olympus Bolts are just controlling every facet of the map, and that's why you're seeing a 3,000 gold lead now. We were just talking not even 2 minutes ago how it's 2,000 gold. Now they're upping that lead just a little bit more, and Emil has been the one who's really been suffering for most of the players. He's sitting at the bottom end of the farm as far as the rest of his team goes. Well, I say that, but he's sitting level 8 to Rapper 6, but it's a support. I mean, it's the woes of support. You're always going to be a bit behind, especially in this early game.
I do like what Emilito did there. Jake is definitely trying to play with his food over in that duel and keep the pressure on Emilito, but Emil drops his ult and goes, hey, I will kill you if you just stand in my face, and now we get an engagement on right.
Rapper going to get stunned. Barra has to use the airstrike. Not enough damage from Johnny to get the kill, but maybe they can grab Jake. Roof's Rebuker good, and over the wall will dive Emil looking for Jake, and gets him right out of the Riptide.
But look at this as well. Valkyrie's 4 members strong here, looking at Lasbra, who has the Paolo, and you can just see the jungle there. Venenu's looking for an option to come in if he can find it, but gets aggressed on by Johnny.
And it's only Lasbra, and it's only Emil who gets pulled in by Lasbra. Emilito picks up the double kill in the midst of the fight, and it's going to be a 2-swing here for the Valkyries, not losing anybody in that engagement.
Johnny might be able to get a kill onto Venenu here. His dash is down. He will have his ultimate for the CC immunity, but here's some more damage.
Good timing from Ven, but Johnny will pick him up under the tower. Another big kill on the board for the Valhalla Valkyries, closing up that gold lead. Now just getting closer towards that 2,000.
That's what Valhalla Valkyries wait. I mentioned, I think the biggest thing you're going to look for the Valhalla Valkyries this game is for the Bolts to make mistakes. And it started really with Jake being too far forward on the left-hand side, poking around the bear of Emilito. He gets reinforcements over there too, and that forces Barra in a defensive position. Lasbra and obviously Venenu coming a little bit late to that engagement. So it was almost like a domino effect that ended up in Valhalla Valkyrie's favor, and that's what they've got to keep doing through this game. Let Bolts make mistakes. The problem is, Bolts won't make the same mistake more than once, I want to say. Maybe they'll prove me wrong in this.
Ducky is being pushed back by Haddix, not having fun trying to secure his own blue buff. The woes of the Guardian solo, you're not going to have as much secure compared to some of these warriors. Haddix he's just being a bully. He is just not going to let him get this blue buff, while the rest of the Bolts aren't going to let Raffer try and go for this purple buff. Emil will spot him out. He'll throw out the Ricochet for some damage, but it's a stun back that'll stop him in place.
Look at Johnny, though. He is rotating in towards this. Plenty of Omni available, though, from Jake, so he should be able to Riptide away if he needs to. Still taking a ton of damage, though, as he tails away from Johnny, and Barrow returns what he can, but now the rotation from Bolts could be here.
Johnny in danger. Lasbra over the wall, and 1,000 cuts bleed will take him down. Rapper plucks Lasbra right into the middle of the Suns. Emil will get hit by the chain, but he'll have to beat skid away, but Raffer does not have that same benefit. Stuck on the backside of the pit. He'll fall down, but at least Emil can trade out one.
Yeah, at least Emil gets a kill there onto the Lasbra, so that does shut down a little bit of what the Bolts were doing towards that area of the map. But that's an example there of Valkyries winning an engagement off mistakes from Bolts, trying to continue that flow. But the difference is Bolts making adjustments. It's in a bit of an easier part of the map for them to take an even fight, because they've got towards the Gold Fury, a little bit closer towards mid.
Jake, just teasing Emil over here, and maybe he'll be hit back. River's Rebuke comes through, and with the dive bomb gone, Emil can't get over the wall just yet. He's got Barracuda as backup for him, but it's Zeros as Emil's backup. But Emil's the one who needs the help on the tail end of it. Also, Jake may be able to take him down. The 1v1 is good. Jake finds one, but Zeros will trade him.
Unfortunate over there on that left-hand side. I mean, if you think about it, just on paper there, you get Jake for Emilito, so a win for the Bolts. But how much extra was invested there too? Will Baron now be punished for using his ultimate? Will Zeros be punished for using his? We'll have to see as this one continues. But this is an example of what Jake's doing. He's putting himself in very Rafa-like situations from previous years of, hey, I'm kind of too far forward here. You should be punishing me. And he is getting punished, but at least he's making it a turnaround play. I just don't think Jake needs to do that to find the win here is the biggest issue I see.
We are going to get a nice little replay in Jake's perspective from that little skirmish as he just has his little 1v1. It's just the battle of the autos, and well, it seems that this Guardian's autos are doing just a little bit more, even missing one with the double bounce. The drums not going to do much there. It looked like he was trying to go for damage just to kill him, but maybe some of those taunts or some of the fears could have been a little bit more beneficial.
Every single time you end up going, you know you're going to fall down, get as much damage out as you can, and maybe find yourself a kill, and that's what Jake ended up having to do there. I think it could have been a lot cleaner for them if Barrow wasn't zoned away by the ultimate from Zeros, but that just shows that Valkyries are doing these rotations well. I think seeing Zeros on that left-hand side of the map to support Emilito was fantastic. Sad to say, it wasn't worth more than just that kill on Jake in trade for Emil.
We were wondering if there was going to be an anti-heal coming from the Valkyries. It will be a Divine Ruin, and they'll start up the Gold Fury. Haddock's zoning Raffer away. The Gold Fury's already down to half health. Zeros can't find a way in. Johnny has to assassinate out, and Emil used the dive bomb just to leap away from Haddock.
Taking into account all this damage taken, though, from the Valhalla Valkyries won't be healed up the same way it will from the Bolts. And you can see this is working out in Bolt's favor so far.
Raffer smacked back by the Riptide. Has to go into the Lurking in the Waters. Jake down to half health, and now the Ducky is here. They've got another ultimate online for the Valkyries to utilize, but it's Haddock who's bullying them in the backline. The Ren will be stopped out. Raffer now has to run back. Ducky cannot make it into that backline.
This is fine, though. They get a tier 1 tower in the mid lane so far, so even if they lose the Gold Fury here, they do find some gold across the map and opening it up. But them still to continue to hang around with less and less members as time goes on, this makes it just more and more risky. Ducky's looking for a hero play here, and I'm not sure he should. I think it's the better side of caution here. Fall back, strip some jungle with Johnny, get him a bit of a lead there. It's now 2 levels for Johnny in the jungle on this lead with that tier 1 going down in mid lane. So it's not the worst case scenario, I would say, for the Valkyries with how that engagement went.
And you see Johnny recognizing there's not much else we can do about this Fury. Everybody go back to base, reset, and Johnny himself goes over towards the right side to push up some of those minions and get him a little bit of extra farm. Even now going in and clearing out his jungle to speed his respawn, so he'll walk towards it. But a Gold Fury for the Olympus Bolts means that they get to maintain that 3,000 gold lead. But it's really the largest lead they've had so far this game. The Valhalla Valkyries have been doing good of keeping it no more than this 3K.
Yeah, they have been keeping it under the 3K, but that's mainly because Bolts have been overplaying the hand a little bit, I would say. That Gold Fury fight, there was a prime example of the sustain that the Bolts are going to have. When you saw the health bars after the skirmish around Gold that was at half health, by the way, every Bolts member was still full health. Whereas Valhalla Valkyries, their carries were at half, they can't really go in. Their jungler forced to ult away as well. Makes it a very tricky situation for them. It's very much a burst comp Valkyries have to go for here, but their target options are very limited.
That Trickster Spirit already putting in some work against Zeros. That was almost a quarter of his health he lost just from that ability. The damage from Lasbra really starting to come to fruition. Pyromancer starting, and they have some ways of interrupting it by way of Awesome Jake, and they'll take that Pyromancer, add a little bit more gold to their pocket, and keep their lead up.
Generally, I mean, the Pyromancer doesn't hurt as much as losing the Gold Fury, but I think the Gold Fury and the Pyromancer for a tier 1 tower across that fight does end up adding them more in their favor. Emil getting aggressive, though.
One-stop box. That's going to be an airstrike from Barracuda. Ult for ult. Johnny trying to rotate over, but Johnny doesn't go in, and the minions catch him right as he comes out of the invis.
I don't think Barra saw that, because he was facing the wrong way, so I'm not exactly sure. I know the minions saw it, the team did, but I don't think Barra saw it, and he just got lucky that Johnny decided to turn back around and instead of going in looking for that kill. So pressure relieved, but Barra's ultimate now on cooldown. There is a bit more of a window now to get aggressive towards him. Still has that beat to make stuff.
Still having those relics. In fact, it's relics across the board. Everybody's relics are still up. Raffer, the only one who has one on cooldown, but that's the ward relic, so not a huge deal. So the next team fight is where a lot of that action is going to break out. But where is that action going to come through? Where is that team fight? And it looks like the Bolts want to try and make it happen over here in dual lane.
A little bit weird seeing Johnny just over in this left-hand side of the lane for the most part, just hanging out, showing where he is in the map, more importantly. He's not going to find a kill there in the dual lane. I understand there's nothing in the jungle for him to take right now, which makes a lot of sense of, well, I guess I go to a lane. But at the same time, having limited vision on the jungler always keeps that threat of like, if he's not there, where is he? Is he going to be in my lane? If you see him, the team gets the comm issue of knowing what's going on.
Yeah, it allows Venenu to step a little bit more forward, allow him to kind of get some of that extra clear. It lets Haddix know that he can, well, just continue to do what Haddix has done, even if he didn't know where Johnny was on the map. So Johnny going back to base. He's got a full Hydra's Lament online, so that's going to give him a little bit more damage after one of those abilities and going towards another Mace. Got to imagine this one will probably be a Jotun's Wrath.
Yeah, more than likely, the cooldown reduction very impactful. Although Brawlers could be an option again. We talked a little bit about the sustain. However, Jotun's so useful with 20% cooldown. And with the recent buffs, everyone seems to be quite liking that item. And that's why you're seeing a lot more of these assassins back in the jungle again.
Well, Barrow walks towards mid lane, and he realizes there's a Zeros there. He'll need some damage from the Raiju. Triple pounce from Emil. Almost catches Lasper, but not going to do quite enough. And it's a group up in mid lane by the Bolts, looking for Zeros, or maybe looking for Raffer. Barra and Jake step forward, but Raffer, he'll immediately use that charge spray and get out.
Intriguing the play from Bolts here, though, to send multiple members mid and just leave Emelito to deal with Lasbra instead of a normal carry in this lane. Lasbra has a good matchup into this, and it's showing right now.
Yeah, Lasbra's going to get that easy 1v1 up against Emil. Not enough defense on him to save his life. To be Raffer diving under the tier 2 just to get away, but Haddix is so tanky. Pops that Sentinel of Zeus and is just walking down the support.
And now with that, the tier 2 tower's a little bit more exposed here. Minion wave coming in. Zeros, even if he doesn't die here, the damage has been done to his mid lane. This was Bolt grouping up a little bit quicker than that of the Valkyries here, and Valkyries caught with their pants down in mid lane. With so many members grouped in that middle area, Bolts used the men advantage to take some pressure and now exploit the jungle once more.
Tier 1 tower goes down in mid lane. That's another 500 gold for the Bolts, and being able to pick up 2 kills in the fight. Though we didn't see any relics burned by Zero, so he'll have those for the next fight. And then now we get to take an instant replay look at the Lasbra versus Emil fight, and this is just raw damage output over anything else. That's all that this fight came down to. It wasn't I-timed Aegis better, I-timed Beads better. This is just Lasbra outplaying.
Yeah, those two know each other really well as well. Playing in the EU scene against each other time and again doesn't surprise me that they would have come up against each other. But that's Bolt making adjustments. They want to send Barra mid because guess what? Barra's matchup into Sobek is great. As a Jing Wei, he doesn't have to worry so much. So why not send him mid to put some tower pressure there? But then they're like, well, we're leaving our jungle lane empty. Someone's going to go there. And Lasman's like, you know what? I'll take a 1v1 versus a carry at this stage of the game. I'm pretty fed at the moment. I just got, my Jotuns online, my Crusher. I could probably bleed him down. And that's exactly what we see happen. Emil overextends. He gets punished. And also, Bolt's winning mid lane too.
Not just the mid lane, it's going to be the Oni Fury. No response from the Valkyries in time to get there. Raffer was being zoned away by Haddix. And that'll be another objective going the way of the Bolts. They're going to keep pushing that gold lead. We're sitting now just over 5,500 gold, nearing that 6,000 mark now as they start pushing up this tier 1 tower left. And that'll be Barra and Jake continuing the push.
And when they get to that tier 2, the question is, do they stick around here? They've got a couple of minions. They've got a ward in the jungle now. And I don't think there's a whole lot Emelito and Raffer can do other than drop ultimates. The good news is there's not too many minions, so this tower won't fall off this go around this time. With an Oni minion wave, as you mentioned, now coming through, could spell some trouble.
Haddix is going to try and push Ducky around, and Ducky is just looking for a way out. He'll get the paralyzing spit just to stun him out, but he's got 3 surrounding him from the Bolts. Ducky has no escape out, no ult, no leap, no life.
Notice that, though, on the right-hand side. The Bolts have 3 members in the solo lane dealing with Ducky, and what happens on the rest of the map from the Bolts? They fall back. You saw the pressure that we saw out of Barracuda and Jake in the dual lane, but they know that they've got a man disadvantage on that side. If the jungler rotates in there, they're under pressure. So they fall back. They let Valhalla Valkyries just lose a life and don't lose anything for it.
Johnny's trying to locate Barracuda, but he'll have to use the Assassinate to get out. Raffer now fighting against Barra, but he's losing that trade. Zeros and Emil walking through, but Zeros used the ultimate. It's only against Haddix. He's not going to get much more value out of it.
And this was the Valhalla Valkyries trying to engage that red buff to put some punish on. Good ricochet off the triple from Emil, though. He's still going to end up falling down.
Not going to be enough. Haddix manages to make it out of there just by the skin of his teeth.
Really good play from them overall as well. So now with that, they can start to rotate for the Pyro again, maybe look for the Fire Giant too, and now look to try and maybe pick another target. But Johnny's ultimate on cooldown. Not many options here for Valhalla Valkyries to defend this, and it doesn't surprise me. They're going to look at the Fire Giant.
Nobody from the Valkyries here to respond. This Fire Giant looking like it's going to go the way of the Bolts for absolutely free. Off the tail end of a big fight from the Bolts. They're going to extend that gold lead 7,000 in their favor. Ducky is here, but Ducky is way too late to try and stop this. Fire Giant goes the way of the Bolts.
And it's just tier 2 towers remaining now with a minion wave pushing on this right-hand side and obviously a Tiamat on board. It won't take too long for this tier 2 tower on the right to fall down. and then they can maybe start rotating around the map for more, or if they would like to, try and siege up a Phoenix. I will say their Phoenix siege is pretty solid here too. Let's see how this plays out.
Waiting for Zeros' ult to come back online, but already pushing up the right side. Tier 2 falls, it's another 1,500 gold for them, and now the Valkyrie's just on a full defense. Ducky is trying to find a way in, but all of this damage coming out from Venenu, all the zoning damage, it's just making sure to keep Ducky pushed back, but the Bolts won't make a full commit to this right side. They'll make a quick retreat back towards the jungle.
I think Emelito's had a pretty good game so far, though, with his ricochets and the ultimates he's been using. Sure, he's died a couple of times, but he is a threat to the Bolts, I feel like, and the Bolts are being very respectful of when he's around. Just saw that ricochet, that Phoenix line there. It's enough to just go, you know what? It's probably not worth it here. Let's just continue to build on the gold lead, use this Fire Giant to get the other towers down now too, and while the Valkyries are mainly just going to try and push out, catch up in this experience, they're starting to fall behind.
10,000 gold for the Bolts, 21 minutes in. All that gold and all this experience that they've accumulated is still relevant. Only person on the map who's hit 20 so far has been Johnny, so he's been doing good of keeping his farm game up, but the rest of his team falling behind 3 levels between the Hunters, a level between the mids, and even 3 levels between the supports. That dual lane from the Valkyries really starting to fall behind.
And target men now, really, I mean, Lasbra is susceptible to some damage, but I do like where he's going with his build here, the Magi's Cloak, just to give him a bit more survivability in these engagements. Then he's still got beads on top of that too, and his ultimate, so plenty of CC immunity to avoid some of the engagements. I think you're looking at the Loki to look for the carries. You're looking at Barracuda. You're looking at Venenu. Can he get to that back line and find a kill or put enough pressure on for the rest of his team to assault the front line?
They got 2 minutes left on this Fire Giant power play. They'll take down the left side tier 2, the mid tier 2, the last one standing, but they might just be looking for this left side Phoenix. Ducky and Rapper are here at the front, but Johnny is being dealt with by Haddix. This tanky frontliner of the Bolts is making sure they keep one of the Valkyries' carries at bay.
Keep an eye on Ducky, keep an eye on Rapper. One of them is going to have to blink engage at some point. They can't just keep getting poked out like this. The health bars will just dwindle down, and there's Rapper looking for it now.
Rapper finds the pluck. It's only against Jake, and the beads are good to get him out. The suns fall down, but there's no further damage and no further follow-up.
And look what happened there. Sobek uses ult, Sobek uses blink, and the Hoi ult too. That's a net win for Bolts. They resustain with the Fire Giant, they resustain with Umoja, and guess what? Next one to look at, Ducky. Watch out for his blink. He'll be looking for the same thing now, and Bolts will be very aware of it.
Bolts are regrouping, waiting for the minions to walk forward so they have some way to get in towards that Phoenix. They could just be waiting for Haddix. He's got his ult. All ults of the Bolts still online. That'll be Haddix going right in the back line, pushing Emil back, and Ducky trying to find a way to get his ultimate to get any kind of relevancy, but he's being burned down by the rest of the Bolts.
Now the Ducky's going to end up falling down after Zeros here as Ducky still under pressure. Did get his ultimate off, but it won't be enough for a kill. Johnny returns one to Lasbra, but now the pressure's done and the Phoenix has already fallen.
Phoenix down, one more tower left to take, and it'll be that mid-tier 2 that the Bolts start walking towards. Then, if they wish to, they can look for that mid-Phoenix. But the Fire Giant is about to wear off. Only 30 seconds left on that power play. And so far, they made good use of it. 2 kills and a left side Phoenix.
I will say, Bolts got, in a way, lucky there. I liked the idea that they engaged, but they had no pressure in any of the other lanes going on. It was a straight-up 5v5, but the previous engagement just beforehand caused the pressure. Oh, no!
Emil walks a little too far forward, and the rest of the Bolts punish him
that
for
could be
it.
now game.
That'll be a big kill. 10 seconds on Zeros, 13 seconds on Ducky. But that Phoenix only had 1 second left. It gets taken down quickly by the Bolts.
Little respect from Bolts there. I think there's a chance to try and end at that stage of the game there with Fire Giant still on them. Tell a lie, just fell off as I was saying that. So maybe that was the decision there. 2 Phoenixes down, they're off 1 Fire Giant push. Very effective, and now a Primal Fury on top.
And that was 4 towers, 2 Phoenixes, and a few kills to boot. Olympus Bolts can now back up and take a consolation prize afterwards of that Primal Fury, which will make that next Fire Giant push that much easier. Now the Valhalla Valkyries, they have a decision to make. Do they try and send one person to try and stop this Fire Giant, or do they just sit back and play defense at that last Phoenix?
Being real, the damage output that they're doing to the carries of Bolts isn't enough at the stage of the game, especially with the protection the Bolts have got. So if the Bolts walk up to the Titan and end the game, J-Mac, there's nothing the Valhalla Valkyries can do about that. Just beads and walk through it and keep doing the damage. So I would say go for the FG play. That's a Hail Mary at this point, and it's the only one I can really see.
We'll see if they go towards it. For now, it's Haddix and Jake walking up the mid lane, making sure to keep those minions push forwards. They have ample time and ample opportunity to strike this Fire Giant down. It will respawn here in just a couple of seconds as it comes crashing back on the map. Bolts leading with 14,000 gold, almost at 15,000 mark. Rapper and Ducky are on this side of the map, maybe looking to try and disrupt this Fire Giant, maybe looking to take it away.
But they're not coming as a group. They've pushed out the lanes instead. Johnny's basing, and now it's on Ducky and Rafa to try and cause a problem with the FG. But look at him getting zoned away by the front line.
It's just one after the other trying to go for it, but now the rest of the Valkyries are moving in. Fire Giant is down, and it's a hasty retreat from the Valkyries. Too little, too late to get in there. Rapper zoned away, and Zero's picked off. Lasbra gets a big kill for the jungle, looking at Johnny. All the damage might just be enough. Don't even need the pull back.
And with that, with 2 members already dead on the Valkyries, now it's an even harder defense with 2 Phoenixes down too. I don't even think they need to look at that right-hand side one that the bolts are going for, but might as well for the stat lines.
Looking to end the game, or maybe just take one more Phoenix. They got 2 on that right-hand side. Now with all Phoenixes down and 4 members pushing up, the Olympus Bolts can look to close out this game with just the defense from Emil, just the defense from Ducky. May not be enough, but Ducky goes in with the ult, pulling in Ven. Ven will leap in on his own and deal so much damage back to Emil. There's nothing that they can do to defend. Olympus Bolts will take game number 1, maybe after they get an extra kill or 2.
Yeah, they'll get a couple more in the firing, but this really comes back to how the game went at the beginning. Picks and bans, for me, was a big telltale sign of where this one could end up going. Very tanky, sustainable front line from the Bolts overall. Causes problems for the Valkyries. There was moments in that first 10-15 minutes, though, where the Valkyries found windows of opportunity, where they got a bit of a lead, but they couldn't continue to capitalize on it. The window shut down, and that's what you saw at the end of the game.
Olympus Bolts started running away with the game early, and the Valhalla Valkyries, they had answers back. They were able to hold them off for a while, but mostly just capitalizing on the Bolts being maybe a little too over-aggressive. We'll see if the Valkyries can shift it up in game number 2, but let's go ahead and take it to a break, and we'll come back with the desk.
Do it. I dare you.
All right, welcome back to the SPL. The Bolts find themselves a victory there in game number 1. And they are going to be moving forward in what feels like now a much more favorable position for themselves, Mifflin. And a lot of this, it starts early. I mean, they did not hesitate to get things rolling very early on. But I do have to mention to you, Inside Apparel, you saw the commercial. And of course, it didn't show off some of the newest additions to the store. The Team Athletic joggers. Mifflin will attest he wears joggers pretty much any chance he can get. Not today, of course, the time that I get to plug this,
Fun
but
fact,
any other day.
Even my khakis, if you notice them on camera, yeah, those are joggers. Don't tell my boss.
Yeah, and you know what? They look good, so that's all that
thanks.
matters. But you can go get yourself some joggers, especially we're starting, I mean, in this point, we are getting to, like, winter. This is where I switch to my joggers when I go out running because it's too cold to wear my shorts. That's all that matters. You can also get the mouse pads for each of your teams. Every single one of these designs is amazing. And again, I don't know what you would do with 8 mouse pads, but if you want to buy 8 mouse pads, I'm not going to judge you. And if anybody does, I'll fight them for you. I'll be your champion. This is how this will work. Yeah. I'm offering.
All right. Consider yourself safe, Reddit and Twitter. I'm going to leave you alone now. Gore would beat me up.
I don't think I could. I've never. Hold on. I don't think I've ever been in a fight, and if I have, I can't remember it.
Well, it sounds like if you have, you lost.
Yes,
it was
exactly.
Not close.
So I'm assuming I haven't. Hopefully I haven't. But either way, go ahead and that's shop.smiteproleague.com. Back to the Bolts, who are winning this set as of right now. Lasbro just looks good, and he gets it going early on.
Yeah, this was a very quick start for the Bolts to initiate this game with a 3-0 lead, and then one good fight back from the Valkyries nets them at the 3-3, and that essentially spells the end of the fight back from there. The gold lead started to balloon out of control thanks to the efforts of Lasbra out of the jungle post at this point, even 6-5 at the 16-minute mark, still nets the Bolts about a 4,000 gold lead from that point. The macro play was just superior from the Order team this time around.
That's exactly, I think, the best way to look at it. There were some really good fights back from the Valkyries, although you had mentioned it was 6-5. Now on the screen you can see 11-5. So maybe not all of those fights happening in the late game where they would have liked it. But a lot of the gold lead never really dissipated. The Bolts were still able to control it despite some of the fights that didn't go their way. And then feels like it just kind of followed the natural trajectory of a game that's going to happen that way, which is, hey, our gold lead's bigger and bigger and bigger, and we're just going to win eventually. Again, some good fights and some good drafts, I think, from the Valkyries. But we'll have to see what they're going to be able to change here in game number 2, because they did isolate what felt like a good chunk of what the Bolts like to do. I also think it's worth mentioning Undying there for Barracuda, but also Undying for Haddix. There's some fantastic gameplay from those two as well, but it's the 7-3 and 5 jungler, of course, that takes the spotlight.
Yeah, that is just a great slash on a have. Lasbra, I'm sure, very happy with the 8.9 changes. Worth noting that the one piece of the Valkyries draft that we had faith in, the Loki, actually does legitimately pretty well. Maybe not the most impressive damage output, now that we're looking at it in raw number form. 10,000 left in his contemporary inside of Lasbra, but still 2-2 for Johnny. Not a poor performance from the new jungler.
I'm excited to see how they're going to adjust to this one, though, because I think it's one of those things that they're keeping the game a lot closer than it has been in the past. And, of course, that is a huge uptake for the Valkyries. And remember, every single one of these sets, you're only playing each team once. So the Valkyries only have this shot to try and take down a team like the Bolts. Of course, going into the group stages afterward, that's where things go. Yeah, Jake is relaxing.
That's disrespectful, isn't it?
In his Smite Maxnomic chair. And Barra rocking a Maxnomic chair. Not the Smite Maxnomic chair, but still a Maxnomic. So I guess we can give him the free pass on it.
No, I won't.
Hey, look, that's OG for him. I can guarantee he's had that since, like, what was it,
season 2?
That was Cloud 9?
Decades.
Like, that is a very, very old chair for him. Yeah, no, you can see it. Oh, my God, Barra. Maybe, hold on.
Barra, we gave out new chairs,
dude. You won the first World Championship. I'm sure you can afford another Maxnomic chair, man.
Especially that sick discount we're running, right?
Yeah, right.
Code
Go
Smite
to
Max.
Smite Max at shop. Oh no, that's shop.smiteproleague.com's Insight. You need to go to needforseat.com.
USA.
Need for Seat USA if you're in the US, but if you're not in the US, needforseat.com.
There's other states than the US.
We shipped the chair to Europe, dude. That was a whole thing. We had a ad campaign for it.
Well, man, the joke was that I called other countries state anyway. So Gab's been banned.
They are the size of states. Did you know that Germany is about the size of South Carolina?
South Carolina is not even one of the big ones.
Yeah.
Oh.
Like so when I was in Germany, I stayed in the Southwest.
Uh-huh.
And we did about a 5-hour trip up to the top right.
Huh. It's a 5-hour trip for me to visit home in Tennessee.
Yeah,
Anyway,
same.
Geb and Kepri have been banned. Artio and Odin on the other end. So a lot of the same things that we saw in Game 1. We'll see if the adaptations come through in the actual picks themselves or maybe in this last banned position. But last time around, it was Yamoja first picked overall. And as it stands right now, could see a repeat of that.
It's not too surprising. Geb and Kepri, I want to see more Geb at least. I think Kepri, like Kepri, I'm okay with getting banned. He's been picked up at first pick for a lot of these. Set was the ban last time for the Bolts as well. Looks like they're trying to slow down Johnny even more so here. And the Uller just swaps places there with the Artio. Still going to get banned out. And the Bolts, hey, they're not going to shy away from it. We had a really fun play from Jake on this
what a
emoji,
Valks move.
and he goes right back to it. And yeah, that is the only thing that could be more Valks is if they also lock in Jingwen.
Yeah, what a premium look at the Valkyries here. And you know what? I gotta say it. Are you worried that Sun Wukong is going to get stripped away from you? I'm not sure that you should be. That's the guy right there on your screen right now who is going to be piloting the Sun Wukong for the Valhalla Valkyries, and it is a decent pick. Sun Wukong is not bad. He does everything that you want from a solo laner. Has good poke potential, great rotations, phenomenal survivability, okay CC, and decent initiation, but he's not exactly the meta, and I'm not sure that he's exactly first pick potential.
Well, that's actually, I kind of want to ask you, when you go back to watching when Wukong was the strongest, he was building, what, Soul Eater into Heartseeker. Heartseeker with a little bit of a buff. Does that, like, help this stay? I mean, it was Ducky's best god that we've seen this year. Does he have more power now?
I think that now that junglers aren't playing that frontline tanky role, you really need that presence from your soul lane more so. So effective HP from Soul Eater sure does add to your kind of tankiness, air quotes, but Heartseeker kind of slows down that initiation role of your solo laner. So Sun Wukong likely going to be going for a much more standard solo lane build, just straight up defense, Shoguns, Mystical Mail, things along those lines inside of that lane. But as it stands now, Sobek and Morrigan removed from the table by the Bolts, and the Valkyries have their eyes towards Serket and Daji. Do not want to get a Lasbred.
Yeah, that's, you know what?
That's a verb.
That is a verb. You verbified his name. They do take out, it's the Daji instead of the Cupid this time, and the Sobek on the other side. So you have to see a different look from Raffer, and you're going to have to see a different look from Lasbra. This Terra pick has been someone, admittedly in the past, that is a top tier. I mean, we've seen it yesterday. It was getting first pick a couple of times. It is highly coveted for a lot of these supports, and Raffer was one of the ones that was playing it the most when that started up. And it's kind of surprising to me to see it fall down so far.
Yeah, Terra is just a pick that is just going to fit into any singular draft. She's very much a plug-and-play god in that Earthen Fury's going to do something good for you regardless. Behind, ahead, probably feels better from ahead, but still is going to work at any facet of the game. Great burst heal for your team, good burst of damage onto the opposition. You've got essentially entire lane control, like worth a CC. The third ability actually locks down like entire pathing throughout the entirety of the map. So I think the Terra is a very strong pick, and surprises me as well that she falls down this low in the pick and ban order. But I got to keep harping on it, man. This Sun Wukong in the first pick position with Heimdall. Let's take a peek at the other side. They got Yamoja, Tiamat, King Arthur, and what I can only imagine, if they so choose, could even be like a Raijin for maybe the Valkyries here. But like, it just feels like the Bolts have gotten a ton more value from their picks.
And it's weird to say this. I mean, you cover up and you try to block off everything but what is, you know, the top three picks here for the Bolts as they wait for the bottom two. And that's plug and play for a majority of these teams. I mean, King Arthur right now is maybe the only one that's on the fence. There's only a couple of players that are going to be pulling him out. And admittedly, it has treated Haddix incredibly well this year. I think for a while he had a 100% win rate or very close to 100% win rate on that god. If you cover up everything that denotes what team it is on the other side, that screams Valkyries from the roof. So, well, it's Wukong, Loki, and now Thoth. Like, that is such a Valkyries draft. That is, it feels so them. Whereas now we get a Raven locked in on the other side with a Hachiman. That one's not too surprising. We've seen Bear play, but the Raven has kind of been missing for a few months now.
Yeah, Robin left the league when Scary D did, right? I mean, he was the only one that was really playing that god, and now with the changes to the Mace tree, I think that Robin legitimately is incredibly strong, has great scaling. Now that we've got additional power on Brawler's Beatstick, on Crusher, Jotun's Wrath, being a little bit cheaper means that overhead kick is going to be available a lot more often inside of this one. Look, Robin is a god that is going to come and go with the assassin meta, and I think right now this is prime time for Robin.
And we'll see exactly how Lazarus is going to look on it. It was, like you said, something that we've seen a few junglers use. Phase 1, it was definitely a lot more prominent than we've gotten to see throughout the rest of the year. And so maybe now's the time to shine. Thoth! The floor is yours, man. Just go for it.
He's got great damage, right? I mean, that's really all Thoth has is really good damage.
And he does it from far away.
He does it from further away than anybody else in the game. It's one of the most frustrating things on the planet that playing against Thoth, and he's just like, here's my comms when I play against Thoth. He's hitting me really hard, and I can't hit him back. He's just too far away, and that's generally the sweet spot that Thoth operates in. But once you've closed gap onto a Thoth, it's pretty easy to stay there. It's just that dash to keep him off of you, and really, I mean, that's not going to stop a King Arthur. It's probably not going to stop a Robin, considering how telegraphed it is. Sure, you dashed away, but overhead kick, I'm just keep going at you.
That's exactly what I was going to ask. A lot of the question marks when it comes to Thoth is how easily can he escape the other team, so you don't think that he's going to be too safe here?
No. I mean, even Yamoja into Thoth might force a Phantom pickup. If you're able to drop the walls around him, dude's dead. If Robin closes gap with a root, dude's dead. You dashed away? Okay, I ulted you, then I slowed you, and I also immuned your root. So, tough stuff for the Thoth. But if he pulls a lead and legitimately has some good setup for him to find those ultimates, could look pretty all right.
Well, let's see what Xeros has to offer us here in the mid lane playing the Thoth. We're going down to game number 2.
Man, what a fun meta we get to experience in week number 2 of the SPL, where we're getting a Thoth as a 10th pick. Terra manages to slip all the way down.
Yep.
And I think the one I'm most curious about is kind of this rise of Hachiman. We saw him almost seemingly like a counter pick to a lot of the Ulers that were picked up previously. So I'm curious as to where Hachiman really stands as far as all the hunters are concerned.
For the most part, it's a range advantage in a sense of you can play relatively safe as Hachiman, not be zoned off minion waves, but also in the early game when their ability-based hunters are involved, like you were saying, it can make an impact on it and cause some problems for them too. So you can sit as Hachiman and just kind of relax a little bit there and see exactly how that'll play out. Sure, the stasis at the moment, we're not ignoring it, we're just waiting for it to end up going off there. But yeah, I think Hachiman, it's got some viability to him. I think it's definitely in matchups where you want to stay relatively safe in the lane and then still have that scaling into the late side of the game too. Crit is an option this game for sure with the Hachi too.
Yeah, crit could always be a big one. Does have some long-range basic attack damage he could throw out if he so wishes. So yeah, if that Uller is jumping in your face, dash away. He can't zone you from the way forever. I mean, he's only got so much range on an Uller, or maybe on some of these other gods, but a little bit of safety with it. We're going to try and get back into this game as soon as that stasis pops out for us. So a brief pause in the action as we kind of evaluate this Thoth. I think that's kind of the big one more than anything else. Sure, we get a Robin, we got to see him, but what's up with this Thoth?
I'm not surprised to see Thoth back in the meta potentially, specifically with Zeros. It's one of his go-to picks over the years. He loves Thoth, and you casted with us a couple of years ago, so he knows, and we talked a lot about that. I think in this match specifically, the biggest one he's going to be afraid of is the Raven. Obviously, the Raven was drafted first, but Thoth is the only real issue. The only real problem he's going to have is with that Raven.
We are going to cut it to a brief break real quick while we try and get back into it, so stick around. We'll be back just as quickly as we can. Hey everybody, thank you so much for your patience. We're going to try and get back into this game, and unfortunately we will have to have a slight bit of a remake. A small little crash came through, and all the players are going to have to try and get right back into it, and we'll get back into that game as soon as we're able to. So thank you so much for your patience. Stick around for just a few more minutes, and we'll get right back to it. Much for your patience as we try and get back here into game number 2 between the Olympus Bolts in the Valhalla Valkyries. It's JMac and Hinduman standing by as we jump right into it. We had to have a little bit of a remake for these teams. They're trying to get themselves right back in this lobby. So we decided, let's come back here, talk a little bit about picks and bans, because we didn't really get too far into that game before we got pulled out.
But for you guys at home, you get to see the picks and bans again real quick and go, hey, what exactly is going on with these compositions? And I think the desk was breaking it down of, well, you know, it looks like Bolt's got some priority picks, but I also feel the Valkyries got a lot of their priority picks this game. Some Wukong for the solo lane, sure, we don't see too much as of late, but I know it's one of Ducky's go-tos. And I will say, in terms of picks and bans for Valkyries overall, JMac, some of the gods might not be in the wheelhouse with how the ping issues are too. Because playing on ping, some of the gods make it a little bit trickier, and I know people probably don't advise or realize how much that can make an impact of like, hey, I'm playing this really mobile god, but it's got to be second inch perfect. And that's not always the case. So you start to see Valkyries sitting on some of these picks that you wouldn't see as much because they're more valuable for them in the game.
They do still value this Loki for Johnny. That's been one of the things they took in game 1. It worked out well, at least as far as Johnny getting experience and staying even with the Bolts. Unfortunately, it didn't translate so well for them when the team fights came down, when the later stages of the game came through. Talking about this Thoth, talking about kind of ping issues, Thoth, yeah, he's got a lot of long-range damage, but at least the damage that he's throwing out is fairly wide compared to some of the other mages.
I mean, it's the size of a bus.
Yeah,
let's be honest, right?
it is a massive area that those abilities can hit.
Definitely, and I think Thoth is someone that could be useful in the game. Obviously, with how the compositions are drafted here, a lot of physical on the side of Valkyries too. I don't necessarily see a ton of magical damage being picked up by the Bolts, outside of maybe a Thebes or something like that for a bit of magical protection. But can he get the damage out in these engagements is the question, and can he stay away from Raven will be the game plan here. As long as Thoth can stay relatively safe in the backline, the 1v1 against Tiamat in the early game, in the early wave clear, Thoth, I would say, has an advantage there. He can get some poke off on Tiamat, who has to kind of channel a little bit, sit in position, very much like a Raijin and banging those drums. It gives a bit of a window for Thoth to get that poke damage out and keep pressure in that lane in the early stages. So see if that works out.
And probably most importantly, just to be the ability to be safe with your wave clear because of how long range it goes. But we're ready to go for game number 2 this time around. Olympus Bolts and Valhalla Valkyries. Let's give it another try as we hop right into game. Nothing changes, nothing new amongst the draft as far as it goes, and not a whole lot of differences among the picks. We do see 2 Benevolence picked up, one for each of the supports, and a Conduit gem this time around for Zeros going on that Thoth mid lane. Once again, it's JMac and Graham and Doug, of course, bringing us the action on our Spectator.
Yeah, just excited to see how this one begins, because at the start of the game, the one thing that we were all interested in was anything changing the jungle this week in terms of starting positions, and the answer is, well, No, really. If anything, you're seeing a couple more hogs now and again. Both supports this game, so picked up the Hand of the Gods consumable just to help them with the wave clear a little bit earlier in the game here. Funny enough, I did see yesterday or the day before where the Dragons played, we saw Mike go back to base and get a secondary hog to be able to use it on the next purple spawn because they've been pressured in the laning phase. Keep an eye to see when we see more supports do that.
Awesome Jake immediately diving in. Two of them stunned out, but not too much further damage. Instead, it's Awesome Jake being poked out those minions, helping to drop him down to about half health. The aggression already from the bolts here in duo.
Power, though, from Yamoja is the big key here. That Omni stacks, you know, you'd be able to throw out those bubbles consistently and stuns. It just gives you great wave clear in the early game, so it's no surprise to see this the case. And look at the bludgeoning damage that has hit onto Emilito. Not looking for damage on him, really, just mainly minion clear, but it has helped.
Johnny gonna help clear out some of those waves that he took quite a hefty chunk of poke from Laz and Ven. While Zeros has some nice safety with Thoth, whether it be with his wall jumping up or him making sure to have his escape as a second ability, Johnny doesn't have that same level of safety. He can use the stealth to try and go in, but you can already see Ven has spotted him out, and he'll try and fire some poke right back at him. Zeros falling low. Laz wants to close the gap, but he's not going to find him.
Yeah, you can also see the Zeros is having to manually walk up and just hit with those glyphs over again because he's not got the wall available yet at level 2. Took the dash for safety, which makes a lot of sense in this matchup, but he will be using those health potions and multi-potions to keep himself in lane if he can.
Now that Raffer's hit level 2, he's got some pretty potent clear with Emil. They'll push Barra and Jake back. And Jake, who had lost quite a bit of health in their last engagement, being a Yamoja, he's able to get a lot of that back from the natural healing and just from those potions that he's had ticking away.
Level 1 is definitely the hardest time for Tara in a game. Level 2 is where she starts to pick up, but really it's level 3 when you've got all 3 of those abilities, because at the moment he's got wall and probably the dash, as you can see there, for that 2-1 combo that's available. But look at Lasma wrapping around the back.
Use the dash for the wave and might not have it for the engagement. A dash from Barra will stun him in place, and a stun from the Moonblast will make sure that Lasbra can pick up the kill, and First Blood goes to the bolts.
2-minute cringe gank, everybody. Yep, back to it again with the junglers. We'll see if we see more than that through the phase as well. Good rotation in from Lasbra, though. The overextension from Valhalla Valkyries, that's the moment where they can start to contest that lane a little bit more. As soon as they do, Lasbra turns up, gets himself a kill. They would have liked Emilito if they could, but taking one and getting 400 gold in the coffers for a Robin in the early game will help his build out even quicker, and now he's already got that heavy mace online.
And similar to what you were talking about with Terra, once that level 3 hits, makes her a little bit better. It's the same thing with Toth. Now that he can finally pick up that wall, he's got not just safer clear, but also some extra range and some extra damage. The glyph does provide a little bit of extra power when he throws those abilities through the wall. He's the only one who benefits from the ability. Johnny might need to benefit from an escape, use the stealth, but he gets spotted out. Ducky is here to try and slow them down, but he's being slowed in the Tiger form. Johnny will make it out, but now it's a question of, can Ducky get out?
Yeah, and that's the problem here is what happened. The Valkyries here got the blue buff on the right-hand side. Good little play from them, but then Johnny went for more. Johnny gets pinched by Lasbra and Haddix. It forces Sun Wukong, Ducky, to have to go in and defend him, but cost Ducky his life by getting Johnny out of the fray. And more rudely, Johnny's now going to get the blue buff, which means Ducky gets none of that experience, but he has to do it because he knows the pressure was about to come through from the bolts, and he might just die because of it.
Lasbra blinks in, gets the root, gets the Prana onslaught, and that'll be another kill on the board. 2 now for the jungler and even 1 for Haddix. So all the control on now this right side of the map.
Yeah, domino effect going into play on that right-hand side. Get a blue buff, lose a life. Try and defend your own blue buff, lose a life. And he's just catapulting this position now for where Raven in the jungle with a full Jotuns online already at 3.5 minutes in is in prime position to take control of this game.
Zeros has to dash away. Jake has rotated towards this mid lane. Ven will be able to safely clear up his wave, and so will Zeros. He'll have the wave under the tower that he'll probably have to lose a couple of creeps towards. With Raffer here, he's going to use the wall and the dash to deal some damage back towards Jake, but most importantly, just to reposition.
Problem is, though, with the red buff is spawning, the position the bolts are in is very solid here. 3 men against 3. Rotation coming in from Johnny a little bit late, and is forcing Emilito to this lane too to try and defend against this bolt engage.
This is the stun. Raffer trying to close out Jake. The zone will be good. Jake able to get out thanks to help of the Riptide. Zeros holding on to his ultimate, thought he was maybe thinking of firing it off there, but it's ultimate from Haddix on the right side of the map. Ducky not in any real danger.
So the problem is that yes, the Valkyries defend their red buff, no problem, but it loses a full wave of minions to the tower, a couple of minions, so it's actually giving Barracuda a lead, that little skirmish around the red buff. Sure, bolts didn't get what they wanted, they did put the pressure on, and it did result in a small win for them. And that's the thing that happens with these engagements. When you send in more members there, you're going to lose something elsewhere, and Bolts make sure they are punished on this left-hand side.
I mean, one thing that we've been seeing kind of to respond to this Bumba's Dagger that some of these hunters are going has been that Leather Cowl. Instead, Emilitu going for a little bit of self-sustain with the Death's Toll. So he's going to have some extra early lifesteal against these creeps by way of his basic attacks. Jake, he'll have to use the beads off an ultimate from Emilitu, but Jake will be just fine able to walk out.
In my head, though, I wouldn't have pressed tab and checked whether or not he had beads. I would have gone for that play anyway, because it should have been a kill. But at the same time, if he did know it was there, then it makes sense to use the ultimate in that moment, get the beads on cooldown from Jake so he can't bait as well as he is doing, and keep that pressure rolling.
Lasbra, one more time, will make sure to go for the blue buff invade, this time successful, because Johnny was too far away to defend it, and Ducky on this Sun Wukong will finally be able to get his first item online, and this is why he's been taking so much damage. Soul Eater is his first option.
It's online, it needs to stack, so it won't take too long to stack with how the stack count works on Soul Eater. Problem is, he is going to continue to get bullied in that lane. He'd just be able to resustain after the fact is a real argument you're looking for there. Up against this Raven as well, it's going to be maybe looking to this right-hand side. It's going to be continue to be in this favor now as Bolts. You can see that Haddix has gone for more physical defense here. Maybe the Sov that we see now and again, or maybe some other physical item, Mystical Mail even. He's not going to blink, so maybe he looks that route. We'll see.
You say Sov, and the only thing that pops into mind was watching the NASCC yesterday, where Wowie was picking it up in the Hunter role. It was an interesting build. It worked out for him, but I don't think that we'll see it here. Instead, it'll be a River's Rebuke in the middle of the lane. Zero's able to dash away, but not from the ult from Lasbra. Crashing down with that Mystic Rush. Puts a third kill on the board and a killing spree for Lasbra.
Set up from Venenu there, more than Jake, more than anything else there. Finding that stun engagement on the Toth allows Jake to get in there with that River's Rebuke, and then the follow-up available too. Very good work from the Bolts, communicating, working effectively, and looking for the right windows on when to pin this Toth in place.
Just like last game, we are seeing this slow incline of a gold lead going in favor of the Bolts. 2,500 gold and experience. Ducky, he's going to eat quite a bit of poke from Haddix, and he'll be able to sustain it back up with his ultimate, and with that Soul Eater later of body blocks from Haddix, make sure that Ducky takes a little bit more unnecessary damage. Now with Johnny here, might be able to turn the fight, but Ducky has no mana. Haddix goes up with the ultimate. Johnny is low, and on the tail end has to use the Assassinate because Lasbra rotates in.
Game 1 that happened, Game 2 is happening again. The overextension from Haddix a little bit there, and as soon as you see Johnny try and turn his face to that solo lane, Lasbra's matching pace very well to be there for a counter initiation, so it keeps the pressure off. But more importantly, Haddix, technically 2v1 then, didn't really need Lasbra, but Lasbra's threat was enough to force a reset.
Emil trying to back under the Bifrost to use, gets pushed back by the Riptide, and, well, we see Jake bullying Emil yet again, but this time he's got Barra to help him out. Some of his Eagle Eye shots do connect, but Emil had to use his beads to get away from the last fight.
And why is that pressure on the left-hand side? It's because Raph has now been forced to the right-hand side to defend the blue buff. So what Bolts are doing is pulling the Valkyries around the map to where they want. Where's our man advantage? Let's take fights there. We've got a no-man advantage. Let's back away and play it safe. Let the other side have that window.
Emil is just begging for somebody to come help him. Jake is sitting at the tower line, expending every ounce of his Omi just to poke Emilitu.
I'll be honest, I'm kind of okay with that's the case. If Jake's going to sit in this lane all day, J-Mac, I'd like to see the Valkyries abuse the fact that Jake's camping this duo lane on Emilitu. Let Emilitu survive. He will survive. He'll do his best to survive as long as possible if his team can find wins elsewhere. The problem is the team isn't finding wins elsewhere right now. They're still struggling.
It's one of those moments you're just like, buddy, you just got to fend for yourself. Stay safe, stay under tower, stay under tier 2 if you have to, but yeah, maybe you're the one who's going to have to suffer a little bit this game because Zero's is really suffering in the mid lane. Ducky also taking a lot of fire in that solo lane. Zero's rotation from Jake and Lasbra. Now that he leaves left lane, he says mid lane is the perfect target and then puts him down. Johnny trying to return the fire. The Assassinate's good, but the damage after not good enough. The Aegis holds on, and Rapper tries to make something for it. Will Venenu fall down? All depends if Rapper can connect the last shots, but the sustain is just too much from this Yamoja. Lasbra will be able to hold him out and take him down.
Ducky. Can Ducky make something happen on Venenu now? Venenu's still alive. Tornado 1, he will fall, but that's a 2-for-1 so far. And Ducky has to cloud and reset. No, he doesn't. He goes back in.
Goes right in for the dunk, but he's low. The decoy's dealing some damage, but he doesn't have any backup. Instead, it's Barracuda on backup for the Bolt, stunned down, and Haddix cleans him up.
Great little play from the Bolts. Good series of plays, picking off the Toth in the middle area straight away. Do want to make note, though, of what Venenu did this game. Didn't stop beats, which is most of the go-to situations for a lot of mid laners. He invests into the Aegis at the start of the game, realizing, hey, their CC chain ain't that dominant on the side this time around. There is a lot of power and a lot of damage that can come out though, and if I can immune some of that, I will survive. And that Aegis did way more for him than a Beads would have at that stage of the game.
Imagine if he had that Soul Gem online during that fight. Instead, he only had 1 or 2 tiers of it, so didn't quite have that full lifesteal. And with how many abilities a Tiamat can spam out, he could have stacked it up really nicely during that fight. Emma will meet Bera in the jungle, but Lasper and Jake are on the way. Rapper will spot out one, but they may have just turned their sights over towards Rapper instead. A lone Terra all by herself. Maybe easy pickings for the Bolts. Jake looking for the stun. He'll at least get the slow and the help from Ven. Rapper falls down. Jake with the kill.
Yeah, the whole play that you were seeing from the Valkyries there was to just try and zone Barrett off the farm that he lost for rotating to that mid lane engagement. Emilio tries to zone him away, make him walk behind the tower. Rapper's there for maybe getting the pick if Barrett gets aggressive. Bad news is the whole of the Bolts army's there too, so it ends up being a 4 versus 2 scenario, and it costs Rapper another early death.
Haddix is sitting 2 levels up over the opposition. 4,300 gold, 4,000, 5,000 plus experience in favor of the Bolts. We're only sitting 11 minutes in, and this 2-level lead in solo is going to only get worse.
I just like the adaptation from Bolts, though, towards this middle lane focus. They've already taken that tier 1 tower down in mid as well, remember. This exposes Zeros even more so, and this is what happens when you do that.
Walks up, gets slowed, has the dash to get away, but needs to use it if he has it. Misses the shot. Lasper goes for the escape, but uses the immunity with the overhead kick to try and get away from Johnny. Raffer's chasing him out, but now it's Ducky in danger. Slammed down by Haddix and jumped on by the mid laner. Haddix picks up 1.
And now Raffer on the run as Haddix chases onto Zeros on the backside, and Haddix is still going potently aggressive. But the damage return from the tier 2 is causing problems. Someone could pick up that kill. Is Johnny there? No, Johnny doesn't have any cooldowns, I guess. So Haddix is going to slip the noose unless Johnny walks in, but he gets hit by Jake there and forces a reset. Alex escapes, but the damage done to the carries of Valkyries once more.
And Zero's holding on to these beads. Every time I see he's in danger, that relic is still up. I don't think he's even used those beads yet in these 12 minutes of play, and maybe that'd be enough to give him some extra safety. Now it's Johnny taking some damage from the minion, but he's being tracked down by it, and it hasn't fallen in time. Now it's Zero's back in the lane, back to full health, but he's still having to sit under that tier 2 tower because, as you highlighted before, that tier 1 is already gone.
Yeah, and Tiamat's starting to become more of a problem now with 30% cooldown reduction in the build, some sustained too. He's able to just keep this pressure rolling in mid lane, and when you've got your Moja alongside you, the way Jake's been playing it this series, in terms of very much in the front line, very much focused on getting damage out with the bubbles and the stuns on top, it's allowing more opportunity for Vinay to fire off that damage and combine effectively with it.
I was wondering why Jake was hitting so hard with this emoji. It's a Spear of Desolation second item. Normally we see that reserved for 3rd, 4th item as your team's starting to fall or get ahead. What's a little bit of extra cooldown? What's a little bit of extra power? But a second item, Spear of Desolation, this is how you know Jake might be feeling himself a little bit this game.
Yeah, but it's also the fact of, like, it's a win more item at this stage for a support to be able to get. Are you really dominant in the game? I mean, I'd say, yeah, 13 minutes in, you're 5k up. You can get a little bit fresh, I guess, with your builds and a little bit more experimental to an extent. Cooldown reduction and pen, though, never not going to be impactful with how the game continues on. So the damage output that Jake does, he can 1v1 more often, just like he did with Emil earlier on today.
And then you get those kills or assists, and your cooldowns get a little bit of extra reset, helps with your Omi reach-in. Rapper needs a little bit of help of his own. He's going to get stuck inside the River's Rebuke. The bubble's slowing him down. The stun good from Ben, and the Cyclone holds him in place to take him down. Ben gets 1. Ultimate from Zeros clips Venenu, but that's all it does, is it clips him for hardly anything. Meanwhile, Ducky's so low over by this Fire Giant pit.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot you can do against the King Arthur in this lane as well, especially with the Soul Eater build, as we mentioned. You can just re-sustain back off this and try and hold his own. But Haddix realizing that just keeps the momentum on him, constantly being aggressive, constantly poking him back out again. And this is just keeping him on an island too, while the rest of the team is winning elsewhere on the map.
Ooh, Ducky gets low. The Bluestone Pendant ticks. Not enough to take him down just yet. And thanks to that Ox transformation, he'll be able to find a way out. But Ducky been feeling the pain all game, and so has Zeros. Lasbra has been a constant bully to this mid laner, but Johnny trying to turn this one around, gets a nice assassinate, and will pick up the kill.
It is a shutdown, so that's kind of useful there for the Valkyries, and specifically Johnny in the jungle to find that one. Comes at Zero's life again in the jungle, but it invested a lot from Lasbra to do so. Sure, there's a small win there, and that's really Johnny will get a bit of bonus gold to accelerate his build, but it's becoming more and more apparent the Valkyries are really struggling in this game.
Johnny wants to secure this blue buff, And it looks like he will make sure that that goes their way. Raffer accidentally picks that one up, dashing back. Sure, Ducky would have loved to have had that, but I think more importantly, the Valkyries are just happy that they get a blue buff out the tail end of that fight.
Credit where it's due, though, to how Jake's played this series with Umoja, too. I mean, we've talked about him being aggressive, being very much up in the face, setting up a lot of kills so far in this game, if I'm honest. But I think that's a wise thing to do, because now Valkyrie's like, hey, maybe we should not let him have Umoja ever again, because he's causing that many problems for us. I think Jake realizes that was the pick that got through. Not just that Tiamat, obviously, but that was the pick that got through by the picks and bans section. I've got to make it work if we're going to first pick it. It's one thing I'm always looking for. Whoever's first pick, that god should have a good game, because why are you picking it first then if it doesn't?
I mean, let's be honest, Tiamat has kind of fallen out of favor as far as first picks and first bans go. I think that you're looking down towards the stat sheet up until this week, she's only had like a 44% ban rate as far as things go, and
don't get me wrong, I think she puts out a lot of damage. She's got a lot of survivability, a lot of engagement tools and survivability tools to an extent. The problem is it just takes a long time for it to get to that point where you're like, oh my god, this Tiamat is unstoppable, and that really is towards the late game.
And the late game is usually, by that point, is where you want that lead from the mid lane. This might be why we've been seeing a little bit more Raijin as a priority. He's got great pressure at just about any stage of the game, and highlighted very well by some of our mid laners. Paul, Zeros, Venenu, all these players can slam this god out. With this priority towards the Toth, that's very curious that he would go here, because I believe the Raijin was still up at the tail end of that picks and ban, so not sure why he went with the Thoth when that was, I'm not going to say the clear-cut option, but maybe the safer option.
I do think the Tiamat being pickable, though, and you know, being picked up so regularly is because it's a win con come to the late game. Of like, hey, we've got Tiamat for late game, so if we're behind massively and we can just hold on, Tiamat will become an issue for them to deal with, and we can also get some pressure from those minions.
Ooh, assassinate from Johnny gets him out, but Lasper will chase him with an ult of his own. Blink gets Johnny away, and the River's Rebuke just off the mark to hold Johnny in place. He'll be able to make it back out, but he expends a lot.
Yeah, worst thing to see is Loki having to use his ult and his relics defensively just to survive rather than engage, and now look at Zeros!
Lord, Zeros low, Aegis delays the inevitable, Rapper caught in the middle of 4, and the Riptide will not do anything but hinder him. Haddix picks up one, Lasbra the other, and now a tier 2 tower for the Bolts.
Could even be a Phoenix saving mid lane. I don't think there's a whole lot they can do about it if they went for a 4-stack onto this Phoenix. Only the Sun Wukong available and Loki in the jungle, but Loki, remember, just uses ultimate, so he won't have that available to try and defend against the siege.
Ducky blinks over the wall and clears the minions, but the rest of the Bolts aren't concerned about the minions, they're concerned about the Phoenix and maybe Ducky. They'll get the Somersault Cloud from the solo laner, and with a new wave of minions here, they can easily take down this bird and take out the decoy. Maybe Emil as a nice prize, but he's got the Bifrost. He'll make it out.
Yeah, Phoenix was the only real call there. Ping on Johnny in the mid lane just to realize exactly where he is. And this is Bolts just taking a lead and running with it over and over again, now realizing, hey, we got a kill. They've got no one to defend. We can't get more than just a tier 2 tower here, especially when the Goldfury and Pyromancer are down, by the way. That was the best option for him. And the Phoenix, probably one of the best things in the game you could take.
I think Johnny thought about fighting Haddix, and then he took one shot from the Beyblade and thought otherwise. Yeah. Assassinate has to be used to get away from the solo laner. And I mean, this is a level 17 King Arthur. He's got 3 full items online, and 2 of those being physical defense. Not much that Johnny can do, and not much help for Emilito. He's going to go towards the Bifrost, but has to use the ultimate extend to try and dash away, but he gets cut off by Venenu, rotating in. Zeros in danger. He'll dash back under the Phoenix, knocked up by this Tiamat, but not enough damage. Maybe Zeros can get the snipe to get the kill, but he won't go for it.
Yeah, Johnny now rotating back in, but this tier 2 will already fall on the left-hand side here. With those minions in tow, not a whole lot Zeros can do there. But I will say the King Arthur conversation we're having about Haddix here, I do think King Arthur is viable. I don't think he's a top pick anymore, but I think when you see Valkyries draft Sun Wukong early, you can go, yeah, we can pick King Arthur into this and survive, no problem. And it gives those windows to show what King Arthur can bring as the game goes on.
Ooh, Mystic Rush takes about a quarter of Johnny's health, and Lasbro will chase him down. Some good damage to try and take that red buff, but that's not going to be anything for Johnny to grab. He'll fall down. Lasbro secures not just the kill, but the buff.
I will say this first weekend we've seen Valkyries on the new patch as well. I am excited about seeing how they play the rest of the phase out, though, as this meta develops, because it feels very much like a Valkyries meta. When I look at the players in this team, it feels like supports have these defensive supports being very valuable now. Sylvanas, Geb, Capri, the likes of that, but if teams continue to shut that down in bands, I'd like to see the mid, the jungle, the assassins in the jungle coming back into Johnny's fray a little bit more. There's a lot more viability, I would say, for Johnny to step up in these games. This one, though, is definitely looking grim.
Not the greatest run from the Valkyries. They're down 9,000 gold, 12,000 experience. Only Barracuda has hit level 20, so all of that experience still very relevant. A 3-level lead for the Hunter, 2-level leads almost everywhere else on the map aside from jungle, where Johnny's only down 1 so far. Apparently,
I just even brought up as a Gold Fury. I didn't even realize it was a Gold Fury. My apologies for not keeping track of that one whatsoever. But here's a use of the tough ult. Very useful.
And the wall just makes nice,
didn't even kill the creep,
long
though.
range easy kill. No, he didn't.
Didn't kill the minion. That's a shame, man.
Too bad for him. Well, yeah, you get one objective steal. Can you get another one, Zeros? Fire Giant started up. Ducky, he's not going to be able to steal anything except maybe an escape path. He'll stop the Fire Giant for just a brief moment, allow his team to rotate back in. Ox will make sure he gets out for now, but he doesn't go as far as he'd hoped. Barracuda on the horse will crash right down and take out Ducky.
I would lose Ducky to keep the Fire Giant alive. I'm fine with that at the moment. It's giving a bit of Emilito time to free farm and get a tier 2 left. Maybe the Valks can defend this, though. Maybe Zeros can find what he was looking for last time. He's just to be careful of Lasbury, who's got his ultimate available.
And Veneno is looking for him, too. That's going to be Lads and Ven diving on the mid laner. Aegis expended. Valhalla Valkyries are the one who take the Fire Giant. That's another steal. This time off the back of Rapper and Johnny taking that out. That's another big steal for the Valks.
Yeah, you're looking for a reset. Now Zeros gets Veneno, who's left 1v1. That's a big pick for them, too. Meanwhile, left-hand side, there's a fight between Haddox and Emilito going on, and I'm not sure who's winning that. It doesn't look like it's Emilito, though, let's be honest. He's on the run. You can see the pings going down in the jungle, but the Valkyries are the ones with reinforcements on this side now, with Rafa being here too. Haddox hasn't given up that chase, though, J-Mac. He's still going.
I mean, it's King Arthur. He's got so many forms of mobility to try and close this gap. He just needs one good hit to take him out, and he'll get the overhead swipe. But that's not going to be enough damage. Emil somehow able to make it out of all there. And now we get to take a look at the second objective steal. This time it was Johnny walking in and able to just walk up and take it. He didn't even use Assassin, just blink basic, and that's all he needed.
Good blink from Johnny there, secures it, and that makes Ducky's death a little bit earlier on worthwhile. Even more so. I thought it was already worthwhile by him forcing a reset anyway. But that then gives a chance for his team to come in, secure the FG. And there's a bit of a window now for Valkyries to farm. I wouldn't say they're in the game and they're in the lead, but they can farm and know that if they take engagements, they will have extra power and extra sustain, at least on 4 of the members.
Problem is, they've got to deal with the Titanic squad of the Bolts. Man, look at a 4-0-1 King Arthur, a 7-1-7 Raven. The lead, sure, it's closing up a bit, only about 5,000 gold down compared to where they were just moments ago at 9,000-10,000, closing up close to there. And with the Pyromancer, they'll be able to close that gap just a little bit more.
True, I would actually like to see the Bolts like put the foot down even further now, like be more aggressive knowing that they just lost the FG. They're like, okay, cool, you get the FG, we messed up there, you should never have got that FG. So now we should go balls to the wall and get on this Phoenix line again. Middle Phoenix is already weakened. You're not going to be allowed to use this FG to just farm up. We're not going to let you do that. We're going to keep you pinned in your base. We're going to keep taking your jungle, and we're going to keep sieging you until that falls off, and then look to end the game.
Left side tier 2 gone, and now looking towards the Phoenix of the Bolts. The mid lane Phoenix down to half health after respawning. It's able to gotten a little bit of its regen back, but that's a weakened mid Phoenix, and they're going to leave Haddox there to maybe solo take that one. But it's forcing 2 of the Valkyries to this middle lane. Emilito is low, and a blink in the back line from Laz for a Mystic Rush off the mark, and the Bifrost makes sure to get Emil out, but Haddox is bullying the other 2 members. He picks up Johnny with the ult and forces the beads.
That was a full health Phoenix, by the way, not the weakened one in the mid lane, so there's still an opportunity here for the Bolts to look for that middle Phoenix, unless they get more kills here.
Haddox is in the middle of 5, just spinning around, not a care in the world, but maybe he should care about the damage. He gets rooted out, uses 1 dash to get away, and a second just to close the distance just a little further. Bolts manage to make it out with all 5 and only expending a couple of relics to do so.
Yeah, Zeros is putting out some pretty good damage numbers on defense so far that I'm noticing. It's keeping Haddox in check, who's not got a ton of magical resistance so far. But as long as Zero stays safe, they've got a shot here.
Did the Bolts stick around too long? The Valkyries are trying to close the gap themselves. Johnny rotating in. He's got ultimate. Could get a big assassinate, but he's not going to go too much further forward. Everybody fairly healthy thanks to the sustain from this Umoja.
Yeah, I mean, look at the low health targets, really Haddox. I mean, Veneno's the one you would want in that scenario, but do you want to see Johnny jumping in onto a King Arthur? I wouldn't, that's for sure. Makes it very tricky when the health bars of the tankier targets are the focal points rather than the squishies.
be able to make it back to base, but they get at least a left side Phoenix as a consolation prize for the Bolts. Now the Primal Fury respawning, because Zeros got the kill earlier, they have the timer for that objective. And they'll burn it down pretty quickly thanks to the help of that Thought. They're able to get some extra damage against that Fury, and they'll take it. Takes them a little while to get there, but Valkyries do secure another Fury.
I'll be honest, it's a 5k gold lead at the moment. Well, just under 4, I would say. Like, between the two of them, that's not too bad for the Valkyrie state of how the game's gone. You saw how big the margin was at around 18.5 minutes in, and now it has come down. So I'm sure we're not right enough that this game is looking good for the Bolts, but it's showing that Valkyries are battling back right now. A couple more mistakes from Bolts, the way they have let the Valkyries in a couple of times with the Gold Fury steal, with the FG steal. They continue to do that, Valkyries will have a chance at getting back in this game and taking us to a game 3.
There has been quite a big answer towards the anti-heal of this going against this Umoja. There's 2 Brawlers, Beat Sticks, and a Divine Ruin. Johnny, he's going to need a little bit of help getting out of there. Awesome Jake is zoning him out, catches him from the Invis on the stun, gets the Assassinate. Johnny makes it out, but has to use that ultimate. Meanwhile, there is an upgraded Phantom Veil picked up by Raffer to try and deal with the walls from the Umoja.
Jake's still playing aggressive though, keeping 2 trapped in here, Raffer and Amelito, who has to go back to base. That's what Jake's trying to do here, is just force out abilities and keep him busy. So Raffer's doing the same sort of thing. Alex to the back, looks at Zeros, but won't find it.
Ducky takes a lot of damage, stunned out, and Barracuda closes it out. A couple basics will do it. Right side Phoenix is the target, or maybe it's just Lasbra as he gets thrown through the realms by Emil, and on landing, Zeros can pick him off. Emil gets the credit for the last hit, and it makes it a 4v4.
And now with this siege going on, it's going to be a bit tricky with some of these ultimates down. Jake using his ult in mid, by the way, means it's trickier for him to be useful around this objective here. Look for his army stuns, but the amount of damage they've got might be enough.
Riptide sends 3 forward, but maybe not as far forward as they wanted to go. Haddock stunned under the Phoenix. Johnny comes through, but the knockup from Ven may have just saved the life of his solo laner.
Good work from Ven, but as we said, Tiamat late game, this is where she comes online and causes problems.
Raffer falls down. Venenu with a nice pick on the Ruination, and Haddock's with slivers of health. Once again able to get out. Valhalla Valkyries defend the Phoenix. The Bolts lose a couple in the process.
Not terrible from Valkyries to hold everything there. They didn't really lose much in that engagement. Sure, a couple of lives, but end of the day, they've been using lives all 26 minutes of this game. The sad news is they just can't find kills to answer back more than anything else. Johnny's being zoned away consistently. The wall coverage and knowledge of where he's going to come from is being punished, and it's giving Tiamat the opportunity to keep him at bay.
Ooh, good lord, those Ruinations are slamming Johnny. He's down to almost half health just from one hit of that. He didn't even get hit by the flurry that followed after. So that's all just damage from that second ability on the Tiamat. The Olympus Bolts with the Fire Giant back up. They'll turn their sights towards it immediately. They're going to have to keep their eyes peeled, though. Valhalla Valkyries were able to come in here and steal it last time. Can Johnny make a repeat performance? The blink is up, but Haddock is keeping him in combat to let the Bolts get that objective.
Had eyes on Johnny that entire time this time around, though. Haddock's on zone duty, seems him trying to come in, and now Lasbra's going to take the 1v1. And in 2 shots, he'll take down that assassin in the jungle.
Johnny falls down. Haddock's pushing up right. Only Lasbra in the mid lane while the rest of the team surges up to take that right side Phoenix. Left has respawned, but again, that'll be another weakened Phoenix, and not much health on it on that respawn.
Frustrating for the Valkyries, though. They do a very good job defending their Phoenix to the right and then lose an FG straight away that they can't really contest. They're not in position for. It's kind of brutal, you know? You hold your line and then still lose out, and now you've got to go again, but this time they've got an FG.
Jake's able to sustain the team, not just for the help of him, but with the Fire Giant buff that all 5 have. And the 5v4, it's a blink in the backline from Haddock, looking for Zeros. He's going to take a bit of damage, has to use the beads. Aegis is still on cooldown, and Emil gets through the Bifrost to get away from Haddock, but Barracuda is being zoned out and taking out the frontliners of the Valkyries. Strike 1, but Jake is able to pick off Emily2.
Ducky did great work there, though, onto Barracuda. Take down the AD carry if you can. Zero's lived for so long on that backside, but still goes down to Haddock's in the Bluestone.
The Bluestone takes down 1. Ducky doesn't have an escape path. It's going to be Venenu picking up 1. Rapper falls low, has the walls to zone out, but how much longer will that work? Johnny assassinates the wrong way. Caught out by the stun, has to use the beads, and Venenu will close the distance and take him down.
There is a chance for him to end here. 4 members against Raffer. I don't think there's a whole lot they can do, J-Mac. Maybe they can just push an end.
It's a 4 versus 1. Raffer, can he hold the base defense? He's going to throw out the Monolith, but that's not going to give him very much health. Cyclone comes out and deals a lot of damage, and the Bolts just have too much for Raffer to handle. They'll fall down. Game number 2 goes to the Olympus Bolts.
And with how the game started off, it expected it was going to go in that trajectory anyway. Valkyrie's been struggling all year, sure, but at the same time, at the beginning of the game, they lose kills in the dual lane, solo lane, then they capitalize in the jungle. Lasbra had a great start to that game, and it really allowed Bolts to be in that position.
just objective steals more than anything, able to keep the Valkyries alive during that game, picking off not just the Gold Fury, but Ducky delaying and then allowing Johnny to blink in, steal another one. It kept them alive, so there's signs of life coming from the Valkyries, just not enough to close these games out. The Olympus Bolts able to come up with a 2-game win. We'll cut it to a break, then we'll come right back after with the desk.
I gave up dabbing for Lynn.
Cool. No more dabbing for Final. He looked at me and said, I'm going to be on that stage next year. I'm going to become a world champion.
That's right, youtube.com/SmiteVOD. If you want to watch not just Season 8, but maybe Season 7 or Season 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I think we might even have some stuff from prior to that. I know at least down to Season 1 because I was watching Season 2 VODs the other week. I was looking for something very, very specific, and I had to find it. So you can go to youtube.com/SmiteVOD and, of course, keep up on any sets that you miss this year, but as well as relive some of the greatest moments and greatest sets that we have seen in years past as well. My name is Gormizer, over there's Mifflin, and the Bolts find themselves a nice 2-0. First game, fights, bouncing back and forth between the two. Gold lead goes in favor of the Bolts. They take the reins, they run away with it. Game 2, they take the reins and they run away with it. They kind of started at the 15-minute mark, but 0 minutes in.
Yeah, it's so hard to break down games like that because it legitimately boils down to the Bolts won. And it's hard to go beyond there. It felt like at no point
were you in the room?
Valkyries in a position to fight back.
Were you in the room when, like, I can't remember if it was this play specifically, Vin was, like, ludicrously low in mid lane, and they had to send, they sent Johnny, they sent Zeros, they sent Raffer, and then Ducky finally was the one who came in and killed Venenu. And I looked at Dave and immediately just went, how many Valks does it take to kill a Bolt? And apparently the answer was 4. And unfortunately, that's the way this game started.
That's actually, if you had said that mid-cast, I think you might have had the best cast moment like all year. How many Valkyries does it take to take down one Bolt? Too many. And that was a recurring theme throughout the entirety of this game. It took too many Valkyries, and there just weren't enough of them, the Olympus Bolts. Man, this was a...
they won.
Yeah, they won. they won the game, and they look good doing it.
Yeah, and honestly, that's maybe more than you could, or exactly what you want to ask for, right? You have an unfortunate 2-0 loss earlier this week up against the Dragons. You're trying to get another win under your belt. You go up against the Valkyries. This one needs to be a win for you. Looking at their schedule, what is it, next week, they're going to be playing the Kings and the Leviathans, so, like, they don't necessarily have matches that are going to go this way for them looming on the horizon. If I remember correctly as well, I don't know if I called this out, did Haddix die in game 1? Because he didn't die here. I'm pretty sure he just had an undying set.
He did not. Yeah, I think he's just sitting at a fat 0 in the death column inside of both of these games, and that could be indicative of a larger issue for the Valkyries, right?
Haddix, 30,000 damage on the King Arthur. That feels pretty solid. Venenu, a little bit behind. He needed 15 more. Yeah, you wanted more out of the King Arthur?
Look, he did 29,985. I'm not rounding that to 30K. Haddix, you got to earn that.
Yeah. You're not going to give him 15 damage.
I don't think he could have done it if he tried.
What? Okay, whatever. I don't know. My mind like stopped. I genuinely didn't have a place to go with it.
You can ask him.
Yeah, we can just go ahead and ask him. We'll talk to Haddix themselves. Hey, Haddix, you guys get a nice 2-0 here.
I would have done it.
Mifflin's. But hey, you guys find a good win. How's the team feeling after this week?
We went in with a pretty risky meta into the Dragons. Didn't work out. Back to normal, and we're feeling pretty good again.
Yeah, speaking of the meta for you, specifically you played the Nike into the King Arthur, 2 picks that we haven't seen you a whole lot on lately. King Arthur you played a ton earlier this year. How's the solo lane been feeling with the new patch?
It feels like things are definitely closer to even, but it's definitely, who knows right now. It could be Warriors, could be Guardians.
You could be stuck playing only Cerberus, right? That is, I think, the message that Benji gave us. But I think we're in a fun spot. Next week for you guys, you're going to be going up against the Kings and the Leviathans. Looking forward into the future, do you guys think you have a lot more to buckle down? Or do you think that where you were today is where you want to be?
We're definitely trying to get better, obviously, every week. But I think this next week of scrims will set us up for the games pretty well, for sure.
I'm excited to see it. I'm sure everybody at home is. You're probably ready to go celebrate, get your nice 2-0, and relax for the rest of the Sunday. Thanks for your time, man, and congratulations on your win.
Thank you.
Once again, though, nice 2-0 for it. And the second game was clean. That's the only way to describe it. They won, as Mifflin had said. And that puts the Bolts in a much more comfortable position. Again, a loss to the Dragons, unfortunate for them, especially with the horizon being some very, very difficult to take down teams in the Kings and the Leviathans. But ultimately, Mifflin, looking at specifically what we've seen today and what we have yet to see, because the Kings are going to be playing next, might not be as troublesome for the Bolts next week, depending on how this next one goes. But it also will affect the standings for them overall. A good win right here helps keep them up in that top 4.
It does. The Olympus Bolts now very comfortable inside of the seeding, but as you highlighted, Tartarus Titans probably hot on their heels. Camelot Kings might be able to put a stop to what is in contention now for the longest win streak in Smite's history. Correct me if I'm wrong. If they win this one, they tie the win streak, and if they win the next one, they've got it.
If they win this one, they're at 9, which is 1 below.
1 below.
Then they need to win next week. And I think next week they only play the Valkyries, if I remember correctly.
So they need 3 more to set a new record.
Yes.
Okay, including the set today.
And looking at, who are we talking about? Titans? Yeah, so they play the Kings today. They get the Kings, win, then they will be at 9 sets in a row that they've won. Next week they play the Valkyries. That would tie it at 10 sets in a row. And then they'd have to go another week. And if they win that set, they would then take it.
So, Energy fans, put your hands together or maybe to the sky and try and give the Camelot Kings a little bit of your energy, because it could be that they're maybe the last stop trying to stop them.
It's going to be fun to watch. I mean, especially with the way things have been shaking out for them. Titans sitting up a little higher in the standings right now. We'll see how long they're going to be able to hold on to that one. They will be taking on the Kings in just a few minutes. Go ahead and grab your snacks, drinks, all that good stuff. We'll be right back.
So here's the pitch, okay? We've all seen Myth Swiss. It's that outtake show, and it was running in, and I saw chat spamming when I told Jordan to focus. So we're gonna run with that. Strike while the iron is hot. Jordan sitting at his desk at the video team section. I don't know what they do. I don't care what they do. But for the premise of this video, cannot be focused. Watching anime butts on one screen. I don't care what he's doing. Just can't be working. All right. And then he hears Myth Swiss. Big TV right behind him. Myth Swiss playing. Here's the line. Says Jordan, focus. Okay. And then his eyes go wide. He turns around, turns off the TV. He's trying to get rid of me. He knows he's not focused, but he knows he needs to be. But goes back to his desk, goes back to doing whatever he's doing. But he has to focus. So I'm at his window. Boom, slam on the window. I'm like the Babadook, okay? He doesn't know where I'm coming from. I slam the window, piece of paper, says focus. He does a little bit. He focuses a little bit. He doesn't turn off the anime butts. No. He flips his hat around, Ash Ketchum style. I don't know. And then he goes back to doing anything he wants, but not focusing. That's not enough for me. That's not enough for Hi-Rez. It's not enough for what we stand for. So I appear behind the wall behind him, okay? Boom, Mifflin, up there. I tell him to tighten up. He needs to focus. He does a little bit more. He focuses a little bit, but not enough, okay? And then it's not enough for me. It's not enough for me, okay? We have to go even further beyond that, all right? He does eventually close the screen, but that's not enough. I'm still appearing. I'm appearing everywhere. I'm in the bathroom. I'm in his cereal. I'm in his snacks. I'm telling him to focus, and eventually he switches desks. I'm under his desk, okay? I'm telling him to focus there, and that's where it happens. He sits in a maxonomic chair, his eyes dilate, and he finally finds his focus.
Okay. Approved.
I sold it? I sold it! Yes! I'm gonna sell so many chairs.
Jordan, what the f was that? We just lived a fever dream. I have no idea what just happened, and we approved it.
What kind of anime butts we talking? What kind of anime butts we talking?
You broke me.
Well, if you haven't already and you still want to grab a Maxonomic Smite chair, you can by going over to needforseat.com and using code SMITEMAX to get yourself a nice little discount and pick up your very own chairs. That way you can stay focused at home. That way you can tighten up and get ready to be prepared for this next match. The Tartarus Titans taking on the Camelot Kings for our second set of the day. Sure to be a big one. The Camelot Kings, they had a loss earlier on in week number 1. Now they had a big win over the Solar Scarabs and are looking to bring themselves back here, Gormizer. That way they have a better chance of running for the top end of the standings.
Yeah, this is a really contested matchup. I think the Kings need this win in order to find themselves, first off, some ground. Things have not been going as easily for them, I think, as they would have expected, and honestly, as a lot of people would have expected over the last couple of weeks. A little bit of struggles versus the Scarabs earlier, and whereas the Titans have been just dominating overall and making things a lot more interesting, this is going to be a really close game.
Well, talking about their matchup with the Scarabs, that happened earlier on this week. You can go back and watch that if you want to catch up on all of that action. 2-1 was the Camelot's victory there. Olympus Bolts had a good run against the Dragons, but not good enough to get them a win. Now we're moving all the way here to our final match of the day, right after our Bolts and Valkyrie set has just concluded with a 2-0 for the Bolts. We're now with the Camelot Kings and the Tartarus Titans. Probably, I'm not going to call it the biggest match of the week. I mean, we had 2 Dragons matches here in studios, and those were both really good, and you can see how everything reflected in the standings with the Leviathans coming out with a 3-0 so far to close out week number 2 for them. Tartarus Titans are looking to meet them at the top of the standings today.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. If the Kings win this set, then you've got 4 teams that are tied at 2-1 versus if the Titans win this set, 2 teams tied at 3-0 at the very top. So it makes things a little more contested, I think, if the Kings are able to win this, at least in terms of everybody, scrambling to get over each other. But of course, it's always more interesting when you have 2 teams that are lumbering over the top 2. We'll see if the Titans are going to be able to continue their win streak as well.
I don't know if I'd say it's more interesting to have 2 looming over everyone else. I kind of want to see the scrapping that happens amongst the mids. Maybe it's easier as far as dealing with the plus-minus when it's just 2 clear-cut teams at the top and then they get to decide everything else. But who cares about that? Let's talk a little bit about this mid-lane matchup between these 2 teams, because this is where my eyes are glued for everything else between Big Man Tings and Paul. Big Man Tings has, let's just put it out there, a pretty wide gospel. Him and Dardez don't always play the more conventional stuff. They do, play when they have the opportunity to do so, like Raijins and Tiamats, but this is a player who likes to bring out some of the stranger picks. The Giannis has been working out well for him up against the Leviathans. They were able to get some good matchups, and then their matchup against the Scares big man team also finding some success in mid.
Yeah, they have been wildly successful with a lot of their picks in mid, and it's one of the things that's a little more interesting. We talk about it a little bit every now and then, but the fact that Tings has been dealing with ping for a lot of the year and is still playing gods like this, this Kukulkan that is able to connect. I almost called him Al Kwang because he's using the old skin.
You're right.
But the Kukulkan and that Spirit of the Nine Winds, despite the fact that he's having to deal with latency and things like that, make it very interesting. Wildly successful on a lot of these picks as well. The Raijins, your Giannis's that we've seen a couple of these, you tend to see a lot of really, really hot plays from. But I think that where we are right now, specifically, we've noticed Tiamat getting through a lot more. I wouldn't be surprised to maybe see one of these two players play that. Ideally not Paul because he's been doing too well on it. But, being able to pick things up like that, I think this wide god pool that Tings brings just makes it so much easier for the rest of his team to, pick up genetics as priority picks, pick up things for Netroid, things like that to get them comfortable.
Look, I'll always call him Al Kwang, even if it is Kukulkan, especially if you're using that old skin. It's all obviously Al Kwang in my heart. We got Big Man Ting standing by for an interview for the Camelot Kings. Talk to him a little bit about maybe some of your thoughts on the new changes. How does it feel having Captain Twig back in the jungle on the more traditional assassins for you?
It feels alright. I mean, he's I think he said before that assassins aren't his strongest suit. I'd say he likes a bit more warrior focus sometimes, maybe some guardians sprinkled in the meta, but he's doing a good job adjusting right now with the assassins. So,
man, if assassins aren't his strongest suit, and that's the performance he had against the Scares, especially that game 1 Hoonbots where we're like 8-0, it could have fooled me. While we have seen changes in the jungle, we also have maybe a little bit of a shakeup in the mid lane potential. How does it feel on this new patch for the mid laners?
I would love to sit here and say, it feels great, but getting one shot by a bunch of assassins right now, not the best. But we're trying to make it work out here with what we've been given. So we'll just see how it goes.
Well, hopefully it can work out for you. You had a close match against the Scarabs earlier in the week. Any expectations coming up against the Tartarus Titans in your match today?
Just try and have a good set as well as possible. We had a pretty tough set against the Scarabs. We've had some pretty poor scrims recently, so just hopefully trying to turn that around as best we can and just see where it leads us, really.
Well, hopefully you can turn it around. Good luck in your match today, big man. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Never fun being one-shot by assassins. That's just the bane of all mid laners when it comes to the assassins being back in the meta. But so far, they've been able to make it work out. Captain Twig has had some decent success in the games that he got to play it. But now they're going up against the Tartarus Titans in a complete kind of 180 here. Somebody where Captain Twig is maybe a little bit more proficient with these warriors that we've been seeing. They're going up against Layers and Paul. Layers very eclectic with these assassins, and Paul very top end with some of these top mage picks.
Yeah, and I think that's the biggest deal. First off, Paul has been getting a lot of them for free lately. I mean, we've seen more Tiamat games, it feels like, in the last few weeks from Paul, including the Phase 2 playoffs, than anything else, but also had a really stellar performance last week on this Raijin to the point where things were looking pretty solid for the Scarabs, and then Paul happened. Unfortunately for them, there's not much you can do about that sometimes, and it just seems to be the case as of right now. Also was the case at Worlds this last year, and that's where things get really interesting. I was looking at it, and we talk a lot about Paul playing the Tiamat lately. We have to look at these Raijin highlights because they were phenomenal last week. But you look at it, the top 10 gods that are banned against the Titans: Tiamat, Hell, you've got Raven, or not Raven, I skipped over Raijin, and then the Morrigan there. 4 of the top 10 gods banned against the Titans are specifically targeting out Paul and trying to control him. And you've got some other big ones that make a lot of sense. Right? Your Yamojas, Artemis is up there because of the prowess that we got to see out of her. But realistically, it just goes to show that Paul is someone that needs to be controlled, or a lot of people view as needing to be controlled, and yet still is able to get a lot of these other picks and make them look good. When Giannis was kind of the staple in meta, he was going over to that no problem. I'm not going to be surprised if we, see a lot of bans maybe towards the mid lane, but also, despite the fact that we see the Kings with a very wide god pool in the mid lane, we're probably going to see something similar out of Paul on the other side.
You might be able to pull this up faster than me, but it's something I'm just taking a quick glance at. I cannot recall the last time that Paul has played a god other than Tiamat and Raijin. I know all of Grand Finals of Phase 2 playoffs, he played 4 games of Tiamat. Then he comes in the very next week and immediately 3 more games of Tiamat. And then He goes to
Played
the
Raijin last
Raijin.
week.
He played Raijin against the Scarabs. He played Raijin.
Yeah.
But it's been Tiamat and Raijin exclusively, at least since the Phase 2 Grand Finals for playoffs. I don't recall if he had something else in the semifinals. It's something I was trying to pull up in the process of kind of talking about it. But as I'm kind of looking down here, somebody, I'm just going to put it out there. Yes, it's a pick your poison battle against Paul. Do you want to take a lot of damage from Tiamat, or do you want to take a lot of damage from Raijin? But somebody has got to make I'm going to say I think somebody needs to make a stronger note against this player, because the fact he's allowed to play the top 2 mages for the last almost 10 games straight is just criminal.
Yeah, and prior to that, the games that he wasn't playing Tiamat or Raijin on, he had 3 Morgan Le Fay games in a row there. That, hey, still very successful for him. And then you start to get a little shakier once you go up. It was their match against the Dragons during the Phase 2 playoffs, where they had even more eclectic. You had like the Morrigan, I think there was a Soul game, a Hell game, and things got more varied there. But like you said, otherwise he's more than happy to just, if you're going to let him pick the top picks,
stop letting him.
He's going to do it each time.
Stop letting him. I think that's the point I'm trying to drive home. Ban one ban one and then pick the other and force him onto something else. With the Kings taking second pick in the picks and bans for game number 1, they may not have that opportunity to do so. Though Paul has shown he's more than comfortable being able to take some of those not top 2 or top 3 mages. He's had the Morgan Le Fay, picked up the Soul, Hell is always in his wheelhouse. And we cannot discount the fact that Ullr being meta means that Ullr mid for Paul and the Pooler is being meta as a potential. So we do see that banned away by the Camelot Kings along with the Morgan. And on the opposite side of the board, the Tartarus Titans, they take away the Rom, the Terra, and the Khepri that has been rising in this meta, specifically mostly for the Titans, but even Genetics has been showing a lot of this prowess.
Yeah, and honestly, I think that that's a very, very strong pick all around. I'm also excited to see them. This is something that is, I think, deserving to be banned against the Kings. Rom has been on like the front of people's minds, but
yeah,
it's got a 14 out of 16 win rate when the Kings are playing it. That is, to me,
that's
like
dangerous.
That's when you start thinking, yeah, we just like stop Netruid. Like we have seen games where the Kings have been struggling that have all of a sudden turned around thanks to that playstyle. You know, your Khepris, your Terras, they're really great. Genetics is a great player, and controlling those are important. But I really do think that we've seen so much turnaround from just that one hunter that it changes everything.
Artio somehow made it through the picks and bans and gets a first pick by the Titans. We've been seeing exclusively, this god is the only god, I think up until this game now, that has had a 100% ban rate. And the first time she is left open, the Titans go for a snap lock, making sure to grab that for themselves. On the other side, though, the Camelot Kings, they take a couple of top picks of their own. Tiamat for the mid lane, and then Geb, who we've been seeing rise, and pretty much ever since PBM's debut with it here in this second week of play, has almost been exclusively banned.
Yeah, he's been banned a whole ton. Not a lot of players have been able to scoop him up, except for, like you said, the Dragons, who played him twice the other day. And honestly, it's for good measure. He does a lot. The Cataclysm all of a sudden doing base damage adds a lot to it. I think his shield has already, and in the past, has been insane. The fact that you can peel someone out of some CC and give them extra health to work with is a huge deal. And I like his knockup as well, although that is just me. I like knockups. Knockups in Smite are some of the best CC that you can do, just because once you're in the air, it doesn't matter if your beads are there. You're not going to be able to get away from it. But the downside is that you're giving up, I don't even know how to say, like, you're giving up a lot, but you get Tiamat Geb servers. Like, you get a whole ton if you're the Kings here, too.
It's also one of the only CCs in the game that doesn't have any diminishing value.
Yes.
You know, a stun, you chain too many CCs together, that 2-second stun they initially had, well, it might only be, 1 second or 1.2 seconds or something. Knockup is going to be the same no matter what. Might just be slightly higher or slightly lower depending how far in the shockwave you are hit by it. But as the top 3 rounds out for the Camelot Kings, Tiamat Geb and a Cerberus third pick. I'm looking across the pond here for the Tartarus Titans. Not just that RTO, the Erlong Shen out of the jungle, one of the only warriors that we're really seeing stick around with these assassins, but a hell lock-in for Paul. So he completely he heard us. He said, all right, fine. If you want me to play something besides Tiamat, you want me to play something besides Raijin, they'll take one away. Who cares the other's up? He's going to go for his signature hell here for mid lane.
And most of what stopped the hell from coming through hasn't necessarily, well, part of the time might be Tiamat was let through, but most of it's been, she's been banned against him. It's rare day for that Hell to make it through. And it's just because you have to ban things like this Uller now. You have to pay attention to those, and that opens up Paul to be able to showcase and flex what he has offering. But you also get a really good pick for them in the jungle. I mean, this Erlang Shin, like you said, someone that not only can keep up with the assassins, but he plays really well. The 9 turns Blessing, having a big taunt and CC like that is just such a big deal. I mean, the top 3 for the Titans is a very, very powerful pick for their team.
And an Izanami to make the 4th pick for the Camelot Kings. It was a Sylvanas and Yamoja ban, who somehow Yamoja made it all through this conversation. All of these gods that got banned away in this top 6, we looked at it and go, okay, yeah, that makes sense based off the meta or based off the team you're going against. And then we just completely forget about all the other gods that were left open because of it. Artio made it through, Hell made it. Even Cerberus, who's been banned away pretty highly as of recent, was able to slip through the cracks here and be picked up. And then a Yamoja as a final ban from the Kings. On the other side, Hunbats and Raven banned away, throwing a little bit of respect over towards Captain Twig.
And I actually really like this because not only, like you said, respect towards Twig, and Twig's Hunbats was nuts the other day. I want to see more of that anytime I get the opportunity. But I actually am really intrigued, just to counting it up, like with all of the support bans plus grabbing 2 Guardians on the side, you've taken away 6 of them. And the thing that's really interesting to me is that there's still so many that, at least in my mind, are still very prominent and good.
That's a set. And there's no Hunter on their team. Cyclone Spin, is going to be playing set this game. I saw it hovered on the other side by the Kings, and they said, no, let's grab our Hunter here. Probably don't want to lose our Izanami. And they said, oh, yeah, set is in the game. Hey, Cyclone, you want to play set and pair that with a Ganesh out of that lane? One thing with this patch, we also got a slight buff to Ganesh. His Turn of Fate got a lower cooldown, which threw me by surprise. The fact that was a 16-second cooldown on his primary clear, that one kind of blew my mind, so seeing that toned down. Maybe some Rise of Ganesh, or maybe at least just from Aurora here, teaming up with a I just can't believe we have a set right now. I feel like we're dialing back a couple of seasons when we had the Assassin and Mage Hunter meta.
I mean, last year it was the biggest thing. Honestly, if that Hell wasn't locked in and they had something that was maybe more ambiguous up there, if they had locked in a Hunter there instead, that would be saying it was set mid, because Paul liked to play that last year. We saw it in solo lane a few times as well. I remember Finoke looking really good and using that to counter out like Cthulhu's a lot. But this is something that Cyclone Spin has played in the past and has looked good on in the past. I'm not going to doubt too much about it, except that when I look at this Titans team, it does, like, its strengths are all shifted towards the latter half of the game. They really need to make it past this first 10 minutes, and then things are going to be perfectly in the clear for them. I guess Erlang might be able to get his hands dirty a little bit before then, but ultimately, you know, Hell, we've seen some early double kills, but really shows a lot of prowess towards the late. Same thing, Ganesh. I mean, good luck doing anything before level 5. You're okay, you've got silence, you've got some roots, you're decent, but you're not necessarily the end-all be-all in the duo lane. Good news is you're going up against Geb, and he's kind of in the same boat as you. So I don't know that there's going to be a lot of fireworks at the very beginning of this one, but it does shift very dramatically, in my eyes, in favor of the Titans the longer it goes on. That healing specifically is really going to be a thorn in their side.
And the Tartarus Titans have picked up a big, what I'll like to call a W-key team. You have a Hell, Erlang, an Artio, a Ganesh, and a Set. All gods that just want to run you down no matter what. The early stage, as you highlighted, is going to be their biggest struggle. The Camelot Kings, they've got a decent answer to it. Cerberus is going to be able to maintain himself in the lane. The Geb will be able to keep this Izanami safe, win this Ganesh and Set. Inevitably do get very aggressive in the dual lane. They'll have decent clear because of the nature of Izanami's passive basic attacks, able to cleave through the entire wave. And this kind of earlier game, Susano pulled in by Captain Twig. Probably not, I'll be honest, probably not the player I would have expected to bring Susano out.
No, honestly, I mean, we see it way more out of the Leviathans. I would give it maybe even to like Lasbra. Like, there's a couple of other junglers that I would see picking this up before I would have thought Twig to do so, but it's actually one of their greatest strengths here. I think he's going to be able to really guide his team early on, try to help shut them down. The biggest struggle, I think, is going to be that mid 2v2. Erlang Hell is going to have a very powerful 1-2 punch. Tiamat has the power and capabilities there, but I think it leans much more heavily on the Susano.
This Susano to round out the draft for the Camelot Kings. We'll see if it's going to be enough for them to try and stop this winning streak of the Titans. Titans want to maintain it. Can they do it here in game number 1? Let's find out with Dulcin and Mifflin.
What a matchup to end the weekend. Titans versus Kings, and the Titans riding high on a win streak right now. And the Camelot Kings will do their best to put this one to bed. The last time we saw these two teams play was in the Phase 2 playoffs. And the Titans did not have a hard time up against the Camelot Kings. They looked great. So we'll see if some, I would say halftime adjustments, whatever, mid-phase adjustments give the Camelot Kings a fighting chance here. In this one, big changes, though, in the meta itself. Mifflin, maybe that makes Set a little bit more viable here in the duo lane.
So in that last set between the Titans and the Camelot Kings, Layers played Erlang Shen 3 times, I believe. It was 2 or 3 times, and every single one of those games, he walked into mid at level 2 and killed somebody on the first wave. So we'll see if that's something you can keep up here today. Wow, Paul taking a ton of damage throughout the early, but he's hell. Yeah, he's hell.
Nice, Myth. That was
he's
good.
just going to heal.
Spot on. The synergy is already flowing. This is great. I was going to say we fist bump. Now I kind of did anyway, just to let the viewers at home know that the synergy is really flying. Layers at level 2 does go mid, but it have to be sneaky to get a kill. Or special to get a kill here. Maybe not. That's my fault. That's on me. I'm sorry. Paul gets first blood in this one. Layers walks forward. Captain Twig down. And Layers helps out the mid laner for first blood.
Look, man, you can't write that, right? I mean, the Tartarus Titans, they're not hiding this strategy.
This is not surprising anyone. He's
just
literally
walked in.
standing in lane.
That's what he does.
And that's why I said it's going to take something special to make this work. And I used Blink, so I guess that closed the gap. And that's that level 2 from Erlang Shen. You get the pin, you get the knock-up, and then you've got Paul, who's able to get in there and has damage. And so this is a great start for the Tartarus Titans. Layers specifically has been playing so well for this team recently. And I think on the flip side of the coin, Myth, it's worth talking about Captain Twig. Look, he's mentioned in the interview with BMT. BMT has kind of referenced it as well. This is going to be a learning experience for Captain Twig. Clearly the guy is one of the best junglers there is. Was incredible, or very, very good at least, with the Erlang Shens, the Osiris's, the Gilgameshes. Assassins are it right now. And Captain Twig is going to have to find his comfort levels with these types of picks. So the Susano definitely interesting. Not great to be behind this early in the game. Netrioid trying to walk away, but will he be able to? Shell helps him out. Now Aurora has the damage turned on to him. And we will part the seas here in the duo lane.
So legitimately, though, Captain Twig in multiple interviews now has stated that he loves the warrior playstyle. Cycling Spin dashes in there and makes me catch my breath, thinking the Netroid might have been a little bit of trouble. Yeah, they're just not going to let us
talk about it.
Yeah, but why not just keep playing the Erlang Shens, the Osirises, and the Gilgameshes? It clearly still works. Layers legitimately first bloods you at like 30 seconds into the game. I think that there is certainly a world where if Captain Twig doesn't find himself enjoying this assassin full damage style, he doesn't have to go towards it. The Mannequin Scepter auto-attack warriors still exist, and they're still incredibly strong.
I think way too early to sound the alarms on Twig here in this set, at least. You know, falling once for first blood is not game over. But the first few sets of the phase is where we'll keep our eyes on the jungle specifically and see if a trend starts to develop. But still way too early to start hitting the button on Captain Twig right now. Does find himself one level down. Susano in the late game has a good opportunity to duel out with some of the squishiness that the Tartarus Titans might have at that point in the game. But this is all kind of ignoring the fact that Paul gets Hell here out of mid, and Hell is the one who picks up first blood. And you're going to go into that Doom Orb first, and scary, I think, for the Camelot Kings once Paul gets to that point where there's some power in that build and he's able to make plays.
It may have been Variety who brought Hell back to the forefront of the SPL, but Paul, for those of you who have been around for a while, you realize Paul is one of the premier Hell players who have ever done it. Has a huge duel history, loves this god inside of that mode, has taken it into Smite in the past years. This year, though, as I highlighted earlier, was actually Variety that brings it in, but Paul's certainly a guy who can play this god at the highest level, very comfortable in those Hell boots, and looks like he might be going towards a Doom Orb inside of that first slot. That's a very aggressive start for a Hell. I mean, the damage output, we're already seeing it upwards of like 250 per ability already. He's generating a ton of threat.
Yeah, Paul's a happy boy right now with the pick that he's got and the way that the early game has gone for himself here. And then you got Benji on this RDO. I mean, I love this draft for the Tartarus Titans. Especially because there's Geb. Myth, you and I got to talk a little bit about, or Ganesh, excuse me. I was looking at Geb as I finished that sentence. We talked a little bit about it in the SEC earlier on today. And, you know, Ganesh, as the desk mentioned, receives small buffs here recently, makes him a little bit better. But those Dharmic Pillars, so disruptive, and the highest damaging ability in the game.
Is that true?
Yeah, if you get hit with every single tick.
Uh-huh.
And I really hope you're right about this because I'm just quoting you. You told me this.
What?
You told me it's the highest damaging ability in the game.
Gaslight all the chat in the middle of the first SPL cast we
had. Well, it
today.
depends. Is it right or wrong? Is it the highest damaging ability in the game?
Well, I think so.
You think so? Fantastic. I love my analysts here at the SPL. I think you're gaslighting me, Myth. I don't know. Benji and Layers, they'll team up here right around the blue buff of the Camelot Kings. Variety's able to pick that one up just fine. And this is going to be an intriguing matchup here, Myth. The Artio up against the Cerberus, because Artio is just so difficult to deal with. Not only in the team fights, but the laning phase can be somewhat frustrating, and maybe the Cerberus with some of that anti-heal utility, I suppose, if you want to word it like that, might help out in lane here against Benji.
Yeah, Variety should be able to hold his own. He's got himself past that critical period where Benji should have been able to find the majority of his pressure, and now he's able to get some of that healing back. Every time Benji goes for this poke, you can see it's returned to Variety at least a little bit inside of this one, and it looks like it could be a bulwark of hope for Variety. We've seen that item have a bit of resurgence here in the tail end of Season 8, and that should help out a fair deal up against Benji. I mean, a large infusion of magical defense, one of the largest infusions of HP that you could get. Layers blinking in. Does not land the ultimate, but maybe isolate Variety.
Blink for blink. Captain Twig will stay alive. Layers, that's a lot of damage. Onto the Erlong Shed, immediately into the Typhoon. Oh, it's massive! From the Camelot Kings, great setup here. Will Captain Twig finish one of the kills, or is Variety gonna go down? It's a leap on out from the Cerberus onto Layers. Variety will complete what he started. Gets a kill. The shell is fantastic, but the Dharmic Pillars there from Aurora will put Variety in the dirt for the first time this game. 3-man Cataclysm from Genetics. Big man Ting rotating over from mid. The lockdown from Aurora keeps Genetics at bay.
Genetics now trying to roll himself out of there. Gets caught out by the cripple field and likely forces his life, but nice knock-up keeps him alive for just another moment. Benji, credit for the kill this time, and the Camelot Kings, despite having one of the more impressive CC chains we've seen, Stygian Torment immediately into the Typhoon, do lose out inside of that engagement, and Cyclone Spin, with the pressure that he has in duo, has stolen the red buff all on its own.
That was a massive engage from the Camelot Kings. That 1-2 from Variety and Twig was a lot of fun to watch. Unfortunately, it kind of stopped there. You're able to get the kill onto Layers, but then the rotations through from the rest of the Tartarus Titans. And then despite actually even great disengage, Genetics got 3 in the stun there. So the Camelot Kings play it pretty well, but the Titans just a little bit stronger right now. Voidstone for Benji helping out in that fight there as well. So now you do have some pressure over on the right side of the map. You finally see Layers make his way over here. Benji's got a kill and an assist now. But could be solo kill potential here for Cyclone Spin. Are we tower diving? We're dark portaling, at least. The minions held up for just a moment. Netrioid without his ultimate now may be susceptible to Cyclone Spin, but in behind Cyclone Spin is Genetics. Does not have the ultimate, and no chance to lock down Cyclone Spin, who will dash on out.
Looked to me like Cyclone Spin was trying to line up that skewer just to find that last hit, but that Dark Portal Silence
If that hits,
removes
you think he's going in?
Oh, yeah, 100%. 100%.
For sure.
Even if Dark Portal just misses, I'm pretty sure Cyclone Spin's headed into that tower. But fortunately for Netrioid, or maybe not fortunately, he does it all himself, able to land that ability and maintain his life, but can't take away from the pressure that we've already seen from the Tartarus Titans Hunter. Maybe I shouldn't call him a hunter, as he is playing an assassin right now. Cyclone Spin dominant in the lane.
Cyclone Spin jumped on by Captain Twig. Beads used, not enough. Genetics snags the kill that Captain Twig set up. In and out, kill the Camelot Kings, and they get away with one. And that's a good look for Captain Twig. You know, you had the good setup on right. Now you get one over here on left. Keeping Cyclone Spin down is going to be important for this Kings team. Unfortunately for them, Gold Fury not up, but they will take the Scorpion.
Just alleviating some of that pressure in the dual lane is so huge. Captain Twig needed to make that rotation. Netrioid needed that assistance because the Tartarus Titans have been running away with the pressure on the left-hand side, and it seems like it was an attempted red buff invade, but Paul spots out Variety.
Dharmic Pillars from Aurora will split up this fight. It's a great ultimate from the Ganesh. That'll push the Camelot Kings back. There is no mana for Captain Twig. This is an awkward fight for the Susano. Layers in first, already used that 9 turns blessing, and the heal comes in a little bit after. Aurora and Layers chase down Variety in the mid lane, and they'll get him.
Meanwhile, the rest of the Kings say, all right, well, the Titans came for a red buff. We're not going to give that one up for free.
Oh, no,
Genetics, though?
too.
Yeah, we're going to give him up for free. Benji should be able to push this one down.
God, the Titans are just running the Kings down in every aspect right now. Kill happens in mid. Kill happens over on left. And where the Kings left off a moment ago, after you get a pick onto Cyclone Spin, you're sad because the Gold Fury isn't there. The Titans will not have that same issue. Gold Fury has now spawned thanks to the Kings taking the Scorpion a moment ago. And so a couple of kills and then a nice cash infusion with the Gold Fury for the Titans. 1.6k in the lead, just under 10 minutes in.
1,000 experience as well, which is, I would say, about equivalent value here as it jumps up to 1,500 after a couple of camps get cleared out on the left-hand side by the Tartarus Titans. This is the Camelot Kings just struggling to maintain parity throughout the early game because they legitimately are just waiting for that late game phase. They've got great scaling in their own right. The front line is steadfast between genetics and variety. Your late game hyper carries being Tiamat and Izanami feels pretty good for you as well. And can't slight Captain Twig's ability to find these huge engagements. Typhoon, one of the most disruptive ultimates inside of the Assassin tree that you can have in the game, especially considering some of the itemization changes that Assassins have seen recently. But, I mean, Gore highlighted on the desk very well. The Tartarus Titans have very strong early game thanks to the Erlang Shen and incredibly strong late game prowess as well thanks to just maybe the pillar of sustain that is hell out of mid.
And now we're getting more data, and again, this game far from over, just as we mentioned early on, but starting to get to that point, especially if the the Titans rather keep playing at this speed, fast around the Pyromancer for sure. Cyclone Spin kind of rounds the corner here. Could be a collapse from Genetic. Cyclone Spin is going to try to turn around the damage, but Dark Portal plus Cataclysm too much. Netroid puts down Cyclone Spin on the right side of the map, though. Can the Titans make something happen? Captain Twig will get the kill onto Aurora. Out of the Dharmic Pillars he goes. But Layers is waiting on the other side. Paul on a killing spree. And the Camelot Kings, they'll get 2 kills across the map here, Myth. Titans able to trade back 1.
But the neutral objective also goes the way of the Tartarus Titans, and what was just 1,600 has pushed itself closer to 2,000 in their favor. The macro game very much favoring the Order side right now. They are controlling every single one of these neutral objectives, and now having desynced the Pyromancer and the Primal Fury, there is no kind of counterplay for the Camelot Kings. They have to show up and put up a defense wherever the Tartarus Titans decide to go, unless the Camelot Kings are able to just stall out the Gold Fury once it respawns and then head over to the Pyromancer if they're willing to seed it.
Poor Cyclone Spin has just been jumped on a couple of times over there in the duo lane. And so it was a 2-level gap a little bit ago. Netroid was a couple levels behind. Cyclone Spin has been slowed down.
He's been getting camped.
He's been getting camped, right. But that camp has culminated to a closing of the XP gap. 1 level lead, depending on where the waves flow, it appears is going to be the case over on left. And so we really haven't seen, outside of some poke damage and some attempted engages from Cyclone Spin, the true power of the set here in the fight. You wonder if it does raise some concerns about a lack of ranged physical damage. You know, you have the traditional mage and the ranged abilities of Paul, of course. But you won't have that ADC sitting way in the back line slinging out autos in these team fights.
I think the team fight probably not too poor for the Tartarus Titans just because of how much in-combat healing they have, not just from the Hell, but also self-sustain for Layers and more team-wide sustain from Benji as well. It's more so the concern for the Tartarus Titans once they start to be on those Phoenix Siege defenses or Phoenix Siege offenses, where they're really going to be missing out on this Hunter. It's going to be so much harder to push into these towers from a range because legitimately it's just Paul trying to put out those autos.
Twig is mid, so is Aurora, BMT here as well. Thought maybe Twig for a moment would have taken his portal, and that would have been a very, very bad idea. So Layers is off to a great start at level 2, slowed things down a little bit. Captain Twig was off to a bad start because of Layers. And admittedly, Myth has kind of turned things around for himself here. Jotun's into Brawler's Beat Stick and then another mace item on the other side. And I think that's the reason. Far from sounding the alarms on Captain Twig at minute 1. And started to make a little bit more of an impact here as the game has gone on.
No, he's sitting very high on the damage charts as well, actually 200 more than Layers at this point. So Captain Twig obviously having himself a very good game here. I believe it will be a Crusher inside of that 3rd slot for him just to help him out with a little bit more damage potential. That dot damage is going to be very nice for finishing off some of these kills, even from a range if he decides to shoot out that Typhoon very quickly. And he's going to need every single bit of damage that he can get. The Tartarus Titans, if they are allowed to, escape, regroup, and re-heal inside these team fights, could make it very hard.
Oh my goodness, Layers does so much damage. Captain Twig is going to dash away. But wow, that was a lot. And that was quick from Layers. A chance to actually get a kill here onto Variety. Layers has the 9 turns blessing. Variety's got the beads, but they can't beads out damage. And Variety falls. Layers on a warpath. Layers was on a warpath just now. He saw Twig, mad that kill got away, and then all eyes turned towards Variety. An interesting call. Maybe no other option for Variety to go in there, despite knowing that the Titans were pretty strong in numbers on the right side.
I mean, he can't retreat back to his tier 1 tower. That's a death sentence. Tries to head back to the tier 2 and gets caught out on his pathing there. Layers' damage output thanks to Crusher, Stone Cutting Sword, so incredibly strong, where the Camelot Kings undeterred. Primal Fury and nobody's around.
That's right. The Tartarus Titans might be able to fight after the fact, but it looks like this Primal Fury is going to go down quietly, and that's a good call. That's what you have to do, and the Titans are controlling these neutral objectives. You see a couple of them on right. Make the call to go on over towards that Primal Fury. So a slight dip down in the gold for the Camelot Kings, but then right back up for the Tartarus Titans after they knocked down Tier 1 and Tier 2 on right. So now a win condition opened up for the Tartarus Titans. You win one big fight, and you've got an exposed Phoenix already to work towards.
Yeah, even if the Tartarus Titans get the Fire Giant themselves, they're going to immediately fall back towards that Phoenix as Paul finds himself in some trouble, surrounded by 4 in the jungle.
Oh my god, is he going to live? Is he going to live? A lot of ultimates on to
No
Paul,
way.
but Paul will walk right on out. The healing plus Aegis plus beads. It's a costly escape, but it's an escape nonetheless. The Camelot Kings spend Captain Twig and Netrioid's ultimate. And it looks like Captain Twig's blink as well, trying to kill off Paul. And this hell is just a nemesis. Mantle of Discord picked up 2nd overall for Paul. Some of that extra defense helping out.
Yeah, that stun as well going to be so huge for him. Look, man, Paul is so hard to kill at this point. You may have missed your opportunity to look for these kills. Instead, it's now his damage output, probably bar none, some of the highest on the map. Maybe not bar none. We saw what Layers was able to do, and he's doing
Also, Aurora's in the game on Ganesh.
Oh,
has
yeah,
the
highest
highest
damage
ability in the game.
That's true.
Right. Could be more fighting here on right, especially since the Titans are around as Pyromancer. And this one, in the same way that the Kings quietly took the Fury, the Titans will quietly take the Pyromancer. And right, there's not really a chance for the Kings to get into that. This is going to happen to Variety again. It looks like Stygian Torment used stun on the backside. Layers has taunt, has his ultimate, won't need it. He's on a killing spree with the good old-fashioned auto attacks. Stone Cutting Sword plus Chin Size, big power spike for this Erlong Shen. And poor Variety has been bullied over on the right.
Man, he is just shredding HP bars at this point. You know what, Dave? I knew it. I knew Erlang Shen was going to survive this 8.9 patch, and clearly Layers is putting that on display right here. The Tartarus Titans playing with a whole lot of momentum, but the Camelot Kings have done a good job in the last 17 minutes to at least slow down some of this bleeding. But at the end of the day, it's still 4,000 gold for the Order team.
We're sieging up the Tier 1 tower here, and Cyclone Spin's going to rotate in. Remember, this is where maybe some of those concerns about the lack of ranged physical damage come to fruition, because Cyclone Spin can't stand, just inside the tower line, just outside of it, and whittle down that health bar. You have to win a fight beforehand, maybe, if you're the Tartarus Titans, but maybe no real concern. A lot of anti-heal picked up here, Myth. I mean, Pestilence, Brawler's Beatstick, Divine Ruin, all of it there. Tainted Steel for Netrioid. I mean, I guess you have to invest that much, not only against Paul on Hell, but, you've got Benji with some sustain, Layers on the other side of his ultimate as well. Will heal up once the heal portion of the ultimate rings out. And so it's probably the right amount of investment from the Camelot Kings to keep some of that healing at bay.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, I wouldn't argue with a little bit more anti-heal, right? I mean, it couldn't hurt at all. The Tartarus Titans have just got so much sustain on their side. Every single member just about is going to be affected by any effective anti-heal the Camelot Kings decide to pick up. But as of right now, the pace has slowed down, hasn't it? The Tartarus Titans not really confident enough to step up to the Fire Giant proper, or waiting for the Pyro. Yeah, the Gold Fury's not up either. No towers on the right-hand side, and no chance for Variety to get his own blue buff this time around.
This poor guy, man.
He can't play. Layers is
on cooldown. On cooldown, Layers is walking to the right side of the map and invading the blue buff. And we saw what happened to Twig when Twig showed up. Had to use everything to get out. Saw what happened when Variety showed up and actually tried to fight. Had to use everything and still didn't get out. Layers is a menace right now, especially when you pair that with Benji or Paul or Aurora or Cyclone Spin. Seems like any two-man pairing, 1+ Layers, is going to be enough to have a successful invade if your eyes look there. About a minute left on that Gold Fury, so maybe that's when we start to see things warm back up a little bit. Haven't seen a full-on 5v5 just yet. Variety in a tough spot now to give the Kings an advantage. Maybe this is what you need if you're the Kings. Cyclone Spin survives! The Aegis is huge on the other side of the Dark Portal. Nearly gets the kill, but Layers will finish the work that Cyclone Spin started. Might even make it a two-piece. Cataclysm from Genetics will not peel out Netrioid. Layers has got a double. He's on a rampage, and Big Man Tings will do his best to close this gap, and he won't do enough. Big fight for the Titans.
Man, Cyclone Spin does so much damage inside of that fight. I don't think Twig was expecting that level of burst to come his way, but Skewer, with that many soldiers around you, are always going to be able to do it. And Paul, with a moment of opportunity, yeah, he's going to take out that Tier 1 tower. Now, Another tier 2 exposed for the Tartarus Titans, and we're approaching that magical time in the SPL, 20 minutes in, when Fire Giant becomes a realistic goal for either one of these teams, but Titans with so much pressure in duo might as well pick up the easy objectives first.
Yeah, why
Gold
not?
Fury shouldn't last too long.
Why not? I mean, we've seen how fast the Pyromancer's gone down. I imagine the Gold Fury will suffer a similar fate unless the Titans want to fight first, in which case the health bars of the Kings are the ones that will be going down quickly. Dominance from the Titans in the first 20 minutes of game number 1, and they show no signs of slowing down here. The Kings are showing up. Netroid back in base, so he has a long walk on back to the Fury. Benji finds a stun on the front line of this fight. It does get reset. The Titans not liking the look just yet. We'll take a breath before heading back to the pit.
Yeah, just give him a moment to heal Aurora back up, and they've got plenty of avenues to do so. And once he is back and healthy, gotta expect him to pull it yet again and try and force this fight.
Oh, decent poke there from Paul. Gold Fury started up again. Bracer down. That's helping out the Titans just a little bit here. Camelot Kings walking forward. Genetics with a big cataclysm could set up a good fight for the Camelot Kings, but you gotta be alive to get the ultimate off. Genetics has about as low health as you can have without being dead, and so the Gev is gonna have to think twice about going into this fight, and I think with your support out of things, you got no choice but to go back. Benji trying to stop the back, unable to do so. But the Titans got what they came for. They get the Gold Fury, push the Camelot Kings back to their side of the map.
That does at least cost Benji his blink, so that won't be a great initiation tool if the Titans decide to head on over to the right-hand side and try and push down this Pyromancer, which seems to be the call already. Layers grouped up over there, Aurora's with them, and I've seen Layers' damage, and I gotta think he's enough to do it on his own. It is a pull of the Pyromancer, but Twig blinks in. Great silence from Aurora to make sure Layers stays alive.
Yeah, Aurora loves this pick.
Woo!
He loves that silence. Captain Twig jumped on. Dharmic Pillar's huge. The taunt nearly brings Captain Twig right back in. This is a good-looking fight for the Camelot Kings, though. Netroid will get the shutdown onto Layers. The health bar's just too low right now for the Tartarus Titans. They're going to have to walk away, utilize Paul for some of that extra healing. Good root on the back end, but Aurora whittled away. Netroid's got a double, a third around the corner, but Big Man Kings will take it.
Tartarus Titans showing a little bit too much confidence there, trying to two-man the Pyromancer. It's not going to be that easy. Cyclone Spin going it alone? No shot.
Now he's walking away, has to use the Aegis. Paul sends some good damage the Camelot Kings way. No way, right? There's no way this works out. It's just the carries of the Tartarus Titans. Cyclone Spin will get out. And maybe if what this is delaying the Fire Giant, not allowing the Kings to get it, it did work out for the Titans.
Man, I mean, Cyclone Spin dropped like 3 different people down to sub 30% HP, essentially all on his own. This set is swinging for the fences already.
Is huge.
Yeah, Hidden Blade looks like it could be a Heart Seeker coming up next, just a burst or get an additional burst of damage on the initial engagement. But the Camelot Kings still playing with a good deal of time here. Can step up to the Fire Giant. It's burning slowly, and the Titans, they're hovering in the wings.
Titans are close. Paul could be the one to poke down some of this damage. We haven't had that vintage Paul moment just yet. Is now the time? Are you going to step in, steal it away? The answer is no. The Kings will get it quickly. And unfortunate, it was a delay on the FG, but the FG falls nonetheless. Unfortunate for the Titans, but a great turnaround now in this game for the Camelot Kings, who have been way behind, still behind in gold, but now on a Fire Giant power play, I can break this game open.
Yeah, 3,000 gold at the 24-minute mark means much less than it did just 13 minutes ago. The Camelot Kings playing with a lot of the lead, and Variety finally finds himself a little bit of a blue buff. Some additional CDR going to be coming his way, as well as some man.
Where's Layers?
Yo,
he's got to be working. The map, he's lurking somewhere.
Yo, Twig, come help me out, bro. Layers has got to be around.
He's got to be somewhere.
But he isn't. Not this time. Yeah, congratulations, Variety, for your maybe second blue buff this game.
Yeah, might be. I mean, you get the first one, of course, but it has been a while since Layers let that one go. Probably smart from Layers not to go onto that side of the map. Not right now, not right before your team has to defend up against a Fire Giant team in the Camelot Kings, but slow on the push right now are the Kings. Need some time to go back, reset, spend up some of that gold, and lots of towers still on the map to siege up. So the Titans have a decent cushion here, Myth, where you're probably not too worried about those tier 1s, maybe a soft defense around a tier 2, but yeah, plenty of time before you're worried about your Phoenixes.
But the defense of the Tartarus Titans is something we brought up a little bit earlier. Once they decide to dig in their heels, it's an all-in commitment. If they want Cyclone Spin to be a factor in these fights, they have to take the fight properly and run in.
Variety takes a whole lot of damage. That silence from Aurora is sneaky, so scary. I mean, Variety walks forward, you get silence, you're not able to jump out for a couple of seconds, and you're taking a lot of damage. As you see here, Typhoon out from Captain Twig. So it is a soft defense from the Titans around the tier 2 tower, but still enough ranged poke to get the tower down nonetheless. Captain Twig not having his ultimate, decent-sized loss as far as getting in, scrapping, and eliminating a backliner. But the Titans have done enough, though, to push the Kings back. Only 2 minutes left in this Fire Giant power play. But it's moments like this where the fights can swing. Benji, double stun on the front line. Netrioid jumped on. Both actives will get used here. Layers pulled on in. The Dharmic Pillar is huge from Aurora, but it does not do enough. The Camelot King's able to jump out, jump back in, stun onto Aurora. The sudden surge from the King is here, and it is swift. Tartarus Titans down to 3.
Still minute 30 on Fire Giant as well, and Captain Twig finds the pull onto Paul. That could set up for the rest of the squad, but the additional healing and movement speed of Hell should be able to work her way out of here.
God, the Titans just getting chased down now by the Camelot Kings, who've been chased down in every other moment of this game, now returning the favor to the Titans. The Phoenix finally gets reached here by the Camelot Kings. 20 seconds on Aurora, 25 on Layers by the time I'm done saying it. The mid-lane Phoenix will fall. You can take a deep breath if you're the Titans. You've lost your mid-Phoenix, but it looks like the nightmare's over for the time being.
Still an entire minute left on the Fire Giant. Could be a tier 2 tower before Layers even respawns, and they can fall back towards that Primal Fury if they so choose. We'll see how confident the Camelot Kings are playing right now. It's a lot of gold in pocket. Gotta remember, it still was about 3,000 in favor of the Tartarus Titans at the beginning of this Fire Giant power play for the Camelot Kings. Has now swung 2,000 in their favor. So look at that gold in hand, 2,000 for just about every single member of the Camelot Kings. But gold in pocket is not gold in build, which means you're not playing with a lead as of yet. So I gotta agree with the decision making of the Camelot Kings. Let's head back and spend it all up.
Yeah, now we'll go back and actually convert potential to real-time lead as far as builds go. We wondered if there would be more anti-heal investment, Myth. There is. Netrioid has gone into Toxic Blade. And Netrioid, look, he started to do some serious damage in this game. It was a double kill earlier on, nearly a triple that Big Man Ting's got the last hit on. And that extra bit of anti-heal could be a big difference maker, and it might be the big difference maker that we've seen. The Titans were controlling this game. You're talking 5-6K gold in the lead, and the Titans able to, or the Kings rather, able to turn it around, grab an FG, and a great chance to do so here again with the mid lane Phoenix down. Titans might have to step up and contest.
This is going to be the first time we get a look at the Tartarus Titans 5-on-5 potential since that last fumble around the Pyromancer, at least in neutral territory, not counting
that's a lot of
these
damage.
Defensive situations. And yeah, man,
That's
that damage
blade,
output.
Brock, wow.
Yeah, that's just skewer. So I guess we're not worried about his damage towards gods. It is just that damage on objectives.
And I guess from a range, right?
On.
I mean, every 5 seconds you can throw out a skewer, and if you're hitting your target, you're melting down a big percentage of that health. You know, maybe that's an advantage here the Titans can take advantage of, where you're getting some good poke in and you're just getting those health bars lower while you have enough healing to top off your health bars on the other side. Left side wave pushing into this tier 2 tower, not Phoenix sieging yet, but something the Titans will have to consider if this Fire Giant dance takes a little while.
Look at the vision advantage on the map, already going the way of the Camelot Kings, and they've got so many sentries in pocket. The Tartarus Titans, on the other hand, only have the 1 sentry ward, so if every war is won on a battle of information, the Camelot Kings are playing with house money.
Whoa, Layers blinks in, he's found Captain Twig. Twig quick on the beads. We'll dash out. You know, Twig clearly didn't know Layers was there, but we had the privilege of seeing every ounce of that. You could see what was going on in Layers' mind. Twig is overextended in mid. I'm blinking in immediately. If I can get a pick here, my team has a great shot at this next Fire Giant. So beads used by Twig, but blink used by Layers. Defensive down on one side, offensive down on the other. But Layers probably feeling okay about that. Captain Twig's going to want to go in, and he's not going to have the ability to shrug off any CC.
So now the Tartarus Titans do still have to fight into this dominant vision control from the Camelot Kings. I mean, they're not allowed to step past exactly where Benji's standing right now. That's the defensive line, the line of scrimmage, if you would, and the Camelot Kings playing around it very well right now. Fire Giant has spawned up, but they've kept their eyes on the fight.
Roll in from Genetics. He's going to send a couple members of the Titans on back. Layers was on in mid, not on mid. He was in mid. I guess on mid. If you
now he's on base.
Now he's on base. On Fountain. Pushes out that fire wave just a little bit in mid. That left side wave has been dealt with. The left side tier 2 takes a hefty amount of poke. But the Tiamat minions plus wave, not enough. The chunk damage catching you off guard
freaks
again.
me out.
Yeah, it is wild.
That's variety. He's tanky.
And look, and this is Cyclone Spin we're talking about. It feels like it's a matter of time before one of those Hidden Blade skewers connects onto a carry, and Cyclone just goes in. I mean, he's gone in 3v1 on his own.
I gotta think it's
anyone.
like 60% of Netroid's health. I just gotta think.
It's gotta be. Look, that's all. It is a lot of damage coming out of Cyclone. He's an assassin, effectively, right? I mean, the way
legitimately
he is. I mean, it's, normally you're used to seeing him play hunters, but he will do assassin things, and that's how you want to fight. If you're Cyclone Spin moving forward here, does that give the Titans the presence in the jungle? Though it's hard outside of Cyclone Spin to find this ranged poke, except for maybe Paul, the Fire Giant, started by the Camelot Kings. It's enhanced this time around. We've delayed enough to get an enhanced Fire Giant on the board, but it's reset by the Kings.
Benji is the first one forward. Dharmic Pillars dropped by Aurora, but the Camelot Kings disengage very well here, but it's costly for Variety, who loses out on 50% of his HP, whereas the Tartarus Titans, it really is just that Dharmic Pillars commitment. And now the Titans, for the first time in the last 3 or 4 minutes, are actually able to step into the Fire Giant pit and get some vision themselves.
And that ult is not on a horrible cooldown for Aurora. The Dharmic Pillars will be back pretty shortly here. I mean, it probably feels like an eternity for Aurora. You'd like to have it right now, especially with the grouping, the jungle fight about to happen, but if the Titans can play patient, it's already halfway to being back, so maybe another 30 seconds or so here for Aurora. This is kind of the first time if we've seen the Titans with the presence, though, around the Fire Giant. It's usually been the Kings extending forward, and the Titans kind of having to step back and then re-engage off of something else. But kind of for the first time now, we're seeing the Titans walk a bit further forward and make the Camelot Kings think about their position.
And it is so much easier to hold a defensive line than it is to push into one. The Tartarus Titans now in a much better position than they were just a moment ago. But having allowed the Camelot Kings to fully reset 4 members of the Kings in base right now essentially would have been an opportunity for the Tartarus Titans to try and pull out that Fire Giant, but they don't have the aerial view like we do, and the Camelot Kings, knowing that they're still playing with about a 3,000 gold lead, likely calling the Tartarus Titans bluff, saying, look, there's no chance you guys are going to go ahead and pull that, so we're going to go ahead and pull the Oni Fury ourselves and generate some pressure on the map. That left side tier 2 tower that is already peppered down, well, now it's at a real risk of falling.
And there's always this risk, if you're the Kings and you pull the Oni Fury right there, if the Titans are still all 5 on the right side of the map, there's a slight risk that they immediately try to fight. But a couple members went over to that red buff, so that there was no real threat for the Fire Giant there, as you sort of highlight, Myth. And so we're back to reset. The Oni Furies plus the Tiamat minions on left might finish off that tower here eventually. But that gap's starting to close. The Titans had this big lead. Camelot Kings get a Fire Giant off a great fight, and they pull into the lead. We're all level 20 now, except for the supports. We're getting damn near close to full build for everyone in the game. Feels about as even as we've been. Hell, we're tied up in kills as well. Why not? We're dead even 32 minutes in. Enhanced Fire Giant started up by the Kings. It's going quickly. The Tartarus Titans, you gotta get in. You gotta get in now. Dharmic Pillars down. The Kings secure the FG. Genetics locked into the Dharmic Pillars, but he will walk right on out. The Titans show some face, but not enough. Camelot Kings will take the Enhanced Fire Giant, and they've got waves pushing.
Look, man, all these objective play that's going where the Kings, I think, is draft-based. They have a Hunter, and the Tartarus Titans do not. So it's so much easier to look towards the Fire Giant, to look towards these tower sieges, and with the left side tier 2 already under threat of the Oni minion wave, as well as some lizards coming from this Tiamat, the right side getting pressured by all 5 gods of the Camelot Kings. What's the answer for the Tartarus Titans? They have to dig in their heels and fight here on right.
If you're going to fight, you got to do it now. You don't have a lot more to defend with. Benji goes in, finds Netroid, a great target. But Netroid will dash out, keeps his actives online. Benji strolls on away from the front line of this fight as well. And so actually a great engage there, Myth, where you're able to jump on Netroid, but look at the sustain on the speed buff. He's back to full HP.
He is, and that left side Phoenix is taking a good deal of damage, already dropped to about 50%. Wow. The Kings, knowing that, are trying to create some more threat on the right.
Layers is going to left. And the right side Phoenix is going to fall as well. No engage once Layers gets spotted. Layers has saved the life of the left side Phoenix, but how long will this last? With an enhanced Fire Gianted out of their minds, Camelot Kings walking in towards your base. They made quick work of a full health Phoenix. You got to imagine this one, a couple auto attacks and it's gone.
Yeah, Netroid's able to get inside of that Phoenix range. He's going to remove it before the Tartarus Titans even realize it. So now I think you got to take the fight outside your Phoenix if you want to maintain it, or you hedge your bets on your ability to win the team fight cleanly if you're the Tartarus Titans and try and attempt an end in response, but already playing with such a large deficit, not only gold, but the enhanced Fire Giant on 5, right side Phoenix down, and now the left being pushed into.
I'm trying to watch for these skewers from Cyclone Spin, maybe the Dharmic Pillars from Aurora is the better target. We've seen this a couple times though. Aurora finds a big ult, and then nobody is in there from the Titans. Aurora pulled back in, and Big Man Tings sets him down gently back in the fountain. Benji has to rumble on away. Cyclone Spin's alone in the back line, and Cyclone Spin joins Aurora for some company on the grayscale screen. Camelot Kings have all 5. They've only got to push in against 3.
But they're going to make sure they take every precaution that they can. Mid Phoenix might as well strip that one away. It was only 2 seconds of effort for the Camelot Kings, and now with 5 pushing into throne room.
Big chunk from Paul. The Tartarus Titans need some of that good Paul magic right about now. And it needs to come now because the Camelot Kings walk into the Titan room and they'll take game number 1 over the Titans.
But Dave, it all ties back to that Pyromancer play where it was Layers and Aurora trying to 2-man it. You can't be doing that. Up until that point, it was 100% Tartarus Titans in control of the pace of that match, and afterward it was the Camelot Kings. It was a distinct tonal shift off of one misplay.
Wild how that game turns around because it's vintage Titans from what we've come to expect, at least in the first 15 minutes of that game, something like that, and you're wondering if the Kings are even going to show up in this one. I think Netruid has a really standout performance here as well. You know, plenty of conversation about how he looks great on the ROM. Where else is he going to go in the picks and bans? And the Izanami game, I think, did him some justice.
Yeah, he looks so strong on this one, but the landing phase was a little bit weak, but
it was tough.
Gotta give him a little bit of credence there. Playing into the set, it's not something you got a whole lot of experience doing, and we saw what that set was able to do insofar as damage output when allowed to take those fights. So Netruid, once he was able to get into these team fights, big diff.
Got to feel good for Variety, too, after the way that his blue buff was sat on, that you're able to get the win by the end of it. Big turnaround from the Camelot Kings in Game 1. Will it be a 2-0 set? Find out after this.
Shop.Smite Pro League is the place to go if you want to pick up any of your SPL merch, including the newest line of items that we've added to the Inside Apparel store. Thanks to our sponsors at Inside. You can get yourself a pair of athletic joggers to represent any of the teams that you may want to. We got one for every single one of the SPL teams. We've also got mouse pads available with the team logos, all of them customized to represent your favorite team. And yeah, Gormizer, I went back and I looked, and they're $29.99. So it would be very irresponsible for you to buy all 8 of those. So unless you got a spare 240 sitting around to buy one for all the teams, probably not recommended. But you can at least pick up one of them to represent your favorite team.
But you know the good news?
What's that?
I don't need 8 mouse pads, as makes sense. But I could wear 8 pairs of joggers.
You could wear 8 pairs
That's
of joggers.
one for every day of the week and then extra.
Could have that. That way you can have a midday change if need
7
be.
days of the week.
There are 7.
Yeah.
So then the 8 is just maybe you just change one out each week. So you say I'm going to wear these 7. The next week we rotate one out and put a new one.
Hold on.
Well, okay.
7
7
and then laundry day, number 8. And then you
Oh,
wash
okay.
the other,
Oh, there you go.
and then
There
it's
you go.
just a
So while
cycle.
you're washing the other 7, you have the 8th one to wear. So there you go. You can buy 8 pairs of joggers. Probably don't get 8 mouse pads because I don't think anybody has 8 computers that they need those mouse pads for. But either
Jennings
one,
might.
if you want to, I know of at least 2 computers that he has, and one of them is the massive 5 monitor setup he has in his bedroom. Then we have the one out in the living room that has the VR setup. So
and
we
that's how it starts.
That is how it starts. And
2
then I've
is
got
on the
one.
way to 8.
And then I've got 2 is a very steep climb to number 8 there, Cora. I think the math might need a little bit checked there.
But it is on the way.
You know what?
You know
You're
what?
not
you can't
wrong.
get to 8 without going past 2.
You're not wrong. It is to have it. Shop.smartproleague.com if you want to buy joggers or mouse pads. Let's get right back into the game here. Camelot Kings struggling a little bit in the early game. Tartarus Titans making the early game look good, which is what we thought would come out of this, is a strong laning phase. But when you get down to the end game, the Ganesh didn't quite step up for them. The set ADC, believe it or not, didn't really pan out for him too well.
Yeah, that's, I think, where a lot of the problems were. We were kind of talking about it. Ganesh takes a little while to come online. Set, I think if Cyclone had gotten a absolutely bonkers start, probably would have been able to control a lot. And I think there was a play at a certain point. They dumped a lot to kill the set. There was a point where there was a Cataclysm into a Dark Portal just to kill Cyclone Spin. That was one. I think this is the other, where they just shut him down and locked it up. And so despite the fact that Layers had a really good early game, they had nothing to really pick that up towards the late game. Whereas on the other side, I think Mifflin had said it the best. They had a hunter. Netroid, I was talking about how great he is on ROM and how that has been an easy win condition for them, but he can very plainly make that work on some of these other hunters. 6-1-3 for him. I think that Netroid got to have a very clean game, easy setup from the rest of his team as well, that really allowed it to transition. I mean, when it came down to objectives, neutral, or towers otherwise, it was so much easier for the Kings to really start making marks on the map than anything the Titans had.
And I think that's a big point to bring home from this game, is the fact they had a hunter. If this was a set jungle, which we've seen set jungle work out in the past, it works really well. It can do some really good numbers. The problem is this is a set ADC. They don't have any real, let's be real, they don't have a whole lot of ranged damage for themselves. It's a hell for close-up damage. Sure, you can throw your projectile out and get a little bit. That's cool. But there was no range damage. So when it came to fighting structures, fighting objectives, everybody on the Tartarus Titans had to be up close to try and deal that damage, where the Camelot Kings, they get to sit back comfortably because they have some of that range damage, whether it be from the Tiamat throwing out some of those long-range shots, or whether it be from Netroid just sitting back and throwing basics.
Now I'm curious, though, because going into Game 2, I think we see a lot of changes from the Kings in the first few minutes, where their draft starts to pick up some of the slack and the Titans start to fall behind, and that's really what helps kind of dynamically shift that back in their favor. That feels to me like the Titans had an idea of, you know what, we need to try this. We need to try it against a team that's going to be good. Let's see how this works. Can these picks do well? And I am always for that, because if you're going to do it, you have to do it in game number 1. It is the one that, you're more than likely able to experiment. If it goes well for you, cool. You know something that you can have in your pocket. If it doesn't, oh well, you've still got games 2 and 3, right? So it opens the door. How the Titans change their draft and how the Kings change their draft is going to be very important to me. If we start to see, Tiamat, Geb, Cerberus was a very good, clean top 3 for the Kings. Same thing could be said. The Titans got a very clean top 3. But the Hunbat's ban, the Raven ban, things things that kind of targeted specifically towards Twig. His Susanoo didn't have a great early game. I wonder if they'll pick something else up for him.
Maybe they do prioritize something for Twig a little bit earlier here and pick some bans for game number 2. Camelot Kings have a nice advantage going here, and the thing that also has to be said is the Tartarus Titans had a solid top 3. The fact that Artio even made it through the bans is something to be said, and the Tartarus Titans get to pick it up as a first pick. That's a great one. Then they get an Erlong Shen, who's probably, as Mifflin's kind of pointed out, really the only warrior who has survived this assassin incline out of the 8.9 patch. And then they get Hell, out of all things, who was also seen, as you can see right below, an 80% ban rate all the way through until this match in particular. So the fact that they got those 3 top picks was solid for the Titans. It was that back to that Ganesh set that kind of fell apart for them. We'll see if they change that up, if they get the ability to change that up, because when it came to the bans for part 2 for the Kings, they had 2 immediate target bans and 2 gods they focused out in particular, being that Sylvanas, and then they were also making sure to keep other gods out of the pool, like the Emoja, who somehow made it through and got banned at that tail end.
And so far, they've kept things the same overall. At least on the Titan side, that's easy to say. Might see a change up from the King still. And I don't mind it. Again, the top half of their draft, actually literally everything except for Ganesh set, I really loved for the Titans. And I don't dislike the Ganesh set. I just think the Ganesh set need a different set of circumstances to get themselves a victory there. I think both of those picks, especially Ganesh, not necessarily really going to control the early game. You're up against an Izanami. That's going to struggle a little bit already. But then late game, you did not get to see Cyclone Spin have any of the flourishing opportunities that you want to see out of a set. He was controlled way too often. The Cataclysm, the Dark Portal, Izanami, and just any of the ganks realistically that the Kings had to shut that down made it easier. So it's not even a pick that I think they need to shy away from. I just think it's something they have to keep in mind with their gameplay strategy. Is not just, can layers get kills on Erlong? Can we also funnel a lot of farm over there to Cyclone Spin? That is the way to really start paving forward for that assassin to make sure he could have a bigger impact. So if they go back to it, it's not the end of the world, but they do have to change it on the field.
It is the exact same 3 bans from the Kings as they take the Odin Uller and a final the Morrigan off the board. And it's a little curious. It's not like the Morrigan herself got any buffs with this patch. Maybe it's just the fact that assassins are back in, and now that you can have 2 of those assassins on your own team, maybe it's also just a good ban against Paul. I mean, he was in contention for a World's MVP and really looked strong on this god. It was one of the clinical gods that he was able to put performances on, able to really dominate games. So maybe it is just a respect ban at Paul more than anything. The Uller is just a safe ban probably, just because of how he's been performing with the changes to 8.9 with his buffs and all the items around him being buffed. But as our first picks come through, it leaves the Artio and the Erlong Shen open, so the Titans will grab those 2 right away. Geb, Izanami on the other side, so the Kings are keeping their dual lane true. The Tartarus Titans, I'm not going to... Now, we saw him locked in earlier. I'm going to wait until it's actually locked in before I comment too much about the Thaw. Didn't work out super well for Zeros, and it's not going to be picked here, so it's the exact same top 3 from the Titans.
Yeah, and again, this much of their draft I was absolutely in love with. I like their bans as well, and depending on how well they play in the game, I could love their bottom 2 picks. What I like the most is that they shifted the Izanami up, just because after that performance, you could feel, Netroid maybe getting scoped in a little bit more. A lot of people looking towards him easily and making sure that Izanami is there for him, knowing that he's got an easy fallback pick behind that ROM, makes it a lot easier. Yeah, you might end up losing the Cerberus. You do end up losing the Cerberus because of the ban, but I think this is a much more essential part of their team composition, and it helps control what the Titans are going to have. It's easy pressure in the duo lane, and it kind of makes up for the fact that Geb doesn't have bad clear, but Geb doesn't have good clear. Izanami really helps balance that out and gives the duo lane a little more punch to it.
But because the Cerberus wasn't the heavy priority, it doesn't even matter. They're going to go to Sobek. They required a Cerberus ban to make sure that there was a change in the solo lane, and then they only got 1 time to ban against Captain Twig. And after the performance he had against the Solar Scares with his Hoonbots, I'm absolutely not surprised by the fact this one was banned away. He went 8-0 in his debut back in the SPL here in Phase 3, so yeah, no shock to see the Hoonbots is the one taken away. That does leave Robin, though with a strong Susanoo game that he had last time, would not be surprised if we saw Captain Twig go back to it. But the world is his oyster. There's so many assassins. There's still some of the other warriors if he decides that maybe he wants to dip his toes back in towards maybe where we saw an 8.8 bonus, but now the option is back over towards the Tartarus Titans. They still need to grab their duo lane out of everything. Last time it was the Ganesh set. don't think we'll see a repeat here, Gore?
Probably not. I mean, again, there's a world where they go back to it and a world where it's not unsuccessful, honestly. I think that a lot of it does have to change. That for that kind of style, it has to take place in the game. I think it is much more set Cyclone Spin up to be the carry, and like not just, oh hey, we'll get you to late game, which you can do with a lot of hunters, but much more heavy-handed. We are going to funnel you kills, we're going to funnel you gold, we're going to do whatever you need. We're going to roll out the red carpet and let you go on to it. But I don't think it's something that you can easily do, especially against a team like the Kings. They're going to control that dual lane a lot more, especially with Gabby Uzanami. So even if you went for that style of play, it would just be a struggle the entire time. You're fighting uphill for the entire market of it. And so I like the fact that they've changed it.
Yeah, they will change them. Instead of the Ganesh set we saw in Game 1, it'll be Kuzenbo Ho Yi to round out the draft for the Titans. And the Camelot King might just be looking to make a near repeat performance as far as their drafts go. The only thing that has changed so far was the Cerberus being banned, so they have a Sobek, so it's swap one Guardian for another Guardian. But Captain Twig is looking at the Susano. Had a bit of a struggle earlier on, but who cares about Susano? Let's talk about Loki, who really the only player in the league who is playing this god at the moment is Johnny. Now, maybe that's just because the Warriors came through and they kind of dominated, so we didn't get to see any more Loki aside from him. But now we're seeing it here in Captain Twig's hands. How do you feel about this Loki?
It's intriguing to me. I think with Assassins, I'm curious what Mifflin would think about this as well. And Aggro's not here, but I want to have the conversation with him. Because we've seen a whole ton of different styles of play. When Assassins start coming back into the meta, my mindset for Twig drifts back to what he used to love playing, things like the Naja and gods like that. Loki is still kind of, I guess, maybe in a similar vein. It's definitely going to be a single target focus for him, but not, again, not in the list of like top 6 maybe junglers that would have come up for Twig prior to this. And so a good change of pace for him, but it is something we've seen in the past. You had mentioned Johnny. We also saw Panaton playing a lot of this. He has made his rounds in the top level of play earlier this year, faded into obscurity as the Warriors kind of rose up. And I think it can have a lot of potential. If you're looking to keep up with the Erlang Shen, I think Loki's going to give you, again, a lot of pressure to help alleviate it. But I look at the 1-2 punch in mid, Erlang Hell, to me, hits way harder early on than Loki Tiamat. Loki, again, being the one who's going to have to shoulder a lot of that weight for the first few levels.
Man, now you brought it up, and I kind of want to see the Naja again, man. I just miss seeing it. Captain Twig was one of the only people who was playing this pick, and it's always just a fun one to watch. Usually you do couple it with a Burst Mage at the tail end, something like the Kukulkans that we've seen out of Big Man teams. Even the Raw is always an option, but instead we are going to be going to the Loki. So with this Loki rounding out the draft for the jungle, maybe a little bit more early pressure, or maybe you think this Loki kind of teeters a little bit more towards the mid or late game.
I think the way that, like, if Twig's going to play this to be effective, he's going to try to get involved early on, especially to help shut down the Hell. I think a lot of this matchup early is going to be, you know, a little Erlang Hell heavy, but I do think that the Kings, especially with what they had last time, will have a good transition period. The problem is that now there's an actual carry, another Hunter on the other side, and that Hu Yi, especially with the Kuzenbo alongside it instead of a Ganesh, makes it a lot more interesting.
The Tartarus Titans are trying to keep their dreams alive of keeping that win streak up and taking the record. Can they do it, or will the Camelot Kings shut them down here? Let's take it right into game number 2 to find out.
Something about the Camelot Kings ending win streaks, huh? The Camelot Kings one game away of doing it again, this time to the Tartarus Titans. Still Dolson, Myth, and of course Doug, bringing you the views and the calls for game number 2 of the Kings versus the Titans. Should be some fun here, Myth. Captain Twig pivots still in the Assassin tree, but a bit of a different look here with the Loki.
Yeah, it is a very good early game pick. We saw Johnny have a moderate amount of success through it in the early game during his set, and, well, I think Gore does a very good job highlighting that Tiamat really doesn't match up that early game pressure style. So, if we are talking about the 2v2 potential of Loki and Tiamat versus Erlang Shen and Hell, you're probably favoring the Tartarus Titans throughout the phase of this one. But now, this would be potentially the 5th game in a row where Layers picks up Erlang Shen and could potentially get first blood on second wave in mid. But I just can't think the Camelot Kings fall for it that many times.
But I don't even know if they fell for it last time. I mean, Layers was just in lane.
Just don't fight him.
Right, just don't fight. Walk away. You don't want to fight against Layers when he's on early on Shen.
Early on Shen.
Yep,
and you let that sit. Well, was I? Okay, I just gotta ask. Did you want me to laugh?
Early on Shen. That is hilarious. Appreciate you, Myth. Look at this push from Aurora. Gets Genetics against the wall. That's level 1. Oh, no, I can't believe it. Oh, that sucks! Genetics body blocked against the wall with a roar and the Nene. Unreal, and it's gonna get worse.
God.
Netrioid jumped on. Double kill for Cyclone.
Yeah, I think Cyclone Spin looks much better on Hunters, right? This is a great start for
Yeah,
him, but
that was all
obviously
Cyclone.
being a little bit glib, Aurora does a lot of that one with the Nene, and then an early rotation from Layers to make sure that both of the dual laners, the Camelot Kings, fall down. But that's tough. That's just tough stuff. Yeah, that's what happens.
Do you
in
think
Smite
that?
sometimes.
Do you think he plans that?
No, not even a little
Like
bit.
it just happened?
I think that Aurora knew that there was the potential for it to happen, but he's not saying, all right, bro, I got him here.
Well, we'll get a look back at it. So he throws it out and then gets the push. And look at this little guy just
No, it's just perfect.
Just follows him right on in.
Genetics just looks around. He doesn't even auto, poor guy.
Yeah, you know, at some point, you just throw your hands up. There's nothing you can really do in that moment, and Genetics learned that the hard way. So now this lane feels real bad. Aurora and Cyclone Spin have a 1-level lead, and there's 2 kills in the back pocket of this Hou Yi. Looks like Crusher first item, which is interesting, Myth. You know, I figured we'd see plenty of the Maze Tree out of the jungle, as we have seen. And then on the ability-based Hunters, of course, you're going to see the Maze Tree as well. But Crusher has been a pretty a popular start for any Hunter, I guess, from what we've seen here this weekend.
Yeah, just good power, good attack speed, a
the attack
passive that
speed's
generally will be able to be applied by the majority of the Hunter cast, so it makes sense to me that they're able to pick that one up.
Oh
and
my
slot
God!
it in. No, not twice.
I swear, I thought it was going. It was that slight moment of hesitation where I was for sure it was happening again. That we've left the Hunters alone. Netrioid is just low. And Aurora's been in the back line this whole time. And Netrioid will walk away. Can Cyclone Spin do the same? Yes, he can. And Genetics won't be able to get the kill.
Can he do it? Aurora, do it to him again. Use the dash.
Come on.
Go ahead.
Come on. Nope, not going to do it. All right. Aurora did it once, nearly did it twice, and the third time was a little bit further off. But how obnoxious has this Kuzumbo been in this lane? Genetics gets pushed right back in. Cyclone Spin is still here. What are you doing? What? Genetics just rolls forward, gets the kill. He's going to die for it. Layers is going to get the kill. But Cyclone Spin sticks around a bit too long.
Yeah, I guess Cyclone's like thinking, all right, no way this guy just rolls out at me. My support's right there. He'll block it. But Aurora was not in range to do so.
Oh, Captain Twig makes his way to the left side of the map. He's got a 1-level lead over Layers. And Netrioid now back in this lane with the kill of his own. Assassinate onto Aurora. And Captain Twig, the guy who apparently can't play Assassins, is making it look good here in game number 2. The last bit of damage is there, and now it's Netrioid who's got a double.
So now we got a little bit of equity, parity between the Hunters
Apparently
here.
was not the right word there. Supposedly is the word I was going for.
What was that? No, you said...
I said Twig, the guy who apparently can't play Assassins.
Well,
and
it's apparent, clearly, right?
Right, that was very, I gotta cover my bases on this one.
Twig, if you're listening, and I know you're not because you're in the middle of this match, Dave doesn't think you can play Assassins.
Yeah, correct. I'm glad that's what we got out of that whole thing. No, but the turnaround here, Myth, is fantastic, and it's what you need out of Captain Twig. The level 5 tick over right on time. And what a life raft for Netrioid. I mean, this lane was just brutal through the onset, and now Netrioid's got a double right back in the lane.
Oh, it's actually a Jotun's Wrath pickup for Cyclone Spin instead
was
of
wrong.
the Crusher. I mean, that's a ton of power. It's a little bit cheaper. You got some CDR. That ultimate going to be available a little bit more often as well. And I guess Jotun's Wrath just being as cheap as it is, despite legitimately not having a passive, it's one of the few items in the game of Smite that does not have a passive. Feels pretty good for Hunters right now.
That's right. We'll see how Cyclone Spin changes his playstyle, if at all. He's an actual hunter this game, so it's going to be difficult to not sit back and do huntery things. His arrow as well is going to deal some serious damage if that opportunity presents itself. Benji and Variety dueling it out over the Totem of Ku, and I hesitated because Captain Twig does have his ultimate. And if Benji overextends or gets low enough, or uses his escape, you might see Captain Twig get aggressive, not to be though. And so Benji will live on here in this lane. But I think great for Variety now, right? You think back to game 1, he lost like 6 blue buffs in a row or something like that. Feels like Captain Twig a bit more on even footing with Layers here this game, and it's going to be harder for the Titans to find that continued on cooldown blue buff pressure.
Yeah, Captain Twig actually benefiting from a slight lead inside of the jungle. 0-2 for the Loki as opposed to the 1s across the board for Layers. Nets him a level 7 to Layers is 6. And Cyclone Spin is playing the exact same way as he was in game 1. Just sitting on that tower line, throwing out damage whenever he's allowed to, and Netrioid is struggling up against it. Sustained advantage going to go the way of Cyclone Spin. Lifesteal in the build already, and instead Netrioid going for that Tainted Steal means that really he's just working with the health that he has.
Purple buff looked at. and instead it's Netrioid that actually gets looked at. He will be able to dash out of this,
nice.
and he will. Nice dodge there. As the Suns come down from Cyclone Spin, roll forward, plus Cataclysm equals a locked down Layers. Aurora still chasing forward. Captain Twig doing so as well, has the damage, and Layers will end up falling. Cyclone Spin goes up and over with his last bit of mana. This is a big ultimate from Aurora, but not enough to completely disrupt the Camelot Kings, who get in, get out with one.
Paul steals away the small minions on the purple buff because he's
just
not
min-maxing.
able to rotate in. He's like, yeah, you know, I'm here already. I can't steal the purple proper, so at least a little bit of farm gonna roll out
And he
his
gets his
way.
whole wave.
Yeah, dude. No, Paul's pretty good at Smite, but the Tartarus Titans do not come out ahead inside of that engagement. Layers losing out on his life. He has his lead lost even further. Now 2 levels for Captain Twig in the jungle.
Captain Twig off to a good start here on this Loki. I will admit, I wasn't, you know, there's the standard list of assassins we'd figured we'd start to see a little bit more. I did wonder, I'm not going to list them off, Myth. I don't know why you're counting, unless you want to.
What? No.
Who'd you figured we'd see with the big Mace Tree update?
Generally, every single one of the global Ultimate Hunters I thought would see a pretty nice resurgence. Hunbots is up there as well, and
yeah,
just a tried and trues. Everything from Season 7, really.
Did you expect to see Loki?
Yeah, I think post-rework Loki is incredibly strong. I mean, his damage output inside of the team fight, his gap close, all very good. I'd say Loki only has like 1 bad ability, and it's not even necessarily bad. It's just that 2, inking somebody, it's not really a great form of CC. It's not a true blind, and the damage is just like not very high.
Yeah, probably why you're only putting 1 point in it and moving on.
And that's it.
I'm gonna level my 3 and my 1 a bit before that, says Captain Twig. He's at a big power point now here in this game. He's got Jotun's Wrath in to another mace item here shortly. Late game, not to scoff at here for this Camelot Kings team. You've got Captain Twig, who has maybe an easier time of finding his way into the back line and deleting a target. Here in this one, Variety is going to scale pretty well here, Myth. A late game force, to be sure.
Yeah, Variety is just biding his time, really. Sobek in the Artio matchup has just got to be miserable, man. I mean, he's not able to find the 1v1. He's not allowed to pluck Benji just about ever. That cripple field is always going to be around him. He's worried about it. So instead, Variety's just here to keep waves outside of that tower and farm up until he's able to rejoin his team later on. The scaling that you alluded to. But that scaling, I think, is matched up pretty well by what Benji's able to do on this Artio. A god that has largely been first pick, first banned every single game.
And Benji's got Stone of Binding here. So if that CC connects, which it often does, if it's Benji playing the Artio, a little bit more damage for the rest of the squad. And so a good start for Benji and Variety both, who have maintained parity there in that lane. Gold Fury is up here, Myth, and that's kind of when we started to see things heat up a little bit. In Game 1, we've slowed down a bit on the individual picks, but there were a couple of times where the Camelot Kings shied away from those objectives. The Tartarus Titans did so as well. What is Layers going to get done here? Over on the right side of the map, nothing, because Variety will dash away. Though I admire the effort from Layers to make his way to the right.
Yeah, the gumption.
Had
Benji been able to stun out that dash, maybe they force the Lurking in the Waters, but I don't think there's any situation where Variety dies here, unless he's defending his blue buff on his own.
Please kill Variety. It's right on the other end of that. You are going to kill Paul. It's going to take a little while, because the health sustain is enough. Captain Twig continues his onslaught here in Game 2. 2-0-2 on the Loki. And life does not appear like it's going to be getting any easier. Variety did nearly go down there, Myth. We didn't get to see the engagement. Did take a lot, still will take a lot. Layers might give it a lot. He has Blink, does not have ultimate. I think maybe if Variety had passed through the jungle, that's an opening for Layers, but he won't get the chance.
Instead, the Camelot Kings find their pick on a Paul, take out the Tier 1 mid tower, and walk away with 1,000 gold in the lead. And with the neutral objectives spawning up just now means that, really, the Camelot Kings are in a position where they can start to look towards those very, very soon. Their burn potential is pretty decent between Netroid and Captain Twig, but the Secure a little bit weaker. Tiamat does not have that sole source of burst damage to just make sure those objectives lean your way in a coin toss situation. So expect the Camelot Kings to take a kind of even engagement, maybe likely keeping their eyes towards the fight first, but gold largely equalized at this point. Maybe neither team's feeling confident enough to look at these objectives.
Yeah, maybe not. Though the Camelot Kings have been playing with a little bit more pressure out of the jungle. I mean, what a difference it's made. From Game 1, you have Layers really running things on this Erlang Shen, making life all over the map just chaotic for the Camelot Kings. And now it's Captain Twig who's doing the same thing, but to the Titans this time. There's a Brawler's Beat Stick, one of them. Can't get 2 of them, Captain Twig. picked up for a little anti-heal. The Pestilence is in there as well. I imagine it's a Divine Ruin for big man Tings. You're going to prioritize anti-heal, Myth, I imagine, about the same as you did in Game 1, because you got the same 3 healing characters over on the other side of the screen. There's a fight here on the Layers. Goodbye Erlang Shen. Layers has not had a chance to play. A killing spree for Netrioid. And a couple of those kills have landed on the Erlang Shen.
Man, Layers just trying to get proactive on the map, and this time around the Camelot Kings privy to it say, look.
So long, Shen.
Well, yeah, so we don't win 1v1s up against the Erlang Shen, so instead they jump him in the jungle. Yeah, you're on it, bud. You're definitely on something. That's for sure.
I'm on it. That was a fantastic pun, and I won't hear anything of it. Layers at 1 and 3, Myth, and truly it is a total difference from what we saw in Game 1. There's just been such good punishment. You're laughing. You're now laughing, and that's a win for me. Thank you. And that's a hearty laugh. I appreciate that there, Myth.
Yeah, good stuff, man. You broke me in the middle of this hype set.
I know it's totally my fault. I'll dial it back up here. Let's take a look back at exactly what happens to Erlang Shen here. And starting off with the Dark Portal here, great from Metri, or the Cataclysm rather, followed up by the Dark Portal. That is just a lot of burst damage that Layers wasn't prepared for.
Legitimately, I mean, had Layers waited like 0.5 seconds, Aurora was already watery graving. My man Beybladed his way around the corner. Had he had that assistance, Layers probably survives that engagement, with a couple microseconds difference is what spells a win and a loss in a team fight for the Tartars. Titans and the Camelot Kings, given that opportunity, shut him down immediately. Layers loses out on the blink and his life in one fell swoop.
I can't imagine Erlang Shen feels great to play.
So long, Shen.
Thank you. I can't imagine Erlang. I mean, that was horrible, Myth. Unreal. I can't imagine that Erlang Shen is going to be feeling great for Layers right now, especially the way he wants to play on that pick. I mean, you're at 1 and 3. You still have this scale potential, but with all the counter engage the Kings have already shown us, Layers is going to have a tough time in a lot of these fights. Ward coverage is swift here and healthy for the Camelot Kings as the Gold Fury gets eyed. Captain Twig walks on forward, gets some damage onto Aurora, who reflects some of it back to Captain Twig, but Twig largely winning that engagement. The Tartars Titans know that this is happening, but can they do anything about it? Going down quickly, but the Camelot Kings take down the Gold Fury. There's some damage on the backline as Cyclone Spin drops the Suns. Forward goes Benji. It's a double stun. The Stone of Binding doing some work here for the Tartars Titans solo laner. Variety trying to walk away. Genetics will be able to do so. The Ricochet nearly there from Cyclone Spin, but now lurking in the waters is Variety. Is there a pluck on the other end of this fight? You might need one to save the life of Captain Twig, but look how low the rest of the Titans are.
Benji now left alone, has to use the cripple field just to make sure he isn't plucked out of position. Paul and Layers going to rejoin him towards the center of the map, and a phenomenal disengage from the Camelot Kings after taking the Gold Fury nets them a clean win. Variety in particular plays very well in that disengage. Plays the peel role for Genetics, uses the lurking in the waters not only for damage mitigation, but also to slow down the onslaught from the Tartars Titans.
Pyromancer started up though, sensing that the Kings may have gone back to base. Genetics has not been able to reset, so he is still low in this fight. There's the push against the wall from Aurora. Is he gonna live again? Genetics trying to walk away. Genetics will, in fact, walk away. The Camelot Kings now collapse right on in. Benji plucked back. Variety finishes his own work, and the Kings get another while Genetics laughs from the sidelines.
Why is Genetics still here? Just go home, buddy. The boys don't need you. Variety and Captain Twig very healthy and able to fight this one out on their own. And watch Twig. He might want some more. Ultimate can be coming up very shortly here in Layers. Well, he's not very tanky at this point. That said, Twig, he's got his eyes on a blue buff instead.
He does, and he will get the blue buff as Variety will dash on away from that one. Aurora going to make sure nobody goes back to pick it up. But the Camelot Kings now, Myth, have gotten a couple of individual picks that have made a big difference. Around that Gold Fury, you're able to get away, and it's maybe the lack of picks that the Titans have got that make a big difference here, where it feels like you're about to get Genetics, you're about to get Variety, and the Kings have done so well disengaging, baiting you in if you're the Titans. That this game has started to get out of control. Pyromancer's going to help with that gold lead just a little bit. We were at 2K, getting close to 3 now, 15 minutes in.
Man, Genetics is just so annoying at this point, right? Geb already feeling very good thanks to some recent buffs. Cataclysm now has the ability to kill, as there is base damage associated with it, but it still is the Stone Shield show for Genetics right now. I mean, these shields have kept not only him alive, but it's allowed Captain Twig to play very aggressively inside of these team fights. Benji has not been quite able to find that CC lockdown that he's hoping for. Every time he walks in and stuns a priority target, immediately cleansed off thanks to the Stone Shield, and then the onslaught continues. But on the other end, Camelot Kings surging forward. And you'd expect with these fights going as long as they have, it would favor the Tartarus Titans.
Yeah,
they have so much healing. But instead, it just feels like the Camelot Kings say, all right, look, they use some abilities. Let's go in now. I don't care that we're all like 20% HP. We're going to win the fight anyway. And so far, that strategy, well, it's bulletproof.
Camelot Kings are having fun, to say the least, in game number 2. Though we saw a larger lead turned around by the Kings in game 1. But all that to say that the Titans not out of this game just yet. That said, if you're not able to finish off a lot of these kills or any of these kills, it's going to be a long, long road ahead, or it might be short if the Kings are able to take the game down shortly. So with no Pyromancer, no Fury for the next couple of minutes or so, you imagine the game starts to slow down just a little bit, and that's important. Look, Layers need some time to farm on up here, get some more items on this Erlang Shen, because you need to get to a point where you can output some similar pressure to what Captain Twig is doing.
Yeah, Layers has similar damage output as he did last time around,
no.
but Captain Twig finds him in the jungle.
There's the assassinate. My God, the damage is huge, but Captain Twig will get taken low in the back line. Benji chases him down and finishes off the kill. Layers is able to survive. And what has been happening to the Titans for so long now happens to the Kings. You're not able to finish off the kill, and you lose one in tow.
Yeah, Twig a little bit overconfident in his damage there, and beads from Layers keeps his life up and available to him. But as the point I was just making, Layers has very similar damage output as he did in the last game, still has phenomenal ability to shred HP bars, but playing from even is much harder than playing from ahead. That health shield from the turtle form is going to keep you alive for nearly as long inside of these fights, and so far the Camelot Kings have done a great job of making sure that Layers does not feel confident taking these fights. Kinsize, though, is a massive power spike for him, and now Genetics is going to be at a little bit higher risk of losing his life. Variety as well could be a little bit easier for Layers to look at, but as far as getting into the back line and taking out priority targets, it's going to be a good while until Layers is confident enough to do so.
Yeah, Layers towards the bottom of the damage charts, as you'd expect. He's been jumped on a lot this game. And hasn't had that freedom to melt the health bars as we saw in game number 1. So 3,200 damage for Layers. You expect that number to grow. You need that number to grow. If you're the Tartarus Titans and you want to have a chance here in this game. Oni Fury is about to spawn up here. The Camelot Kings are going to start sending Variety back towards mid. Benji trying his best to mirror the enemy solo laner. Will back off, farm just a little bit in his side of the jungle. But that's kind of the telltale sign, Myth, that we're about to have a scrap. We're about to have a fight. Or an attempt over this Oni Fury. It's that Variety starts to make his way over. Benji might start lurking on this side of the map as well. Could be a good look at a 5v5 for the Camelot Kings.
The fight may start at the Oni Fury, but this late in the game, every singular fight that you take has got only one goal on your mind, and that's the Fire Giant. 19 minutes in, whoever takes this engagement cleanly likely walks away with the largest neutral objective on the map. That said, if the Tartarus Titans elect to, they can try and sneak away, though, probably, or Oni Fury. The same can be said of the Kings, and that would leave you in a position where you could try and put up a defense yet again. But it's such a valuable tool, the Oni Fury, to just split up the map, utilize a little bit of lane pressure to take out very weak towers. Or maybe you don't even need the Oni Fury to do so, as Camelot Kings strip away the Tartarus Titans tier 1 inside of the soul lane, just thanks to a little bit of lane pressure there. Keep your eyes on Netruid. Let's see which way he decides to rotate, and it will be towards the Fury and the rest of his team. The Camelot Kings feels like they're just playing a little bit more confident right now.
It is the start to what should be and could be another good game for Netruid on the Izanami. Looked great. Turned around game number 1. The big double kill and almost a triple around the Fire Giant, and off to a 3-1-2 start after what was a nightmarish start where the Tartarus Titans and Cyclone Spin got a double kill early in this duo lane. And so the turnaround from Netruid has been important. We'll see some of that strength here in this fight. Same from Cyclone Spin, though, as gone Jotun's first, as we pointed out. A bit more into standard Hunter items later on in the build. Odibo, Kinsize, and the Dominance down the stretch here for Cyclone Spin. So that ultimate for Cyclone is really going to be important. The Ricochet as well, hitting with those abilities. Thanks to that Jotun's Wrath, it's going to feel better. As the Oni Fury gets started up here. Camelot Kings are on it. Aurora is close by. Aurora blinks in. Sun's down. Titans take the Oni Fury. A lot of it by Cyclone Spin. Genetics pushed into the backline. Does not have his ultimate. Does not have a chance. Variety is low here as well. Cyclone Spin finds the first. Benji considering closing the gap here, but a couple blinks on out, and the Camelot Kings will escape.
Aurora seems like he wants to keep up that chase, but the Kings inside the Tier 2 tower should be able to maintain their lives. Having only taken out Genetics as of now, the Tartarus Titans likely cannot approach the Fire Giant proper, but still got relatively healthy HP bars here. Maybe the Pyromancer could be an option available to them, and it seems like the Tartarus Titans are willing to step up to that. And the Camelot Kings, having just now left their base, are moving forward, but they have no vision here. Maybe they're concerned the Titans going for the more important of the two objectives, but Fire Giant remains safe. And that's just the Camelot Kings leaving up to a coin toss on the Gold Fury. The Tartarus Titans walk in. I believe it was the Reigning Suns from Cyclone Spin that were able to strip that one away, and the team fight afterward.
Odds is it was that. Most likely that it was that. It was perfectly timed from Cyclone Spin. Gave his team a chance. Variety dashes in. Will not get the pluck.
Yikes.
And the damage from Cyclone Spin is hefty, but Captain Twig assassinates into the back line. Cyclone Spin still pretty healthy, though. Twig not hitting the value that maybe he had hoped for. Cataclysm through from Genetics. Benji tossed into the back line like a bag through the wind, but will he be able to run away? No, he won't. Big Man Tings grabs it, and the Camelot Kings already grouped up around the FG. Will they go for it? Not just yet.
Keep your eyes on Captain Twig's ultimate timer. He knows that Cyclone Spin does not have beads, and he knows that is a priority target for him, but as of right now, 40 seconds to play with, while Benji is in the grayscale screen. Variety going to be acting as goaltender, while the rest of his team, they've got their eyes on the prize. Fire Giant burning down.
Wow, and just in a moment where you feel like the Titans have some life in this game, the Camelot Kings find a pick. It could rip away the Titans' chances, especially if this fight goes well. Netrioid engages on a Cyclone Spin, but Layers is chasing down the Izanami, and Layers will do one better. He'll get it. Captain Twig, though, stays alive on the other side of the fight and snags one onto a Roar. So an important trade back there, but very important that Layers gets Netrioid. Now you don't have a Hunter to help out with this FG, and the Camelot Kings will have to wait.
Yeah, that's essentially all your Fire Giant potential lost out in a flash. Tartarus Titans Layers in particular, credit for this one on phenomenal target selection, just isolating Netrioid once the rest of the Kings were engaging themselves onto Aurora, and Aurora being the support and a much lower level than Netrioid at this point is going to respawn first. So Netrioid going to be dead for about 10 seconds after Aurora respawns. Means that the Tartarus Titans are going to be playing with a little bit of an advantage here, able to establish the defensive positioning yet again on the Fire Giant. But make no qualms, this fight, the Fire Giant, that's where it's going to all be for the near future.
We're about as even gets. 500 gold in the leader, the Camelot Kings. Dead even as far as levels go for the supports. 1 level difference in the jungle. 1 level difference in Hunter as well. Tartarus Titans have the advantage of the ladder. Titans start up the FG. There will be a rotation in from the Kings. This is not shrouded in darkness. This is known that the Titans are on the Fire Giant. And the response, I don't even know if you call it swift. It was just showing up by the Camelot Kings. That's enough to make the Titans think twice.
Yeah, Genetics peeks his head around the corner and says, "Oh, word?" And the Tartarus Titans say, "Yeah, no, we're just kidding, man. It was just a prank. It's not going to happen right now." Both of these teams are going to be very reliant on finding a pick inside of these fights. We were talking about earlier, Captain Twig does know that Cyclone Spin speeds are down, but that window is dwindling. Only 15 seconds left until the Hunter of the Tartarus Titans get that defensive relic back, and then Twig gonna have to work very hard to find some value from this assassinate. Look, man, it just seems like the Camelot Kings, their best fights are off the back of Variety. It's these plucks on these frontliners immediately into Netrioid or even Genetics, stripping away percentage HP, and all this penetration from Netrioid's build should help out a fair bit. So I like what Twig's actually doing on the map right now. Could go for a split push situation. He likes his odds in the majority of 1v1s on the map, but showing himself here could let the Tartarus Titans know that there's an advantage on the Fire Giant side. So instead plays inside the jungle, drops the decoy on the wave, and none the wiser are the Tartarus Titans. The Captain Twig is getting himself a little bit of pressure on the left-hand side.
Yeah, helps out, softens up the wave a little bit. And so the Tier 1 tower will take some damage. Likely won't go down here, but still gets pressure rolling in favor of the Camelot Kings. We have slowed down from a lot of the early fighting that we've had here. In 25 minutes in, this next big team fight is going to be the most impactful by far that we've had this game. Netroid's hit some important power spikes here, Miff. You've mentioned some of his builds so far. You're able to upgrade that Tainted Steel, and you get a Toxic Blade. The more involved, I mean, it's a bit of a non-statement, but the more involved Netrioid is as far as hitting those priority targets with those auto attacks, is easily going to be better for the Camelot Kings. It's all about positioning, though. That's kind of where it felt awkward for Netrioid in that last fight. You kind of get jumped on by Cyclone Spin. Layers is right there. You can't afford to get that health bar too chunked at the start of the fight.
Now Genetics trying his best to just defend his own wards, or maybe takes a little bit more damage than he was willing to. Drop down about 60% HP. The Tartarus Titans are going to be able to establish yet again defensive positioning, and Genetics might just be forced to head back to base here. I mean, there's no healing on the side
Fire
of the
Giant started up by the Titans. Camelot Kings close by. A lot of damage pouring into it. The Fire Giant has gone low. Variety lurking in the waters underneath Benji. Could be a pluck on the other side, and in fact, there is. But Benji tanky enough to walk away. Layers finds his way into the back. Finds a knock-up, but it gets his health bar dwindled away in return. Aurora is spinning on around in front of the Camelot Kings here. And all these units of engagement have gotten the health bars low. But only one team has got to stay in mid, and it's the Titans.
Layers still maintains his ultimate, so that is at least one way for the Tartarus Titans to initiate a fight here if they so choose. But again, the longer the fight goes, the team with the healing is going to feel better for it. And Paul, he's making sure everybody on the Titans is feeling very healthy to take this next engagement.
So it is a slow play for the Titans as you wait for those ultimates to come back online. Important actives are still up for the Titans. You still got Aegis and Beads for Paul. You still got Aegis and Beads for Cyclone Spin. Can say the same about the Relic situation, though, for the Camelot Kings here. It is looking good after that small scrap, where only Beads for Netrioid are down. Ankh, important to have up for a big Fire Giant fight. And so the patience on using a lot of those relics, strong here for the Camelot Kings, and they'll be feeling better going into the next fight knowing that.
Bro, Twig does so much damage to these structures. I mean, if the Camelot Kings are concerned with their ability to take a team fight, just have Twig do exactly that. Generates so much pressure on the map, takes out the tier 2 tower in mid, and exposes one of the Tartarus Titans Phoenixes here, so it's a win condition exposed for the Camelot Kings. But as far as gold and XP are concerned, we are dead even in this one, Dave. It's all about map state, map pressure, positioning, who's got more wards down, everything along those lines. It's all the intangibles, the things you can't stat track. And now the Camelot Kings, well, it's a bit of a smorgasbord of wards from the Fire Giant itself. Primal Fury, though, yeah, I think the Titans got this one.
Wow. The Camelot Kings don't care enough to step forward and try to steal it away. In a bit of a coin flippy fight, you're probably not rolling the dice of the game on a Primal Fury. Camelot Kings say, okay, we'll let that one go down. But now you do have to, I mean, that helps the Titans around this Fire Giant. It's something that the Titans were able to get very low just a moment ago without finishing it off, instead opted for the team fight. But even just a few seconds left unchecked between the entire roster here for the Tartarus Titans. Now you get a Primal Fury as well. I mean, this Fire Giant is going to go quickly, and the Kings, they got to be on it. They got to be right here, or else the Titans could sneak one away.
They could, but the Kings have been doing a great job of just maintaining at least a little bit of face around the Fire Giant, be it Genetics or be it Variety, just peeking their head around the corner and letting the Tartarus Titans know, hey, you can have the defensive positioning, but we're right here, and neither one of these teams has great confirmation on the objective, so it is going to be a coin toss if you want to leave it up to that. So instead, I like what the Tartarus Titans have been doing. It's just been a lot of poke and utilizing heals to try and find the pressure in the lane.
Variety plucks a Nene. No surprise there. Nenes are annoying. Captain Twig is going to be around the back here. Are you able to find Paul? Are you able to find Cyclone Spin? Are you just going to split push down the mid lane? This is all about the Kings just delaying a fight now. He has the damage to do it. He'll drop the decoy, and look at the damage he's doing to the Phoenix.
So fast!
He doesn't have the minion wave, though, so he's going to have to back off until the next wave comes in. The Tiamat minion was there, but I don't think it bought him enough time. Left side Phoenix is now going to be opened up. And the rest of the Kingsmith did such a good job of delaying. They backed off, despite the Titans kind of walking forward. You know Twig is here somewhere, and Layers knows exactly where he is. This is a blink forward. Massive jungle 1v1 now, one that Layers is looking better at here in the mid lane. Taunts through. Paul gets the kill, 2v1. And the Camelot Kings now down a jungler.
I think that was Crusher yellow numbers that lets Layers know exactly where Twig is looking for those jukes, man. Twig, you gotta know you don't win that 1v1. That's the third time this game you've used Assassinate on Layers when he has bees, and that's not a 1v1 you take.
It's big from Aurora. Watch out, back line of the Kings. The Cataclysm is there to peel out for the rest of the Camelot Kings. Genetics will trade out his life, but does he even save his own team? For the time being, yes. There's a lot of damage rolling back in here as well. Big Man Tings walks for the Tartarus Titans. Dispelled back out of this fight. This is massive. Big Man Tings from downtown gets the kill on a Cyclone.
And the rest of the Tartarus Titans are incredibly low HP. Nice pluck!
Variety plucks Aurora right back through. Big Man Tings full health on the back line. Layers has found the mid laner, but Big Man Tings grabs a double, a triple around the corner. Benji walks on through. Aegis will keep BMT alive for the time being. BMT Make it BM3 on the other side. Triple kill for Big Man Tiggs. Variety doing his best, but his best is not enough. Corner kill from BMT. My man goes huge out of the mid lane.
Paul now just trying to maintain his dignity for the rest of his team, is able to walk away from this one. Usually massive plays out of the mid lane would come from the Tartarus Titans, but the Camelot Kings will not make it easy. Win streak on the line, and Big Man Tiggs comes up in a big way for his squad.
My God, Big Man Tiggs, you had to do it to him like that, huh? Captain Twig dies early in the fight. It's a 4v5 for the Camelot Kings. They lose another. They lose Netrioid at the beginning. And that is absurd damage from Camelot Kings and Big Man Tiggs down the stretch there. Skyrockets up those damage charts. And now the Fire Giant has become enhanced. If we spent enough time dancing around it, that the Fire Giant is going to get started and finished by the Camelot Kings here. And everyone on the team will get it.
Man, we got to take a look back. It's so well deserved. Big Man Tiggs put out a lot of damage, but you cannot sleep on Netroid. A lot of this comes from him as well. The Tartarus Titans emphasize Izanami inside of the fight, and well, that leaves Tiggs open to do whatever he wants.
That's right. Netroid does well here. And actually helps out, you know, almost as a distraction. You don't want to relegate Netrioid to being a distraction, but turning the eyes and burning some of the cooldowns of the rest of the Titans gave Big Man Tiggs enough uptime. And that Aegis was well-timed as well. He needed every bit of health that he had here in this fight. Can you imagine if Paul was a little bit closer? Maybe you're going in for that pentakill. BMT goes huge, and the Camelot Kings now wrestle back control. This game was real close. And that's about a 5,000 gold lead, plus enhanced Fire Giant and exposed Phoenix in mid. And a great chance for the Camelot Kings to end a win streak.
So we've seen Twig a couple of times now attempt a split push, and I think that should be his role here yet again. Conflict adverse should be the name of the game for this Loki going forward. I mean, if the Tartarus Titans are going to send layers every single time to stop Twig from looking for this push, I think layers wins that fight every single time. So instead, Twig should just be playing an annoying role, just trying to keep Paul or layers outside of these engagements and allow the rest of the Kings to take this fight, because they're engage incredibly strong. Yep. If it's a variety pluck or genetics looking for a cataclysm, that's all going to set up for the massive damage that we know can come from Netrioid or Big Man Tiggs. So it's all on Captain Twig just to create these situations where the rest of his squad can thrive.
Maybe he'll just die early on in the fight again.
Yeah, just get out. Just get out of their way.
Right, just leave. Let Big Man Tiggs do his thing. No, you'd prefer this Loki to be a little bit more active in the team fights, but worked out for Twig last time. Will work out for Benji. Some ultimates spent. Genetics and Netrioid both on trying to kill Benji. Into the backline goes Variety. Cyclone Spin has taken a lot of damage from the Sobek here. He's working in the waters. There a pluck on the backside. Don't love throwing a roar into the back of your team. It looks like Tier 2 Tower will be under the eyes of the Camelot Kings.
Yeah, not for long, though. Maybe they blink once and it's already gone.
I sure did. I missed it.
Tier 2 Tower removed from the map, and that's the right verbiage for it. Now, just about 8,000 gold in the lead and approaching the Phoenix.
You're still down a couple important ultimates here, though, if you're the Camelot Kings.
Netroid.
And now you're down an important health bar. Netrioid half HP. Once that health shield wears off, it's going to look a lot more dire for the Izanami. What happened to Cyclone Spin? My God, he's out of this fight. He's got to go back to Fountain. The Camelot Kings walk on in. They'll take the left Phoenix.
And now walk away with all their HP available to them. Can just go ahead and use that Fire Giant to re-sustain and head back in towards mid. Take your minion wave with you to make it a little bit easier, but maybe not necessary, as the enhanced Fire Giant will be stripping the defense. Or set up an ambush.
It's a bait. Variety dashes in, does not get the pluck, but Benji under a bit of pressure here, who will walk back forward. Layers solos out Twig, but Twig returns the favor. Big Man Tiggs is still alive, and Big Man Tiggs does it again. It's a double stun on the back line of the Tartarus Titans. Not able to finish off those couple of kills, but it's a big turnaround in the fight.
Man, get out of Tiggs' way. This guy is on a tear inside of these engagements, but now it is a 3 versus 3 coming into the mid Phoenix, but Netroid healthy, Big Man Tiggs healthy. I love the odds.
Cyclone Spin took another chunk of damage here. Variety will tank up the mid lane Phoenix, and he will do it well. Paul walks a bit forward here. Will Big Man Tiggs call him on it? He wants to. Variety's the one who picks up the phone. Paul down for a minute. Aurora dashing off to the side of the base here. Knockup for Big Man Tiggs. Puts Aurora in the grave. And now it's all down to Cyclone Spin. He's on his own for 15 seconds.
Can he do it? Cyclone Spin's been in this position before.
Here. Cyclone Spin goes up and over. Cyclone Spin drops down his ultimate. Big man Tings with the big man plays. Double kill, unstoppable. Ends the game, ends the set. The Kings on top.
Ends the game, ends the set, and ends the win streak, Dave. Camelot Kings looking so dominant. But you know what? I'm not going to credit it to the entire team. One guy stands out in this one.
Everyone else sucked.
Big man Tings. You got to cut him a bigger check. You're gonna be preparing his food for him. You make it easy for Tings for the rest of the day. He did a lot of heavy lifting.
Yeah, this was a uncharacteristically quiet second game from the Tartarus Titans. They got off to a great start. There were some fights there that they probably felt comfortable in. I think I voted for the Titans in this one just based off recency. The Titans looked unbeatable. There's always that threat when you're playing up against the Camelot Kings. Big man Tings has himself a day, and the Camelot Kings end the win streak of the Tartarus Titans 2-0. And that'll also end the week of the SPL. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, the desk will round us out.
Gotta take off my jacket for this one.
Dude, no, I know he was supposed to take you out last weekend, but he got busy.
Hey there, Smite fans, Aggro here. Look, every single year, the SPL just keeps getting better. Season 7 was incredible, and in Season 8, I'm sure our players are going to take their game to the next level. But in order to do that, they're going to need the best gear they can get their hands on. And that's why I'm so excited to announce the title sponsor for Season 8 of the SPL is Alienware. Yeah, that Alienware. Our players are getting the best of the best in computer gaming. These Alienware Aurora Ryzen Edition PC setups are insane. Not only will these be the PCs that the players will compete on once we are in studio, but Alienware is also providing one for each player at their home setup to make sure their practice is as good as possible. Now let's get down to brass tacks. The specs on these Alienware Aurora Ryzen Edition desktops are amazing. An AMD Ryzen 9 16-core processor.
That's a lot of cores.
That's plenty of processing power.
That's a lot of cores. Plenty of cores.
If you want to stream, this is the way to go.
I know a lot about my cores, so. I mean, Pilates, right?
64 gigabytes of DDR4 RAM.
What? Is that true?
That is true.
I mean, this thing has 64 gigs of DDR4 RAM.
Which you can do literally anything with.
Literally anything.
I've never had more than 16 gigs.
That's quadruple the amount I have at home.
And one of the hottest commodities in the PC world, an NVIDIA GeForce 3090 graphics card.
Insane how much better this is than what I have.
The best graphics you really need, Ultra, of course.
Content's gonna look good.
And what's the point of all the power if you can't see it? Players will also be using the Alienware 25-inch 240Hz monitors.
Man, when I load into scrims with this bad boy, I'm gonna feed so hard. And it's gonna be in perfect picture quality.
We are so excited to be partnering with Alienware for Season 8 of the SMITE Pro League. And the best part is, this VIP treatment, it's not just for the pros. You too can get the best possible SMITE experience. Just go to smitegame.com/Alienware and use code SMITEAW to get special discounts on some of Alienware's best products. Thanks again to Alienware. Make sure you're following them on Twitter and Instagram. That's @Alienware on both platforms. And you can join their community at alienwarearena.com. I know Mike didn't say the thing. Mike, can you say the thing for him?
You're telling me an alien wore this?
Hello and welcome back to the desk. One final time for the SMITE Pro League here on day 3. The Kings come out with a big win, and all of that thanks to our title sponsor, Alienware, for being able to provide the gear for our players and here in the studio. If you want a chance to get some of your own gear, or maybe even just take a look at what's all back there, if you missed the video, you can always go to smitegame.com/Alienware and use code SMITEAW to get all the details and all the information on that desktop or the monitor, whether you want to take a look at those or see anything else that Alienware has to offer. You can go to alienwarearena.com to join their global community or follow them on their social media at Alienware on Twitter and Instagram. Make sure to go and give them a look. And one more shout out. Thank you so much for Alienware to sponsoring the SMITE Pro League. But here, Camelot Kings able to topple the Tartarus Titans. They did it again. They did it again. The Camelot Kings stop another winning streak right at the tail end of when it was going to be big. And coming out here over the Tartarus Titans, didn't look like it was going to be that way until one bad fight.
This was the most ridiculously back and forth game. I mean, you get a lot of really good fights early on from the Titans into a lot of really good fights early on from the Kings. And again, going back and forth between the two of them to the point where, like you said, it looked like the Titans had finally cinched their grip around this game. And then Kings had some other things to say about it. The Tiamat looked incredible, and it wasn't just these little moments. It turns into this massive quadra kill, actually right here, where all of a sudden you're able to find a big kill on Disciple. It's like, oh, well, that in and of itself, that's a huge win. But the fact that, despite the fact that your team suffers some unfortunate losses, you continue picking up kills, you get great knockups. You really showcase, I think, the full kit of Tiamat. Like, if you're wondering why this was a top pick god, that was the kind of play that makes Tiamat a top pick god. And it's just such a big turnaround for them. Not only does he end up getting a quadra kill, almost could have gotten a penta. If there was a pluck, I think it was just slightly afterward on Nepal. If that connects, he goes for the penta. The fact that it is slightly off right there is the thing that slows that one down and puts a stop to it. But the good news was enough people from the Kings still lived after that you were able to get a fire giant. Like, that play in and of itself wins the game. Everything after that was the Titans just trying to fight back, trying to figure out another way into this. If they make a sick play like that, then they're probably still in it. But Kings just is nuts.
Yeah, he just popped off this game. A quadra kill, and then I think 2 or 3 more kills to tail end. I know he got a double kill right at the start of that last little skirmish at the Phoenix to kind of close out the game, and he got another kill during the picks for all of that. So Big Man Ting's really coming up big at the very end of the game. A little bit of help from Netroid there as well. Kind of that last little corridor fight where that quadra kill goes through. Mifflin pointed out very well, it wasn't just Big Man Ting's. There's a good dark portal from Netroid and some damage to follow up. But yeah, I think if Variety hits that plug, that is 100%. It's one of those, like, I don't want to commit to going for the pentakill. He's kind of far, but if Variety hits that one, 100% he tries to go for that penta live or die.
I honestly, most people probably run for it anyway. I mean, he's so
That's
low.
fair.
It's that really weird part where, admittedly, they make the smart play. They play it safe. I also had to give, like you had said, a lot of props over to Netroid. It's easy to hype up Tings because he made the play, but of course a lot of it around him, the front line around him that helps set that up. I think the beginning of that fight starts with some really insane peel from a Cataclysm that was a really good engage from the Titans that gets thwarted thanks to genetics, but then you also get to see the Izanami throughout a lot of these little skirmishes, kind of showcasing a lot of prowess. Netroid, we had talked about it throughout this year, has fit into this team very, very well, but not only have they slotted in as a player to this team really well, but their picks have been single-handedly turning around a lot of these games. This time it was Tings, but prior to that, I mean, we've seen a lot of Netroid lately.
I mean, one of the things that teams have really been prioritizing against this player in particular is they've been banning Netroid's ROM. Make sure ROM is taken off the table. But he's always been going back towards this Izanami. When the ROM is gone, he says, okay, Iza's just fine. I mean, there was a point where you look down his player profile on the website, and it was one of those two gods. Similar to how Paul is either Tiamat or Raijin until this set now where we see Hell thrown into the mix of it. It's been the same. ROM, Izanami. If one is up, the other is banned away. I'm going to make sure to take that one, get something comfortable. And I think the adjustment they made in game number 2 here by second picking it for him is probably the big turnaround, because you know that the Titans probably were looking at that god when the next round of bans were coming around.
Yeah, and I'm just excited to watch the Kings. They had a really good tear there throughout Phase 2, I should say, and even though it kind of fell flat towards the end, they ended up, solidifying themselves the first seed, but then weren't able to topple the Titans during the Phase 2 playoffs. Now they found themselves in a much more favorable position, and again, these are the wins that matter for them. I think, if I remember correctly, this is that swap-up. The Kings getting a win here brings the Titans down in the standings, and of course brings them back up in the standings, tying a lot of teams in the middle, and we have to talk about it again, but these head-to-heads, all of these individual matchups, matter a ton when you are going into the group stage, not just because the top 2 seeds are the ones that are choosing who plays in the others, but because you are going to get thrown into something that is going to be hell. If the Leviathans get to say, we don't want to deal with the Kings, and throw you into a different group, and that group is full of only teams that have beat you, all of a sudden you are the ones that are, struggling, and you have to figure it out. And so that's kind of that's what they're playing with right now. That's what they have to deal with.
And it's going to be such a heavily contested group stage. I'm really excited for when these group stages fall through, because there's hardly any team out here that you just go, okay, this is your group. Have fun over there. Every single team is going to be looking, going, what do I really just not want to play against? And I think some players might be looking at the Kings after this set and going, maybe we don't want to play against the Kings. Maybe I put them in the other team's bracket. Maybe we let them deal with them. But because of this win, they're able to make a bunch of a shakeup in the standings. We'll get a look at the standings a little bit later to see how it all shakes up. But let's take another look at those post-game stats now that we have them available. 7-0-6 from Big Man Tings. Now, again, he got a quadra kill in that fight, so that 7 is kind of exaggerated a little bit, but still, 7-0 is the big number I'm trying to highlight with it. The fact that this mid laner went undying, coupling that with Variety going undying, and still dealing 32,000 player damage. Tiamat, yeah, we've been joking a little bit about how maybe Tiamat's no longer the top mage. Maybe she's not as good as she once was. I think this is a perfect highlight to show that this god is still that good, and maybe you probably should still be banning that god.
Yeah, she has a 100% win rate today. I mean, she was playing in every single game today. She won every single game today. And so I'm starting to think that, I mean, admittedly, it's just so difficult. What are you going to ban and let through that Tiamat isn't going to make it through? There were so many really powerful picks. I mean, we even saw Ardeo for the first time this set, although maybe not having the showcase she would have liked after someone who's had 100% ban this time.
100% ban?
Getting loosed, 100% loss rate now. There we go. As things, shift, I think, more dramatically away from her.
It's an interesting stat to have, 100% pick ban rate / 100% pick ban rate, but 100% loss rate. Though it's only 2 games. We got Captain Twig standing by for our post-game interview to get a little bit of the thoughts of the Camelot Kings after your big win. First off, Twig, congratulations on your 2-0 over the Titans. How does it feel getting a win over the Titans after the loss against them in those Phase 2 playoffs?
Feels great, honestly. If I had to say the mental of our team before the set, I wouldn't have said it was looking good. So pretty amazing that the Titans managed to lose, I would say.
Yeah, we got to see a nice little pop-off from you there at the end of game number 1. It looks like you and the boys were all excited on getting that win. With 8.9, we talked to a lot of the players, a lot of the different roles, but let's talk to you a little bit about here. Teams kind of alluded to maybe you're not too much of a fan of going towards these assassins, but you pick up the Loki, you pick up the Susano. How'd it kind of feel having the more traditional assassins back in jungle?
Well, I figured I'd just play Susano and Loki, and if I lose, losing is learning, But I managed to do both, which is learn a lot because I didn't play very well, and win because Big Man and Netroid just turned up to play today. I think they carried the hell out of us today, and props to them.
Yeah, big props. How down was Big Man that he didn't get to go for the pentakill? Was Variety mad that he missed that pluck?
I don't think it was mentioned in the game, actually. That is a normal thing for Big Man to be mad about not getting more kills and more farm, but not today. All game day today, serious.
Yeah, all serious, all on the battleground. Congratulations on your win, and congrats on shutting down the Titans' win streak. Good luck in your next matchups.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, to be expected out of any player. You miss out on a kill streak, you get a little upset, but I think it's interesting you noted that nobody even made a note of it when it came to the actual games, but yeah, he was probably a little upset. But the Camelot Kings, they do it twice. Once against the Bolts and now against the Tartarus Titans. They shut down the winning streak that could have been potentially taking out the record, or could have been shooting for the record against NRG. If you missed any of the action this week, well, here's what you missed, and you don't want to miss any of this. Go back and watch all of these when they get uploaded to SMITE VOD, and most importantly, the ones today. The Olympus Bolts get a 2 over the Valhalla Valkyries, and the Camelot Kings do it a second time, stopping the winning streak of the Tartarus Titans and defeating them 2-0. And let's see how that all affects the standings. We talked a little bit about it before the set even started on our first segment, how cool it would be to have a couple of teams still sitting at the top, but instead we have 4 teams sitting at 2 and 1.
Yeah, and that's ridiculous. Look, and the fact that the Warriors, it kind of is unfortunate to see the separation, like the Scarabs, the Valkyries being at 0-3. Things are really starting to feel rough maybe for them down towards the bottom, but the Warriors are 1-2, and that's not a far throw from being able to join a lot of these teams and still climb in the rankings. I think it's really interesting that these next few weeks have a lot more weight on them just because of this one win. Changing things up like that makes it a lot more interesting. A lot of teams at this point should start gunning for the Leviathans. I'm not going to be surprised if they have a big old target painted on their back. And of course, trying to make it into that top 2 is just the coveted spot for the next few games.
And at the moment, it is the Leviathans sitting at the top of it. 3-0, the only team still undefeated here in phase number 3, but it's only week number 2. We've only done 2 weeks of play. We still have more to come. Still plenty of SPL action, and that's just for the round robin phase. And there's a whole group stage immediately afterward. Gormizer, it's an exciting week that we have coming up ahead of us as well. Let's take a look at that schedule to kind of see what all we get to see. Tartarus Titans start the week off against the Valhalla Valkyries. Another big one immediately after that one. I should say 2, 3, 4. We got 4 really big matchups here. Olympus Bolts, Camelot Kings, Olympus Bolts, and Atlantis Leviathans. That's going to be in studio. Jade Dragons and Solar Scarabs. That's going to be in studio. We get a double header in the studio on Saturday, and then we close the weekend with the Solar Scarabs and the Valkyries, and the Camelot Kings versus the Yoni Warriors. Sure to be some good action this week.
Yeah, that's going to make a lot of fun things. Again, a lot of these teams now are 2-1, so every single one of those wins has a lot of weight to it. And of course, I think it's really important to note that even the fact that they're 0-3, maybe not the best place to be in the standings overall when you're looking forward towards the group stage, but the Scarabs have still been giving a lot of these teams trouble in the process of getting to that 0-3. So despite not being able to find the wins, they are still keeping things close. And so even those matchups are something that you have to keep your eyes on because they could play make or break for a lot of these top teams.
It's going to be a big week of action ahead of us. 2 in-studio games on the exact same day, so make sure you're for sure tuning in Saturday. But always tune in to the SPL. No matter what day of the week it is, Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, be there. We'll see you on the SPL once again on Friday. We got the Dragons in studio tomorrow for some media day, kicking it with the pros. Be sure to be there. Until then, make sure to stay hydrated, respect women, support your homies, and we'll see you next time.